This is Audible.
The Famished Trilogy, Book 2, Controlling the Dead. Written by Annie Walls. Narrated by Amy Barron-Smolinski. Distributed by Beacon Audiobooks. Copyright 2014. Chapter 1. I never thought my partner in crime would be a little lady like you, Reese tells me. I'm breaking and entering in a back alley on the outskirts of New Orleans, the Big Easy. The stench isn't as bad as the French Quarter's odor of urine and putrids. With the sizzling sun, it smells like a horrid shake-and-bake bag concoction. "Oh, peanut butter, you'll make me blush," I retort, calling him that because he might appear tough, but he's all mushy on the inside. In moments of sobriety, my scratchy voice brings everything to the surface. Needless to say, I hope it goes back to normal, and soon. Reese says it only sounds like a bad case of laryngitis. "You might be able to get it open if you take off those glasses. You don't need them in this alley." I grind my teeth. No. "You don't have to hide from me, Can. Take off the hood at least." I ignore him and finally get the lock open. The door screeches on squeaky hinges. A week ago, Reese and I decided to embark on our own journey to New Orleans to see if we can gather some answers. The rest of our team and Dalton went to Birmingham. I don't know if anyone considers New Orleans a dead zone or not. We've come across very few famished, but thousands of putrids lurk about. They make good target practice. That's how we spend our downtime, drinking ungodly amounts of pure grain alcohol and shooting putrids from balconies. If I don't, I'll get to thinking, and I try to avoid thinking. The stock of alcohol and food tell us not many looters have been through here. I figure the first wave of famished hit New Orleans hard. The lack of crashed cars or signs of human panic surprises both of us. Reese and I often talk about getting a van to stock ourselves up before we leave, but I don't want to leave here without what I came for. Right now we're in a classic voodoo shop complete with dolls, chicken feet, and gree-gree. Long since figuring out these shops were tourist money-makers, loads of crap. Even the books are on making spells for hexes. None have anything to do with controlling a zombie. Some go as far as communicating with spirits, sending chills down my back. My theory on the person's spirit being inside the zombie plagues me, and these books only raise my suspicions. After searching around and seeing the best sellers before the outbreak, I figure out this is a small bookstore. The voodoo advertising probably drew in tourists to this part of town. A book catches my eye. Pulling it from the shelf, I check out the cover. Your Invisible Pain. My thumb fans through the soft pages to check out common symptoms for emotional and psychological trauma. My pulse speeds up at words like self-blame, irritability, bad dreams, guilt, and withdrawing from others. I place the book on the shelf. Still staring at it, I ask, "Reese, find anything?" A crash of stuff falling alerts me to his whereabouts. "Nada," he says in a loud voice from the back of the store. "Mostly things we've seen before. Want me to recite some from memory?" Taking a deep breath, I pick up the book and shove it in the front of my jeans. Waving dust away from my face, I trudge to Reese. "I believe I've got it down. You think it's time to call it quits?" We've only just started in the outskirts. He has a point, which is why we came to this hole in the wall. Julie said Mago spends a lot of time here. We have to find something. I wipe my hand across my face. Sweat and dust cling to me. Well, it's getting dark. We should find somewhere to chill. A grunt. I take it as a yes when a bang sounds from the second floor. We glance at each other. The stream of late sun bounces off sweat droplets on Reese's tattooed head as he glances toward the ceiling. Neither of us moves or makes a sound as we wait and listen. This time, creaking wood gives way, sprinkling dust from the ceiling. I move toward the hidden stairs, but Reese's hand lands on my shoulder. He shakes his head. "Where are you going?" "To kill the zombie." I point towards the ceiling. Honestly, I'll do anything to keep from having any downtime. Could also be a person, one that knows we're down here. We have a stare down before he sighs, relenting. "Fine, but I'm going first." He pushes in front of me, taking the stairs one at a time. Halfway up, a sweet aroma hits me. "You smell that?" My mouth waters as I sniff. Reese breathes deep through his nose and freezes. Yeah, bananas. Bananas? Bright light fills the stairway as I hear the unmistakable sound of a shotgun cocking. Make one move and I'll blow a hole in you. The voice at the top of the stairs is shaky, but Reese lifts his hands in the air. I need to see your hands too. I raise my hands above Reese's shoulders so the man can see them. Walk up the steps. We do as he commands, reaching the top landing into the setting sunlight. Getting a good look at the man, I'd say he's around 70 years old. Sunspots decorate his aged face and balding head. We're in a loft full of old furniture, hunting gear, non-perishables, and the baked goodie cools on a counter in the corner. My stomach rumbles. Marge, search 'em for weapons. A little old woman pokes her head up from behind a couch and scurries over to us, wringing her hands. She surveys both of us, but her eyes are on me. I start to get uncomfortable when she won't stop staring at my face. Marge finally starts with Reese in her search. We're not going to hurt you, Reese explains. The old man's face turns red. Only rob us blind. No, I start, but he levels his gun as if to shoot, and my stomach skyrockets to my throat. I didn't tell you to speak, wench. Marge pops up from Reese's boots with her fists on her hips. Bill, that's no way to speak to a lady. She stares him down with a look that can possibly shrivel the rest of the hair on his head. Bill's eyes never leave me as his mouth scrunches up like my status as a lady is questionable. Fine, Bill grumbles. What's your business then? My little lady friend thought there was a zombie up here. She has a thing about that, Reese informs Bill. What were you doing down there in the first place? He questions Reese. I stay silent, watching the two men in their exchange. Marge has a small pile of weapons at her side. We are looking for someone and any information we can get on what he does. The old man's eye twitches in what I will call some sort of recognition. Marge finds Reese's sawed-off, holding it up for all to see. Bill's eyes widen momentarily before peering at Reese. I've always wanted to saw off my shotgun. Contemplation laces Bill's voice. I'll show you whatever you want as long as I can put my arms down. They're killing me. A snort bubbles through my nose as I try not to laugh. Marge smiles as she takes my guns from the shoulder straps of my new pack. Small hands feel around my waistband and her brow furrows. Any humor I have dies and my face heats. She lifts my hoodie, removing the book. Oh dear, she whispers. A long moment passes and Reese sighs beside me. There's such a thing as talking, Can. I shoot him a glare and hope he shuts up. For God's sake! Bill lowers his shotgun and motions to the couch. Sit down. Marge grins at me. Reese drops his arms like they're putty. Picture frames sit on every available surface. Bill and Marge have been together a very long time. This realization makes my chest tighten. Reese and I sit on the couch simultaneously. Bill plops down in front of us, laying his double barrel across his lap. He might have eased up, but he's still tense with vigilant suspicion. Marge rummages through the kitchen before bringing slices of whatever had been cooling. No, Bill protests. Marge ignores him, handing me a piece of bread. It's not real bananas, just flavoring, but tastes the same. I glance down at the treasure in my hand. Banana bread is gold, in my opinion. I should get a private room for this experience. Thanks, I manage with my rough voice. Don't get used to it, Bill glares at us. This whole situation is familiar, and it makes me sad to see them closing themselves off. We won't overstay our welcome, I assure him. But you seem like you might know something about Mago. I try to be nonchalant, but I can't let his flash of recognition from earlier go. I don't care to know anything about him. He keeps to himself with those things walking around with him. He shifts, but claps his hands to cover up any nervousness. Hurry up, you need to leave. I glance sideways at Reese as he chews. He shrugs as if content with only getting a piece of faux banana bread. Reese might get angry, but I go out on a limb because I'm sure to be right. 1 minute he tells us to sit and the next wants us to leave. I know to an extent you're happy to see us. You don't have to live here in hiding. There's a community, with people. Some are close to your age. Livestock and fresh produce. Can, Reese starts as Marge gasps in excitement. Bill stands up, gripping his shotgun. Get your stuff and get out. Tension thickens in the room as Reese and I comply, and I drop my banana bread in our haste. But Bill! Shut up, Marge. Tears well in her eyes as the hope she just experienced drains. I'm sorry, I tell her. Bill swings the door open. Reese hands me my bursa pistols and machete. I follow him, but turn to look at them one more time. West side of Nashville. He's in the swamps, Bill roars, slamming the door in my face. Great. That doesn't really tell me much. When I turn around, Reese peers up at me from a few steps down. His bushy eyebrows are visible even in the dark stairway. What? You had to ruin our banana bread gig, didn't you? We laugh, and if he's joking around, then being mad at my big mouth is far from his mind. Reese and I decide to check out the map and head to the swamps tomorrow. I'm not sure what to make of Bill and Marge just yet. I'm sad for them, but seeing them together at such an advanced age, especially in times like now, makes me feel something I can't quite place. We head to this old apartment in a bed and breakfast. We stay here because we can see out the windows and have a good view of the street in front and the back alley. It's spacious with fleur-de-lis patterned wallpaper. Dust covers every surface, including the light blue lace curtains. I open an old bag of white cheddar popcorn, going into the bathroom to change my shirt. Looking at myself in the mirror, my hair's a tangled mess. My eyes are no longer swollen, but still purple, with cheeks to match. Sometimes it still hurts to bend over from the damage done to my abdomen, which is turning a purplish-yellow color. My neck is the worst. It is uncomfortable to swallow, and of course, my voice pipes are suffering. Being strangled, beaten, and raped will do this to a person. Considering myself lucky I'm still alive, I put the sunglasses and a zippered hoodie on, raising the hood. Reese scoffs, but it hints at laughter. A beer gut pokes out of the vest he sports without a shirt because of the warm weather. Not that the cold would stop him. His blue jeans are full of holes, falling over his black biker boots. I smirk as he hands me some water. Gulping it, I stride out to the balcony beyond the kitschy, French-decorated sitting room. We've picked up more weapons and ammunition along the way. I liked the bursa pistols I had before, so I opted to stick with them. A brand-new pack replaces my old battered one that the base confiscated. A lot of other supplies and goodies rest in a pile in the corner of the apartment. For the balcony, I use my crossbow. I don't want to draw more putreds to the alley, just shoot the ones walking around. The only reason I have the crossbow is because someone was thoughtful enough to bring it to me during the whole army base fiasco. We killed and almost died ourselves to save someone who didn't want to leave the base. It inadvertently killed people, innocent people, I'm sure. My mind drifts to the playground at the base. The belly laugh of a toddler on a merry-go-round sounds in my ears as if I stand right in front of it. I stuff it down. Reese sits and crosses his ankles on the cast-iron patio table, munching on the stale popcorn. A map of New Orleans, held down by guns, stretches across the table. He watches me shoot a couple of putreds with arrows. Dead weight hits the ground in deep thumps. The sounds join in with their moans, resonating through the alley. You shouldn't be so angry all the time, he comments, rubbing his tattooed arm before continuing his munchathon. I'm not angry, I snap. But I don't mean it. I'm more than angry. The newly acquired nightmares raise my anxiety level so high I get easily fatigued. I keep waiting for something to trigger a panic attack. You can't fool me, Can, he states, and I turn to stare at him. His bearded goatee sways in the breeze. I used to be a counselor for a boys' home in Detroit. I recognize the signs. I've been watching you rip doors off hinges and take down zombies like the PGA we've been drinking. Sighing, he continues, all the while hiding under that hood and those sunglasses. You came here to hide. Not only to hide, but mostly. I humor you. I won't ask you what really happened to you. I get the gist of it, but I don't know. I'm not going to push you. He lets his thoughts trail off into nothing. I close my mouth from gaping. He completely catches me off guard. Reese never talks about his past life. Maybe if I don't acknowledge it, he'll extend the same courtesy and back off. Oh yeah, you want me to talk it out. Better than reading it from a book. Glaring at him, I see something out of the corner of my eye. Did you see that? I ask in a short breath. Reese peers over the balcony and shakes his head. Someone's looking at us from around that corner, I point. His head whips in that direction. Sure enough, something bobs into view. Chapter 2. Shit! A certain anticipation slithers through me like an old friend. It can easily be Bill or Marge, but I dismiss the idea. I doubt they'd go out after dark. I look around, knowing I don't have time to take the stairs and swap the crossbow for a gun on the table. Finding a gutter going down the side of the apartment, I climb over the railing while sticking the gun in the back of my pants. Reese sees what I'm going to do. Wait, he says, reaching out at me. It's too late. Already on the gutter, I make my way down when the frail metal groans. I look up to see my weight making it pop away from the top gutter. The gutter pitches me backward, and I jerk instantly as it catches on a sturdier bracket. I let out a breath as my weight pulls at my hands, but I hold tight. The sidewalk is still a good ways down. I look up at Reese, grinning. Shit, the bracket snaps and the ground hurtles toward me. I brace myself, feeling the sharp sting in my feet as my legs jolt from the impact, sending a shockwave through my body. I stand up and grab my stomach from the discomfort, shaking out my legs. Idiot, Reese calls down, but I turn and dash off. Hurry up, Reese, I shout over my shoulder. I round the corner into an alley and don't see anything. I slow to listen, looking the dark alley over. A putrid, wearing a tattered dress, with half a scalp of stringy hair, starts crossing the street toward me, but I ignore it. A ding draws my attention to our intruder. The sharp sound echoes through the alley. I step softly toward an overflowing dumpster. The trash is almost 5 years overdue for pickup. Hello? I want to talk, I call, trying to sound non-threatening. The person apparently doesn't want to talk. They take off, and so do I, getting close enough to see a boy around 13 or 14. I grab the back of his shirt and swing him around. Who are you? I ask. He stares at me wide-eyed and fearful. Sweat beads down his dark-skinned temples as his chest rises and falls. All of my endurance training pays off. I breathe as if I'm on a Sunday stroll in Central Park. Reese catches up to me, huffing. The boy jerks back when he sees Reese. I grab his arm before he runs away. We aren't going to hurt you, I reassure him. Are you the only one? He shakes his head, keeping his eye on Reese as if he's the biggest threat. I hold back a scoff and might sound irritated as I go on. I'm looking for a man named Mago. I need to talk to him. It's important. Big hands come into my line of sight as they latch onto me in a death grip. I crack out a scream when I realize it's a famished. Drool drips from the zombie's mouth. His skin and lips are blue with the milky white and bloodshot eyes of the living dead. My hands come up to keep it at a distance. Reese's gun cocks as he prepares to shoot it. The boy comes alive and screams, "Wait! No need to shoot him!" What? He's not the one Zombie Smurf wants to eat. The boy grabs it as the zombie releases its hold on me. I gasp as I rub my upper arms. No, no! The boy chides the zombie as he pulls something squirming out of his pocket, feeding it to the eager zombie. I notice then, the zombie's clothes are clean, and so is the boy. The zombie wears a sleeveless shirt and cut-off shorts. The boy has on a striped polo with khaki shorts. Neither of them wear shoes. The boy's little afro surrounds his head, neat and tidy. I glance at Reese and exchange a befuddled look. We know we are in the right place, but I'm freaking out a little. I will my heart and breath to slow. The boy eyes the gun Reese still has on his zombie. No. I take you to Mago. Don't shoot him. Reese lowers the gun, never taking his eyes off the zombie. He nods to the boy. Right now. Reese uses his scary tone with a side of heavy demand. The boy turns to lead the way. The zombie stands in the same place for several blocks. You're forgetting your zombie, I mention. He looks at it. Nah, not mine. He make his way before the swamp dogs eat him. Reese and I exchange more confused glances. Lifting a shoulder to Reese, I figure everywhere has different zombie etiquette, even though this goes against my grain. "What's your name?" I ask by way of conversation. "T. Paul." I don't know how long we hike, but Bill was right. We head straight out of town and through some woods. Now we're in a swamp. It smells swampy, like moss, stagnant water, and reptile. The earth squishes beneath our feet, and it's so dark the stars peek through the treetops. I never take my glasses off, though. My legs ache to stop, and my abdomen hates me. The dryness in my throat needs something because it burns. Reese huffs a little, and I begin to dread the walk back. "Where are we going?" The extra hoarseness in my voice makes Reese glance at me. "Down the bayou," he answers, which doesn't reassure me any. "We could have driven, it would have been faster," I gripe. I'm sure this never occurred to T. Paul from his silence. "I get someone to take you back." That's a relief. More or less than 2 hours later, a light gleams in between trees and mossy, stringy things. Sludge covers my boots, which irritates me. I walk through an invisible wall of gnats, effectively breathing some up my nose. By the time we come to a small housing development, I've sneezed out half my brain, and I am not in a mood to be friendly to anyone, especially since there are numerous guns trained on us by several men. T. Paul keeps strolling along. He goes to a small house in the middle and knocks on the door. When it opens, T. Paul says, "I brought him, Mago." The light overhanging the porch and yard is bright enough to block out anything beyond the door. Several long moments stretch out before a familiar voice carries from the darkened house. "Oh, it's you." Chapter 3. I narrow my eyes at the bored tone as his face appears in the light. The all-black attire blends the rest of his body into the background. My neck bends as I follow his height. Mago's dark eyes travel the length of me in intense scrutiny. A hand motions us inside. The only color on his body is the gold hoops in his ears, gleaming in the light. Upon stepping inside, the house is dim and shabby, but clean. A floral sofa is a little worse for wear and trimmed with wood. An Afghan drapes across the back. Pictures of children and smiling faces adorn the wall as oil lamps cast shadows against them. My stomach flips when I spot his performing zombie, Pappers, sitting on a cushioned chair looking putredy. A weird altar sits in the corner. The place reeks of incense. Not incense, herbs. Jasmine and sage is all I can make out. Mago leads us across a well-worn carpet to a back room with more shabby couches and a ring-stained coffee table in the middle of the room. Like the front room, oil lamps are the main source of light. "All right," he continues in the uninterested manner as he glides down into a chair. I'm beginning to think his tone is perpetual, so I let it roll off me. He motions for us to sit, so we do. "What do you want?" He strokes his thin, pointy beard with long fingers and tight eyes, the only sign of skepticism. I scoff, but come up short. Spent all this time looking for the man, and I'm not sure what to ask first. It's hardly believable we are finally here. Glancing at Reese, he's no help, only raising his brows in response. I start with the basics. "How do you do it?" "The how is really none of your concern. You couldn't do it if you tried. I was born to it. It doesn't mean I like it." He speaks slowly, as if he is talking to ignorant people. "But why? Why do shows at the community and help Dr. Finnegan?" He steeples his fingers together. "I do what I have to do to be left alone." His tone implies we are wasting his valuable time. A sigh escapes him and he runs a hand along his small beard. Must be a nervous tic. "I'm really not the villain you're seeking." "That little boy controlled a zombie and stood up for it." I point in the general direction of the front door. "I would imagine so, since they give great contribution to our family." "Don't you worry about anyone getting bit?" Mago lifts a shoulder. "It hasn't happened in a while." "You give your family the vaccination," I state, fishing for any information he'll give me. He narrows his eyes and looks between Reese and me. It takes him a long moment to speak. Leaning forward, he says, The vaccination is intended to sway individuals into willing compliance. It puts them in a state of fallacious assurance. He rambles without an ounce of his soft Cajun dialect. He leans back into the couch. In other words, the vaccine is bullshit. These words slip out slowly, and all other thoughts flee my brain as I fall backwards onto the couch. Long minutes pass as this news sinks in. I turn to Reese when he moves. His head is in his hands, and I bite my cuticles. Our disappointment with this news weighs heavy. This is where the situation can get tricky. Reese hasn't thought of the biohazard suits yet, but I have. If those vials aren't a vaccine, what are they? Do I trust Mago enough to ask him? After all, he could be feeding me crap. The light dawns on Reese's face as he looks at me. I silently communicate we will not trust Mago with everything just yet. I think he understands because his head inclines a fraction. Determination makes a leap underneath my skin as I notice Mago taking in our exchange. Maybe he wants us dejected, but I sit up straight and press on. You're saying you're helping Dr. Finnegan by means of zombies, while he lies to— how many more places live with that false security? Numerous people with a supposed cure? Just to be left alone? Finnegan plays with fire. Karma works in mysterious ways. One must be careful of ill health and death. It doesn't escape my notice he gives me information without outright answering my questions. Surely he's aware he does it, as if he's trying to tell me something without actually saying it, while evading all my other questions. Anyway, isn't karma Buddhism? Funny you say that, since you're the one with the zombie minions. I tap my chin and blurt, how do you know all of this? Mago's eyes slide toward the wall for a brief second, but I notice. I don't, he says through gritted teeth, as if he hates admitting when he doesn't know anything. The air becomes thick with things unsaid. Reese audibly swallows. The denim between my thighs scratches together when I shift. A fly buzzes inside the blinds of the window. Long moments pass as we sit and watch Mago in his lifeless state. He doesn't move, nor does he switch his gaze between Reese and me. His eyes are on me, but his focus is the space between all of us. He is in his own world or in a room by himself, and we are not here. I wipe my sweaty palms on the couch and clear my throat. Do the zombies know what's happening to them? Are they still in there, somehow? I've wanted to ask him this since I stepped through the door. Awareness snaps together in a split second as his eyes dart to me. Insightful little thing. Mago bites each syllable out, but his gaze returns to the space between Reese and I. Do you think I can read their minds? No, but if you're so worried about karma, you should keep that in mind. Reese peers at me as if he's never seen me before. Mago rubs his eyes with a forefinger and thumb, stopping at the bridge of his nose. You have no idea the sacrifices I've made, not only for humanity, but also for myself, my deeper spiritual self. I don't know how to respond to that. I do what I have to for my daughter, Mia, a mambo being held and used by Finnegan. I stare at him. A mambo? Yes, a priestess, a female version of myself. You have to help us then. Almost the whole world's population is gone and he's taking credit for it. He said so himself, just not in those words. I don't comprehend this whole voodoo thing, but I can help you too. Rubbing his beard, he stares at me, but not really. His eyes dart around me and he looks distracted again. Maybe. They are dealing with the ramifications of your menace, just as you are. His dark eyes scan my face and neck. I zip my hoodie tighter as he continues. I shall think about it. He stands as if dismissing us. Reese climbs to his feet too. That's it? He says to Mago. I don't get up yet. Mago peers at me. In such a hurry for things you know nothing about. I said I would think about it. I'll be in Nashville when I can. I reluctantly stand up, feeling, well, I don't know how I feel just yet. As we step out, a woman with long braids greets us with a smile. Her light brown skin contrasts nicely with a printed shirt of blue and purple paisley. She blinks at me, looking stunned, and says, "You should help them, Mago." He peers at her, his face unreadable. A string of French releases from his mouth. She looks at me with renewed interest, which makes me uncomfortable. "Do be so kind as to pack them some Nolan's gumbo, Leela." Mago smiles widely, and it adds animation to his face. My mouth waters even though I'll be picking meat out of it. She grins and goes about her business. I look at the grisly-looking altar. A little bowl wafts smoke, but the smoke starts a new hurried rhythm as it drifts into the air. A chill shudders through my body. For some reason, I need to get out. Now. Reese is out the door before me when I hear rather than feel a snip on my hair. I turn to find Mago standing behind me with scissors, stuffing the clip of my hair into his pocket. "What the—" My hood has fallen and I snatch it over my head. "Why do you need that?" My voice squeaks even more abnormally as my heart picks up speed. Thoughts of what he can do with my hair flash through my mind. A little doll with yarn dreads and needles sticking out of its eyes takes precedence in my mind. Panic makes me break out into a cold sweat. Mago looks at me steadily. "Insurance. Miss Moore, do not tell anyone you were here, or that you spoke to me. If you can keep it to yourself, maybe you really will be of use to me." He smiles. It's disheartening. I try to swallow past my uneasiness and understand he's trying to develop some kind of trust with me, but I can't. "I don't care. Give it back." I step toward him, reaching for his pocket, when I slam backward into a wall. Bloated fingers hold onto my arms, and I'm face to face with Pappers. Only an inch of space is between us, and the smell of his rotten breath overtakes my senses. Grunting, I push him off and grip my gun as he tries to grab me again. A gunshot sounds, echoing in my ears, and Pappers splatters across the small foyer and me. Swiping at the blood on my face and neck, it's cold and gooey. My throat contracts, but I swallow as my body trembles. I just killed a voodoo priest's prized zombie. Mago watches ominously, but makes no move against me. Reese's eyes are wide and spooked. "We should go, Can. Now." "That's probably a good idea," Leela speaks up. She's the only one that does not look upset. She says something to Mago in French. I back out of the door, not taking my eyes off Mago as a deep sense of dread settles over me. Some strange men lead us to an old, rusted Pinto. Reese doesn't say anything, and that worries me. Out of nowhere, T. Paul arrives and climbs in the front to drive. I gulp and look at Reese. He shrugs, knowing it beats walking back. Walking will keep us alive, though. This kid is not old enough to drive. We get into the back, and I immediately reach for my seatbelt, only to discover it's broken. Great. T. Paul turns to give us a reassuring smile. I smell Leela's gumbo. She make it best." I nod, trying not to show my internal protest. "Hold on to your knickers." The Pinto jumps to a go with a loud backfire. "Do you really think that was wise? And for a voodoo priest to have your hair?" Reese whispers. "No, I do not." My eyes burn and my brain hurts. It's probably because my body has not stopped trembling. When I glance at the house, Mago stands on the front porch in the bright light, looking like a complete shadow. Goosebumps rise on my flesh as a chill sweeps up my spine. Reese's silhouette shows in the moonlight. His bald head has grown stubby. "If you had hair, I would have offered yours," I throw out facetiously. A nervous chuckle escapes him as we bound our way through the swamp. Chapter 4. We eat our gumbo on the patio, watching putrids scratch at the poles below. I pick out some weird sausage and keep the shrimp. It's good. I can't remember the last time I've had any kind of seafood. This sausage looks gross, I mumble, tossing it into Reese's cup. He chuckles. That'd be Gator. He takes a chunk, chewing dramatically with his mouth open. Tastes like chicken. He smiles, but my stomach heaves. I give my cup to him. All yours. You should eat. Bushy brows pull into a frown as he studies me. I pick up a bottle of PGA and change the subject. If the vaccine is fake, why the need for the biohazard suits? Reese sighs and decides to ignore my chug-a-lug. Maybe they're trying to come up with one? Maybe, I say, biting my lip. Something isn't right with it. What if it's the zombie virus? Finnegan did imply making it. Why keep it cold? They went to the trouble of cutting power for some reason. The wheels turn inside his noggin as he contemplates. The team might have some answers. And anyway, Mago's only grasping at straws about the vaccine being fake. He admitted that much. I can only hope the vaccine is real now. I also don't see any reason for anyone to give the team useful information. I think Mago knows more than he is letting on. Reese rubs his head. Probably, but that is one weird fucker. No shit. At least you don't have to sleep with one eye open. Reese stares at me in concern. We remain silent. I can't take it. I thought you did tattoos in the old life. He shakes his head. Nah, riding buddy of mine did. I was around a lot. Learned from him as a hobby of sorts. Never got a certification. He shrugs. Plus, I loved my job. I enjoyed helping those boys. He sends me a pointed expression. Way to be subtle. Not trying to be. I look away, but still feel his piercing stare. He tries a different tactic. He's probably worried about you. I shrug, trying to seem indifferent, but he knows better. He also gives up. For now. He finishes the gumbo and drinks a few gulps before retiring to the couch. I sit and drink, reading the damn book until I can't think anymore. At least I make it to the bed tonight. I even shut the door. Darlin'? I sigh at the whisper in my ear. Darlin', I love you. I love you. I love you. The whisper is a faraway echo. Darlin'! My eyes pop open and I flinch, blinking them against the bright sunlight. A gray, textured dashboard sits in front of me, and I rest my head on the passenger door window. I sit in the Jeep. Sweat beads my upper lip from the blistering sun shining through the window. I can't tell where we are, but we aren't moving. With a small smile, I turn to the driver. Where are we? I ask Rudy. He snarls at me. My heart and stomach drop to new depths. His bloodshot eyes fill my vision as his big body lunges over the middle console into me. My hands fly out to keep his snapping mouth away from me. Decayed breath huffs in my face. The skin of his neck is clammy under my fingertips. He has the strength of the newly changed. I choke on my gasp as I look into his eyes. The tricolored irises look milky beneath popped veins. He's not Rudy anymore. His large body moves awkwardly in the small space. My arms buckle under his weight. There isn't time to think. Instincts kick in as I jerk on the door handle. The door swings open with a metallic screech as our combined weight falls to the ground. Gravel digs into my back as his weight tumbles over me, giving me time to pull my gun and get into a sitting position. Time slows down, becoming nothing. My chest pounds as I try to see through tears. Violent sobs rack my body as the gun shakes in my unsteady hands. I watch in heart-crushing despair as he rights himself enough to come after me. It takes forever because he has such a large body, and he fumbles around as his boots slide in the gritty concrete. His matted hair sticks to his face. Blood and mud stains his t-shirt. Holes and several blood spots have ruined his favorite pair of jeans. He hisses at me. My soul screams in agony at what I have to do. I heave, feeling the burning fluid come up my throat. I put my hand to my mouth as I try to hold it down. Liquid spews from between my fingers as I lean over to release the contents of my stomach. I can't do it. I can't kill him. Not again. I wouldn't be able to live. I'd rather be eaten. Time speeds up then. Gravel crunches under his booted feet. He's on me in no time. My gun is pointed at him. My finger tightens on the trigger, but trembles. Indecision clouds my mind as his spittle spurts to join the tears on my face. I bolt awake, drenched in sweat. My clothes are so wet it's like I went swimming. My chest heaves as I wipe my hand down my face, feeling my puffy eyes and the tears still flowing. I fall against the pillow, willing the waterworks to stop. The sunlight streams in, warming me, and my nightmare fades, but I can still see him clearly, as if I had just seen him yesterday. I hope he's doing okay. I hope he's doing better than I am. My bottle of pain pills I brought with me ran out, and all my problems rushed to the surface without them. A very good reason the rest of the pain medication and antibiotics from the base in Clarksville went to Nashville for safekeeping. If not, I'd still be popping them like Reese eats stale Cheetos. I've only replaced them with drinking. Even worse, my wallowing keeps Reese from being with Glinda. He hasn't said as much, but he is eager to get back. I'm not, because it will take days since we have to meet the team in a rendezvous spot. Can? Reese's muffled voice floats through the white door. He hits his fist on it around waist level, obviously not bothered to lift his arm. Hang on, I'm not decent. I sit up, putting on my hoodie and sunglasses despite my sweat-covered clothing. My body throbs in pain as it does first thing every morning. The pain has been fading with time. I'm on my way to healing, outwardly at least. I grab the PGA off the little cherry wood nightstand and take a gulp. Wiping my mouth with my sleeve, I open the door, only to see him standing there. I squint. Even with the sunglasses, it's brighter out here than it is in the bedroom. Reese's tattoos curl up his arms, under the vest, up his neck and stubby head. The head he keeps shaved, shiny bald. The tattoos tell a story, his story, which I know absolutely nothing about. Except for his little spiel yesterday, he keeps quiet, even when he is drunk. I suspect whatever the ending to his story is, it's bad. It probably has a lot to do with killing teenage boy zombies he knew personally. Maybe even had affection for those boys. I finally look into his piercing gray eyes. He scoffs. Getting decent requires a hood, sunglasses, and the bottle that never gets empty? I'll make a note. What? My body hurts and there aren't any more pills. That's what happens when you eat 'em like candy. He smirks. Can't really say anything. I need a joint. We laugh and he goes on. We should pack a van to drive to the meeting spot with loot. I roll my eyes, but he can't see it. What he means by loot is pure grain alcohol. I try a different plan. Do you really think we should take a van full of liquor to meet the team? Maybe you could head on straight to Nashville. I can go meet the team. You can wait on Mago. He thinks this over, studying me. You think the team got any help? I don't know. This is the best way, though. I don't think so, Can. We should stick together. He doesn't want to leave me alone, and I'm relieved, because I really don't want to be alone. I feign a sigh. All right, let's go get the guys. After I sew a looted fleur-de-lis patch on Reese's vest, we promptly load up the van we found with our looted goods. It takes most of the morning. We don't talk about the vaccine, Mago, Pappers, my hair, the old couple, or anything else. I think Reese is just as tired of talking about it as I am, and we both know we'll have to bring everyone else up to speed. With Reese riding the bike and me driving the van, we leave around noon and start the journey to meet the team, traveling along rural highways before hitting a major interstate. The closer we get, the more the cars pile up. We eventually have to drive in the grassy middle median area, which slows us down. We drive all night, and I'm dead tired. I'll sleep when we get there. I'm in a daze sometime around noon the next day when shots fire through the air. I look into my rearview mirror, but Reese is glancing around while trying to duck from gunfire. I squint my eyes down the sunlight, spotting a goofy-looking black dude jumping up and down, waving his arms. The sight of the giant man next to him tells me our team is flagging us down. Ty and Bunyan catch on we've spotted them. Pulling to a stop, I roll down my window. I don't pick up hitchhikers. I lift my lips in a half-smile. Upon getting a better look at me, Ty hisses a breath between his teeth. Damn, Can, you look like shit. Took you guys long enough. We've been waiting for days, Bunyan's deep voice says impatiently, ignoring Ty. The guy is as tall as he is muscular, an axeman in the old life. Ty is just as baggy and slouchy as ever. He bounces, and I assume he can't sit still. His little dreads bob on the top of his head. He flashes me a gold smile. I hop out of the van and ask, "Days?" They nod simultaneously as Reese strides up. "What happened?" Reese inquires. Bunyan looks behind him. I follow his gaze to see Felix, Sam, and Thomas lounging on the ground. Tents are set up in a semicircle to shape their makeshift campground in the middle median of an interstate overcrowded with cars. Tools, first aid kits, jugs of water, and other items cover the ground. They must have looted from vehicles while they waited. My brows draw together. They probably can't see it from the sunglasses. I don't wait for anyone to answer Reese. "Where's Dalton?" Bunyan explains. "The coalition sent them back to wherever he's stationed. You wouldn't believe the questioning we had to go through, like an interrogation. They basically took the bags of vaccine and sent us on our way." Glancing at Reese, he nods his head in reassurance. The little we discussed of Mago last night we decided to tell the team. "We found Mago." Thomas jumps up from his lounging position. "Did you kill him?" Thomas is average and soft. I believe he held some corporate job in the old life. At first, he had major problems with me, being an asshole whenever possible. My trauma has softened his attitude toward me. His brown hair needs a cut. The wind wisps it away from his forehead. No, actually, he might help us. Reese and I relay the information Mago told us and about his daughter, Mia, while they listen with rapt attention. The team takes the news of the vaccine much the same way we did. Reese explains my mishap with Pappers. We also discuss our theory on what is in those vials. There's a long moment of terse silence as it soaks in. "Damn." Bunyan voices the understatement of the year. The team peers at me as if I'm the unluckiest person on the planet right now. I have to agree. "So we aren't getting any help from the military," Reese states more than asks, just to be clear on the subject. Bunyan shifts his huge feet, looking impatient. "We didn't say that. They are already working on it, but we shouldn't get involved," he mocks, which sounds comical with his ultra-deep voice. Also, they sent Mac back to the community. My head snaps up, hurting my neck. They all observe my reaction. "You saw him?" I ask Bunyan. Blood rushes through my body as my heart pounds, and not because Mac is back at the community. I'm not ready to deal with any of it. Bunyan shakes his head. "No, he left before we got there. He's been back at the community for over a week. Rather than putting a hindrance on my plans, this development confirms them." I pull Reese to the side and lower my voice. "Let me borrow the bike." He nods instantly, probably thinking I want to get back to the community faster. He'll want details, but I attempt to explain. "It's not what you think. I need to do something, alone." He lifts his sunglasses to the top of his head to look at me. "Where are you going, and don't think about lying to me." "My hometown, and that's all you need to know for right now. Give me 2 days, 3 tops." By his intense speculating, I can tell he doesn't like this. "Why don't we go back to the community first? Glinda will come with us." I said alone. Yeah, well, I won't be alone. In fact, there's this really big guy that's not going to leave me alone until I tell him everything I know. "Tell him what you know, then. He can wait." I look away from him. He'll understand. I peer at Reese. He sees my face and visibly slumps. "I despise 4 wheels, he gripes and hands me the keys to the motorcycle. I pick them up by a key, but he doesn't let go, drawing my attention to him. 2 days. After that, I'll be extremely pissed off and will never speak to you again." I take a deep breath. "Thanks, Peanut Butter." He waves me away. I grab my pack with my various weapons and get the hell out of Dodge. Chapter 5. The sun is making its last appearance for the day when I make it to my destination. Standing outside the first-floor door, I expect to feel nervous or fidgety, but I don't. The door is ajar, and I use my foot to nudge it open. Gripping the crossbow and listening for any movement, the silence in the apartment meets me. My gaze lands on the easel propped up by the window on the far side of the apartment. I don't have time to stare at anything yet. I need to check for zombies, even though I'm not worried about finding any. The famished tend to migrate where people are, and I'm sure there's no one around for miles. Making quick work of this simple layout, I check the bedroom, bathroom, and closet, the only closed-in spaces. The living room and kitchen is one big space. All the kitchen cabinet doors sit chaotically open from some survivor looting through here. The wall opposite from the kitchen is bare. Dismay runs through me. Of course, someone looted them too. Hockey sticks make a nice weapon when needed, and all of Malachi's prized sticks are gone. Every one of them adorned by autographs of various NHL players. Swallowing a lump, I remember it's not like they are the reason I came here. Boxes line the walls of the living room. We never got around to unpacking, despite living here together for a month. Both of us had been busy, Malachi with school, hockey, and work, while I spent most of my time in Nashville, selling my art a piece at a time. Stacks of finished canvas pieces lean against the wall next to the easel. Touching the easel, the dried paint is thick under a layer of dust. I tried my hand at college, but it never held my attention. So I painted, and sometimes did other forms of art. Not that those skills are what has kept me alive. I can always add stabbing a zombie in the eye with a paintbrush to my mental to-do list. I can see you doing that. You must miss it. Wish I could have seen them. I bite my lip and contemplate if he told me the truth or was just being nice when I told him what I did for a living. I decide on the former, bending down and going through the finished work before I can think about it too much. After reminiscing for far too long, I make my way into the bedroom. Everything is almost exactly the way we left it. The only difference is the dust and lifelessness. A sense of dormancy tinges every surface, and it gets harder to see through my watery eyes. I take a deep breath, knowing this is good. I've always known I needed to come back here. It just so happens there's an ulterior motive. Sitting where I left it, on top of the desk next to Malachi's desktop computer, is an ancient IBM laptop. One my dad built from the ground up to replace the one I got into trouble with and had confiscated as evidence. "What is this?" I had asked as my dad sat behind his desk. The hunk of junk I held in my hands was heavy. Tossing his reading glasses down, he gave me a look. "What does it look like?" "Your replacement." "I thought you said it was new." "It amazes me you think you deserve a brand new one." Only my dad had made me feel shame and guilt for what I'd done. "I don't deserve a new one. I was only stating what you said." "It is new. To you. I built it myself." My dad smiled, proud of his accomplishment. "Still has everything you need on it. I put the extras on there, but if you get into more trouble with it, you're an adult now, so you'll deal with the consequences. You were lucky this time, even luckier to be graduating on time." Shaking myself from the memory, I think I had been lucky. Not because I graduated on time or got off with community service from the school, but because I got away with what I did it for. Malachi still graduated with a 4.0, keeping his scholarship. A bunch of cable cords sit in the bottom drawer of the desk, and I remove them all, stuffing them in my pack. I'll have to wait until I get to the community to have power. Movement outside the window in the twilight catches my eye. A woman putrid roams around, reminding me of Lucy from the community. Once bitten, she decided to turn. I shot her during her own celebration. If Mago can control him, how would anyone be in danger of turning into a zombie in the first place? Why does he go to the community? There's so much I need to know about him, and I know who to ask. It's time to become my father's daughter. Exhaustion blurs my vision around the edges. I'd like nothing more than to lie down and sleep the past few days off, but I need to head to the community. I stare at the wandering putrid in a daze, when more sluggish movement catches my eye. About the same time, a muffled groan cuts through the apartment walls. Shit. I load up, slipping on my pack and gripping my machete, forgoing the crossbow. I probably won't have the time to notch another arrow if there are too many zombies out there. Scanning the living room from a safe spot, I conclude there is no immediate danger. Yet. The moans still sound muffled through the walls, and the apartment door is wide open. I might have enough time to get away without a zombie brawl, but I scan into the apartment complex hall anyway. A hiss sounds in my face as hands latch onto my hoodie. My blood pounds as I see blood on its chin, telling me it has eaten before. Another zombie pushes behind the one attached to me, sending me sideways into the doorframe. Pain splinters up my side, and my cracked vocals echoes through the hallway with the clatter of my machete. I regain my balance, pushing the zombie away. With the momentum from my shove, it crashes into the zombie behind it. I slip out, diving for the machete just in time to slash across the zombie's throat as it lands on top of me. Thick blood dots my face, and I kick the zombie away. More of them filter through the hallway. Their moans send a wave of dread through me, but I manage to stand and keep an eye on the zombie that is now crawling and grunting through its own blood. I use both guns and shoot my way out of the hallway, and climb on the motorcycle before my gunshots draw more. The numbing wind whips across my face as I race down the highway. The combination of the chill and the vibration of the hog keep me awake. When I finally pull up to the community, I'm so tired I don't think about what I have to face. There is one block, however, when I come to a locked gate. This is a new feature. I jolt awake when my pulse beats faster and a twitching starts in the pit of my stomach at the sight of the community's familiar parking lot. Agatha, Rudy's armored truck, is there. My stomach dips upon seeing the Ducati and Jeep. The semi-truck full of supplies sits in the back. A lifetime has passed since I've been here. Seems like it anyway. Voices carry over from the courtyard coming this way. Yells sound from Guido's guards doing patrol on the rooftops. They salute me, like I never even left. The voices on the ground are closer now. The crunch of rocks draws my attention to them. The sound of the hog probably alerted them to me. Well, well, looky at what them deadums drugged in. A bright light clicks on in my face. I blink it back, holding up my hands to ward it out of my eyes. Is that really necessary? No, just needed to believe what I'm seeing is all. What's with the gate? Jocko, one of Guido's sidekicks, smiles wide while opening it and letting me through. I walk the hog through the gate and he answers, "Expansion. Guido wants to see you." Great. Can it wait? I need some sleep. No. Go there yourself or I'll drag you there. He grabs my arm, but I jerk away from him. With a quick pull, I hold my machete, still covered in dried zombie gore, to his neck. Fine. Just keep your fucking hands off me. Luckily, I need to talk to Guido myself. This reason is the only way I justify him telling me what to do. Whoa, sweetheart, chill. His hands are up in a calm-down gesture. Sliding the machete into my pack, I push past him and ignore the whistling from the rooftops. Standing in front of Guido's loft door, I wait a minute before knocking. His loft overlooks the claptrap, which is in full swing party mode, judging by the beat of the bass under my feet. The door opens with a sweep, and Guido's eyes move up and down, taking in my appearance. Well, how do you do, chickie? Not good, I see. I'm tired, Guido, and I have a question. At least he is dressed in a button-up dress shirt and khaki pants. Not as flamboyant as he normally is when he wears clothes. He's perpetually tan with tight curls on his head. Several gold chains adorn his neck, resting upon his thick chest hair. What a coinky-dinky. I do too. He motions for me to sit on his off-white couch, where he lounged for a foot rub the first time I had ever been in here. No famished art this time, fortunately for me. No hints of pot or cigar smoke, leaving the loft smelling like Old Spice. I toss my pack to the floor and sink into the couch. My limbs already feel heavier. What it be, chickie? I have a date. I raise my eyebrows at him and get straight to the point. When is Mago due back here? He eyes me a bit, and it gets me thinking he knows about Mago. He knew about Mago before we did, I'm sure of it. Any time he wants money. He's got some problems, he do. You don't worry about him. He get here when he do. I don't see the point in Mago needing money. He doesn't live here, doesn't need anything from here. It's something else. Whatever it is, Guido either doesn't know about it or he isn't going to share. What do you know about him? Guido tisks me. Chicky, chicky, chicky. You say a question, not two. First, you tell Guido about Mac. My stomach flips before I have time to be annoyed at his third-person reference. He must have found out about Mac being here to keep an eye on things. Why wouldn't he ask Mac about this himself? What do you mean? I ignore my squeak. Where he at? He's not here helping Guido out, no? What do you mean he's not here? I heard he is. He was here, see? You know Mac, military boy, right? He gets me medicine, see? Keeps my gals from having them babies. He went missing, out of nowhere. My box of goodies showed up on my stoop. His gaze goes to the ceiling. 'Bout 2 weeks ago. Gone again, my Mac boy, and I needs to know when he comin' round again. I'm very confused. You're saying you know about Mac and he helps you get birth control? A surge of hurt strikes me, remembering his ovulation speech when he had access to birth control. And other drugs and supplies like that IV you got for that scratch. Not to mention the sutures you used to sew you up tight. And he helped do it. Like a doctor, Mac boy. I don't know what to tell him, so I tell him the truth as I see it. I only know he was sent here from the Coalition to remain at his post. I don't know why he'd leave again. I haven't seen him since the morning after the monster bash. My eyes sting, but I blink rapidly to keep tears from spilling. Why does shit keep piling on top of me? I figures this, and I have the nose on them culp fucks if you ever need to know. He's talking about my kidnap, and maybe I have a need for revenge. The only thing I feel for those people are the women and children stuck there, but I have to have confidence Dalton is there for a reason. Then why didn't you use that information when it was needed? Say, when they kept me drugged and forced me to marry some kid, only after I watched him shoot his brother. I'm getting pissed off, which is better than hurt. Just thinking back to my drugged state of mind brings on a short bout of rage. I shove it to the back of my mind and really hope Mac has a good reason for doing whatever he's doing. I feel like killing him right about now. He only shakes his head. We found him after Rudy boy got back. Waiting on you, though, Rudy says. That's why we put the gate up. Don't need no more of that. How thoughtful. No needs for the attitude, just helping is all. He gets up and walks to the drapes. We have another problem. Too many folk here, look. Walking to the window, the obscured thump of the claptrap heightens as the bass pumps through my booted feet from the floor. Pulling the drapes aside, I peer down. People are everywhere. I recognize some of them from the base. Survivors were rescued, even though some don't see it that way. I open the drape wider and catch sight of a familiar figure at the bar. The drape movement catches his attention, and he looks up in mid-sip of whatever his glass holds. The drink drops to the bar, and he jumps off the stool to avoid any spillage. I shut the drape when Guido's voice cuts through the air. I got to date, chickie. We talk more later, here. Picking up my pack, I stalk out, only to realize he didn't tell me about Mago when the door closes. I pound the door. That's right. We'll talk later, I yell at him. Bastard, I mutter as I stomp down the steps. Chapter 6. The secrets Mac is keeping are piling up. He stalks Guido on medication. I'm almost sure he gets it from the Coalition. Do I care? No. In fact, I'm glad the girls get something. A surge of hope runs through me that Dalton is doing the same thing. After cleaning up quickly and changing clothes in the claptrap bathroom, I wander around the building and courtyard in a daze. Tracking down the PGA Reese brought back comes to mind, but I squash the idea. I'll have to cut back before I come to rely on it. There's no need to turn out like my mother. What I really need is sleep. Opening the door to Mac's room, there seems to be a problem. A man and a little boy sit on the floor playing cards. The man casts me a confused face. Is there something I can help you with? I glance around the room and notice nothing of Mac's remains. He's not here to claim the space, so Guido gave it to someone else. No. I think I got the wrong room. You're probably looking for the young man next door. Maybe, I say, closing the door again. After the encounter, I go to the next building and knock before entering the room Rudy and I shared a few months back. There's no answer, but when I open it, a pang kicks me in the chest at the familiar surroundings. I catch a glimpse of a woman's clothing on the bed and promptly shut the door. Since the community is overcrowded, it's no wonder he shares a room with Julie. I laugh at this absurd situation. All I want to do is pass out. Smiling, I know where to go. When I make it out to the parking lot, I find the armored truck locked. Something snaps in me as I jiggle and jerk the back door handle in agitation. What the hell? You've never locked it before now? My raspy voice carries through the parking lot. A deep voice splits through the cold night air. Because the only person I let in it without my permission has been gone. I turn toward Rudy even though I can't see him. I hope you're talking about me because I need sleep in a desperate way and all the rooms are taken, I explain in a huff. Small rocks skid underneath his boots as he comes closer. Your voice is fine. I clear it, knowing it won't do any good. A warm hand wraps around mine, pulling me forward into a hug. The harsh smell of moonshine hits my nostrils, and underneath a rich pine. Come on. It's cold, and I don't think sleeping in the truck is a good idea. There's plenty of room where I'm staying. I was going to find Glynn. No, you weren't. Don't argue. If it makes any difference, my pants are completely wet, and I'm cold. It did make a difference. I think it'll be cramped with 3 people staying in your room. It's not that I care where I sleep right now. Julie will have a problem with it. 3? He questions. After a long moment, he shakes with laughter before it finally releases out loud in his rich tone. If I shared a room with her, I'd go mad, darlin'. My heart warms at his laugh, but the conversation I have to have with him turns it cold. Rudy doesn't say anything else. I've missed our easy silence. The door he brings me to is right next door to Mac's old room. You're probably looking for the young man next door. Of course, the guy would be talking about Rudy. The first thing I notice upon entering is the smell of his pine soap. I think he even uses it to wash his clothes. That smell alone will help me sleep. I get a good look at him when he flicks on a lamp. Before I can gape, I grin and blurt, "Nice beard, ZZ Top." He laughs and scratches it with his fingertips. The scars on his face stand out from where they hinder hair growth. Yeah, it hasn't been a priority. The smile slips from his face as he takes me in. Heavy concern clouds his features, but I glance around and ignore it the best I can. Spotting a love seat, I drop my pack and lie down on my back, propping my head on the arm. My feet hang over the edge, but I don't care. I like it. Covers up your dimples, though. He moves to sit at the end of the bed, which happens to be about 2 feet away from me. My eyelids droop, but I open them wide when he removes my sunglasses. Hey, I like rocking the Johnny Cash look. I glance at him, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. Sometime between him turning on the light and now, he took the bandana off. A brief smile touches his lips, but it doesn't reach his eyes as he lifts my chin. I close my eyes, knowing he wants to check my neck. Rough fingertips graze my throat. Rudy's breathing becomes heavier. Does it hurt? Not as much as it used to. I grab his hand and meet his gaze. Will you play the guitar for me? Anything to make you feel better. The statement is loaded with unsaid things. As the room fills with his strumming, my world narrows, and before I know it, I'm asleep. I hurry toward the laughter filling the air with the carefree quality only children carry. The sun brightens the blue sky, turning everything vibrant and clear. A merry-go-round spins as a child uses his little legs at a full run before hopping on. A chubby child clutches the bars like a stuffed animal terrified. The other kids sing, "Fatty, fatty, 2x4, can't fit through the kitchen door." I step forward. Hey, be nice. The kids laugh, but stop when the wind blows. Clouds block the sun. I look at the merry-go-round, now spinning slowly with a lone passenger. No children are in sight, but Jeremiah sits holding the kid's toy, smiling at me. He lifts a revolver from the bear and points it at me. A gunshot erupts and a thud lands at my feet. Looking down, I realize it's Joseph, or maybe it's Joshua. I can't tell, but there's a big hole in his head. His blood spreads out on the sidewalk, slowly reaching the toe of my boots. I lift my arms. They shake when I notice the blood on them, too. Smoke billows from a fire and a bitter stench reaches my nose. The haziness is hard to see through. I can't move my body. In fact, I can't feel my body. Ah, Miss Moore. There you are. A familiar, dark face comes out of the fog and he smiles. Despite my misgivings of him, he's a handsome fellow. The smile turns into a belly laugh. The intricacies of your mind are astounding. Listen to me carefully. A stab in my shoulder makes me grunt, and the amusement on Mago's face turns to aggravation as his eyes narrow. Unfortunately, the epitome of idiocy is waking you. The dream dissipates. Chicky chicka, you wake up now. Something is brutally poking me, and the strangest sense of déjà vu hits me. My eyes do not want to open. I lift my head and peep out of one eye. Guido stands there with his stupid cane and gives me another poke. The sun streams in harshly through the window. Rudy is nowhere in sight. Realizing I'm in the bed and not on the couch, I groan, pulling the pillow over my head. Seriously? What? You and me needs to chat, yeah? Got biz, you and me. Later. You needs to figure out what you doing. You stayin'? I told you yesterday I was, Guido, now go away. He ignores my last comment. Fine with me. What you contribute? Everybody contributes. Great. I sit up. Guido gets a good look at my eyes. Damn, chickie. He grins his mossy teeth at me. Fuck you, I quip. What would you have me do, I ask, getting to the subject faster to get him out of here. Find Mac Boy. No, not that. I need to be here when Mago shows up. You can always pay rent. The cane taps the floor. You think on it. Let me know. Today, here. What can you tell me about Mago? You already know what I know. Voodoo man he is. He don't want no one knowing about him. I don't want no one knowing about him. Those weirdums from the base, you call it, they keep it to themselves. No trouble with them. Keep it to yourself. We stare each other down. He doesn't want the survivors talking about Mago. By the way he looks at me, he blames me for having them here. Rightfully so, sort of. Don't blame me. I was only helping Rudy and you, I emphasize. You got your famished, didn't you? He confirms with a nod. You can always send them to the coalition. His lips harden and then turn to a small smile. Need Mac Boy for that, chicka. Just then, Rudy makes an appearance in his favorite jeans and t-shirt combo, eyeing Guido with suspicion. Guido nods and walks out. Is he right? Would they send them back here? A boom starts in my brain at the things I don't want to think about. I put the pillow over my head, but Rudy has other ideas and plops down beside me, grabbing my pillow. We end up having a huge tug-of-war, and he finally gives up. I guess you don't want any of these. I peek out as he shoves something in my mouth. A sweet aroma hits my nostrils. Savage, I call him, and he smiles with full cheeks. Sitting up, I steal a pancake out of his container. Blueberries dot the fluffy batter. A grumble releases through my stomach. What did he want? Rudy inquires, lifting his leg onto the bed, and his knee pokes out of its frayed hole. The dark circles under his eyes have diminished somewhat, as if he got some much-needed rest. His face is free of bruises and cuts, so he hasn't been in the betting ring. For some reason, he likes asking me questions when my mouth is full of food. He wants me to find Mac. Rudy takes a keen interest in his food, studying it. What do you want to do? I need to, I start. I didn't say need. What do you want to do? He questions, knowing our definitions of what I need aren't the same. His gaze is steady on mine. I was going to say I need a shower. I agree, but that's not what I meant. Continuing to ignore his question, I say, you didn't have a problem with my hygiene status when putting me in this bed. A laugh comes from him and wraps around me. You said it, not me. It didn't cross my mind. I place my fingertips on his cheek while he is still grinning. His beard feels soft as my thumb finds the indentation of his dimple. The smile never slips from his face as if he knows what I'm doing, but his eyes are serious. The fact that I'm able to bring some comfort to him after being gone means a lot to me, but something is bothering him. What? I inquire. To my surprise, he picks up a strand of my hair and answers me. Reese told me about Mago, about everything. My hand slips from his face and I rub my own. I know. Everything is so fucked up. Letting out a puff of air, I ask, how's Julie? A short scoff erupts from him. She's charming, as always. The dry tone in his voice makes me smile. And pregnant. Very fucking pregnant. I'm starting to think you have a thing for crazy bitches, I joke. You're not crazy, Can. I glance away from him. I was talking about Julie. When he starts to respond to that, I cut him off. What if we can find her husband? I think we should at least find out if he's dead or not. My voice chokes up and hiding the guilt is impossible, but he doesn't respond. Going on, I say, I want to help everyone that can't help themselves. I need to. There are people being taken advantage of and they don't even know it. I sniff but continue. How many did we help from the base? More than that, how many died? I think we should do some better planning, better resourcing, and just do it. Can. As good as that sounds, where would we take those people? We don't have the means to take care of them. We'll come up with something. It'll take time, and there's a lot you don't know. The elephant in the room gets stung and makes itself known by crashing around. The anger I've been trying to stuff down and get over rears its ugly head. Exactly, Rudy. I don't know why I'm sitting here talking to you about this. You've deliberately kept me in a bubble before, and look how that turned out. I don't know the details because you haven't told me. This comes out of him quickly as if it's been weighing on him. I move to crawl over his lap to leave, but he immediately wraps his arm around my waist. And I'm not asking you to. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for whatever happened to you. If I could, I'd take it away. But I'm not sorry for trying to keep you out of it, for trying to protect you. And if you keep dabbling with what you don't know, the door bursts open in a light pink blob of sweater. Sugar! Glinda cheers, but she pauses, catching sight of our predicament. Her face starts to light up even more, but when she notices the tension, she blinks. Oh, never mind me. I'll catch up later. She goes to shut the door. Glinda, wait, I call. Glinda pauses before stepping out. I'll just wait in the hall. As the door closes behind her, Rudy leans close to my ear. Kansas, don't leave this room mad, he warns. I mentally struggle with this for the split second it takes for my mind to flash him as a zombie. The hold he has on my waist loosens. I hop out of the bed, grabbing my sunglasses, but freeze when I see the picture of my dad and me at Christmas. A picture Rudy had asked about before, and now it sits on the little table beside the bed. Grabbing my pack, I open it up and pull out all the cords and laptop. Rudy watches me but doesn't say anything. I plug it in a power outlet to charge before slipping my pack on and gripping my crossbow. Rudy sighs. I'll help with Mac. I don't want any part of looking for him. He can take care of himself. Although I should hunt him down to lock him in a damn box so he can know how it feels to be left in the dark. Surprise crosses Rudy's features, but he quickly covers it. I get it, Can. You're mad. You have every right to be. But you shouldn't hold yourself responsible for what happened because it's not your fault, Rudy snaps at me. My breath is ragged, but I try to control it. Damn right I'm mad. I lean down so I'm face to face with him. About so much I can't think straight. And yes, it is my fault. I should have stayed underground. His eyes flash, but he says nothing. Besides, I can't do this, I blurt, getting it out there. Do what? He asks with reluctance. My tongue feels thick in my mouth, so I gesture between us. A humorless sound comes out of him as he crosses his arms. Rudy tenses, much like I feel, his jaw working overtime. I'm not asking you for anything, to be anything. He stands up to loom over me and continues. I'm not saying I don't want it, but the last thing I want to do is drag you down with my problems when you obviously have your own, especially with Mac still in the equation. I hold up a finger, stepping back. Mac isn't the problem. I'm sick of being lied to and sick of being sought for atrocious chauvinistic purposes. The cracks in my voice make my words harsher. This isn't how I wanted this to go, and when I get a chance to peek at him, his eyes are wide. His mouth opens to speak, but I cut him off. You're right. You should focus on your own problems. With that, I take myself out into the hallway. When I shut the door behind me, Glinda lets out a gust of air. Woo! I need a drink. She snakes her arm through mine, a familiar gesture that brings me solace. I shoot her a smile. I've missed her sassiness. Me too. Before we make it halfway down the hall, something smashes inside Rudy's room. Chapter 7. Between everything going on, my emotions spiral to new depths without my permission. The trauma lurking within the barriers of my mind isn't going away on its own. I need to pull myself together, but that can wait until tomorrow. Right now, I'll drink it down and play cards. Cheers rise from Guido's recently acquired mechanical bull, drawing our table's attention. There is a famished buckled to it, and the bull throws it around in a monstrous form. People stand around watching as its head bounces back and forth. Drool slings every which way. Its limbs flail in time with the bull that goes faster and faster by the second. I look away in disgust. Everyone at the poker table watches the bull as it tosses around the zombie. Banjo Bo is going to make it for another round, a guy a few seats to my left muses as he takes a peek at his neighbor's cards with a look of disappointment. Banjo Bo? I ask. The guy nods and another one chimes in. Yeah, the whole community will be sad when he finally kicks the bucket. He's been the only deadum to take that thing without losing any limbs. Enlightened at this development, I steal a glance at Reese, but he's giving the zombie his rapt attention with a joint hanging out of his mouth. Banjo Bo is a hardy zombie with a thick white bird's nest for a beard. His body jerks back and forth, coming loose from its bindings. Onlooker heads bob in sync with his motions. Why do you call him Banjo Bo? The cheater sits up straighter and laughs. He showed up here with a banjo still strapped to him, beating against the fence and wearing a work shirt with the name Bo on the pocket. I shoot him a smirk and take a long pull on the dusty bottle of Everclear Reese and I share before walking over to get a better look. The community uses zombies as a commodity, and it never ceases to repulse and amuse me at the same time. The crowd around the mechanical bull tenses in anticipation. Banjo Bo makes a final yank as he slings from their restraints. A leg catches on a strap, ripping from Banjo Bo's body. A juicy thud lands on the surrounding mat and jeers go up from the crowd. An argument immediately commences between a few men. Banjo Bo still wiggles on the mat, trying to get to someone. The disgruntled men pay him no mind as he slithers around like the flesh-eating maggot food he is. I grip my crossbow and take aim as Banjo Bo's hand wraps around an ankle. The arrow goes into his skull, and he goes limp. Upon jerking the arrow out, I notice the shirt really does say Bo above the pocket in stitched letters. Gore splatters the mat when I shake the arrow off. As I stride to the poker table, I feel icy glares in my back the whole way. After a while, the fuzziness of alcohol narrows my world to the guy in front of me. Nick, known to the community as the guy with the nightstick, tries bluffing his way out of a paper bag. Nick keeps raising me, and I keep calling. With the cards on the table, he could have a flush, but he's bluffing. Uncontrolled dark stubble covers his face. Shaggy blonde hair does nothing to cover his anticipation as he flips his cards over, showing pocket twos. Underneath the light, his flyaway hairs float around. Thanks for your money. Nick stands up to leave. Bye, I sing and watch the dealers shuffle the cards. bitch, he spits. Dumbass, I retort. He should know by now I don't play unless I have something, or if I'm blind. He wants to catch me bluffing. Go back to your hole in the ground. Nick leans over the table in my face. His breath could make a car putt a couple of miles. Who am I to judge? I blink at his statement. Reese puts his hand on my arm in a conciliatory manner. I jerk it away and sweep it across my space, tossing money into my pack. Wait, Can. He's leaving, Reese says so Nick can hear him. Sure enough, Nick stomps away, taking his flyaway hairs with him. Reese leans over. You could have just given it to him at the beginning. You won't have anyone to play with if you keep taking their hard-earned money. I shrug. What did he mean by my hole in the ground? I know what he means. I don't know how he found out. Who? Reese visibly swallows and glances behind him. I follow his gaze. The claptrap is the same as always. Full of the community's partygoers, this happens to be almost everyone. The dance floor overflows with sweaty bodies while music pumps through the place. The DJ spins a once popular techno song. The frantic beats don't cover the occasional gunshots from outside the community. The telltale sign zombies lurk nearby. Several different bars, looted from various places, make up the claptrap bar that is just as crowded as the dance floor. The art is a main feature here in the trap, consisting of famish tied up in assorted ways. It's grotesque, but I've gotten used to it. Mostly I ignore it. Sometimes the zombies are even people from the community that have been bitten and decide to turn. For the sole purpose of giving back, of course. I shot the last person who decided on that awful fate. I don't see anyone who stands out. Candy, a working girl and Glinda's arch nemesis, but she doesn't know my story. Several survivors from the base catch my eye. They are gathered in a cluster at the bar, having a good old time, but right in the middle of them stands Kale. Anger surges through me like a lit fuse. The bastard. I stand up abruptly, and the chair I sat in spills over, almost taking me with it. Reese grabs my arm to hold me up, but he's almost as unsteady as I am. We are able to catch our balance. Reese is one of those people you can't tell are drunk except for his coordination. You're drunk, I poke at him, giggling. Shrewdness narrows his eyes. So are you. Then, in my drunken haze, I remember I'm angry. That asshole told everyone, I whisper-yell to Reese, who has moved to stop me. Luckily, he's slow and I'm quick like a ninja. I probably look like a belligerent fly. Kale! I catch Kale's attention along with everyone else's. A dainty arm swoops through mine. Sugar, let's get you to bed now. Glinda. I don't fight her. I close in on him with Glinda in tow, but she stops me. Don't be such a child, Sugar. He ain't worth your trouble. She's right. I'm being juvenile. A sobering thought. Blinking my dry eyes, I take in everyone witnessing my behavior. Glinda pulls me toward the courtyard door, but not before I see Rudy sitting with Bunyan, Ty, and Sam. We lock eyes as much as my sunglasses will let us. I don't know what's on my face, but he looks away. I scoff, kicking the door open. Glinda takes me to her room. She lies me down and tugs at my hair. I smack her hand away. No, I want them back. You remember how long it took the first time, Sugar. No way I'm gonna let those rats back. No, please, just let it go. I like the dreads. Neat and pretty isn't my thing. The PGA numbs the thoughts of what neat and pretty entails. She sighs, but quits trying to comb my hair. No talking to you like this. Reese told me you in a bad way. A caustic laugh tumbles out of me. Not as much as I am now. I need to kill some fucking zombies. She purses her lips and shoots me a dry look. Banjo Bo doesn't count, I mumble. Whatever you say, Sugar. She pauses, and the next comes out reluctantly. You want to talk about anything? I move from the bed to a bottle of PGA. She firmly puts it out of reach. No needs to drown you sorrows, especially with this nasty stuff. You could make your bombs with this, you could. Look, Glinda, I appreciate all you do for me. I need sleep. We'll talk when I'm ready. I know. She gets up and moves towards the door, thinks twice, and takes the bottle with her. I groan my disapproval as she smiles her red, glossy lips at me. She winks as she saunters out of the room, leaving a trail of her vanilla perfume. The alcohol sinks me into the pillows as it courses through me, rushing through my veins and taking me to numbness, helping me fall asleep. Upon waking, I wonder what I can do to keep Guido off my back, plus get what I want in return. I have a few ideas and need to discuss them with Guido. A shower is also on my list of to-dos. I don't want to attract attention of any kind, including dog-dick gnats. I jump up, not caring about my rumpled state, and arm myself by strapping on my crossbow and pack. Pulling up the hood and sliding my sunglasses into place, I stand at Guido's door before I know it. He opens up and smiles pleasantly, like someone who is about to get what they want. In his dreams, I'm probably some sort of working gal. Amusement lights up his features at my clothing. "Chickie, if you want a shower first, you're more than welcome." Like you care about hygiene. Listen, I'm not going after Mac. I wouldn't have a clue of where to start, but if the team gets any leads, I'll help. He nods, looking thoughtful. I'll also get the survivors to the coalition for you without Mac. I'm going to have more survivors to handle when all is said and done, but Guido doesn't need to know that. The need to tread carefully overtakes me. I don't want to take on more than I can handle. Rudy's outlook about not knowing everything has the impact he wanted. His eyebrows go up, liking my idea. "And how's you going to do that?" "Well, you said you knew where the cult was?" Now he looks skeptical. I shake my head. "You know what Mac does. Keeps an eye on things for the U.S. coalition? They have someone on post there, too. I met him, and we've been good acquaintances. He might help. I need to know where." "This is good news, chicka. Maybe I don't need Mac-boy anymore. Waste a resource looking for him." "Dalton isn't like Mac. I'm not sure he'd do what Mac does for you. If you get someone to get a lead, then I'll help find him. I've hooked him, now I have to reel him in. I'll also pick up slack on rounds, and if I need to, I'll go on loots to get what we need until we find him." His eyes narrow into slits. "What you want?" He's not stupid. "My own place. Away from everyone. It can be outside of the community, in a barn, a box in the greenhouse, I don't care." "You know we overcapacitated, right?" "Yes, do you know of a place or not?" "Ah, my own special chicka. He paces around, thinking. I tap my foot, stopping when I realize I'm fidgeting. "Yeah, I got something. Not really safe. Wonky stairs, see? Don't need nobody fucking up the resources I have left." He stops to look at me. "If I needs you to make rounds, maybe even bring a denim for me, you do it. No fight." "Fine, as long as I don't deal with anyone else except you and shower when I want to. Now where's the cult?" Guido lifts his shoulders. "I dunno. Rudy boy know, yeah? You talk to him. He might even go with you." Damn. That's what happens when you make a deal with the devil. Chapter 8. The place turns out to be a spacious loft in the top of the family building. The best part? I don't have to go inside the building. A fire escape outside leads to the top door, and it's hidden between buildings on a side no one ever travels. A big, dirty window looks out over the unattractive greenhouse. The trees inside need pruning before they bust out at the top. I smile, remembering Linny and Bruno. I'll have to furnish the loft myself. It's chilly, but I don't mind because there is a fireplace. Guido said an electrical line will be installed in a day or so. I'll have electricity. The downside? I'll have to use the working girls' showers across the courtyard. There's an old faucet sticking out of the wall with no sink, but when I turn it on, it doesn't work. After deciding to take the day for loot, Reese and Glinda come to help. Glinda is excited to be doing something out of the ordinary. On the way, I tell them how I acquired the loft. Reese is suspicious with my terms of lease. "I don't care to be risking my life to live here. I do it every day anyway, Reese. We all do. It irks me people tend to forget this fact." He snorts. "I'm sure there's something Guido will come up with to make you uncomfortable. Speaking of that bastard, he's got me looking for Mac." I bite my lip to keep from laughing. His new predicament is probably my inadvertent doing. Upon informing him about my plans to go to the cult, he doesn't like it. Too risky. Living this life is risky. Besides, you might be able to pick Dalton's brain about Mac, find a lead. Even though I don't think Dalton will know anything of Mac's whereabouts. If he does, he'll keep it to himself. We're in a crummy furniture store in East Nashville. Reese has a freshly shaved head and a neatly braided goatee with new beads, courtesy of Glinda, I'm sure. A thermal shirt under his biker vest keeps him warm. Glinda's blonde curls run loose over a fitted red sweater as her eyes dart between the two of us. Then I'll go myself. Plus, get him to help with whatever you need. Reese's eyes never waver from me after he speaks. I sigh. Getting Dalton's help to take the survivors to Birmingham isn't the only reason I want to go. Reese stops what he's doing and narrows his eyes. I fucking knew it. Why? Why, sugar? Glinda says at the same time, worry clouding her eyes. Losing my patience right now will not help me, so I try to keep my cool. Those women and children need help. Isn't that what Dalton is there for? How do you know they need help, Can? You were there for how long? A few days? Drugged at that. I blink at him, not knowing what to say, but going by myself is looking like the option I'll have to take. Panic creeps in and my fingers tremble. I clench them in a fist. Reese groans and rubs his bald head. Fine, he tells me through clenched teeth, surprising me. But we'll be thinking this through. Stake it out. I nod in total agreement. Rudy is the only one who knows where it is. Glinda and Reese pause to look at me. Reese, maybe you can talk to Rudy. See if he'll tell you where the cult is located, I say, going for nonchalance, but failing miserably. I lift a small end table into the van. They both exchange glances, and Reese nods at her. I don't know how they have a silent conversation. Well, yes, I do. Sugar, you know Rudy doll loves you, right? You should ask him. I look her straight in the eye. Yeah, I know, but it's complicated. Reese scoffs and throws mattresses around to get one that isn't dusty. He's not one to get into people's business. I suspect so people will stay out of his, but this is clear disapproval. I ignore him. Glinda gapes at him. He finally finds a mattress that suits his liking. Something you want to say, sweets? Glinda asks him with her arms crossed. She clearly isn't in the know. Reese carries the mattress out to the van. We follow, with Glinda carrying 2 lamps, and I have a chair for a dinette table. He shoves the mattress onto the top. It's a double. I'll have to find sheets somewhere. As a matter of fact, I do. He turns to me. You need to talk to him. He needs you right now. He puts a finger in my chest, poking me with each word. And you need him. I smack his hand away. What the hell do you know? I've had enough of talking about this. I've already brought it up to him, and he shut it down. He narrows his eyes and practically screams at me. That's not what I mean, and you know it. I'm tired of watching you drink yourself away. I wouldn't give you the alcohol if I didn't think you'd risk your life to get more. It makes me sick that you hide behind those sunglasses like some kind of victim. You kicked his ass, Kansas. You're stronger than this. Now he's in my space, still poking me with his finger. His words are like a slap, and I want him out of my face. I'm ready for a retort when something comes at me from the side, throwing me out of the way. The side of my face hits the pavement as Glinda screams. Pain spreads through my head as the sunglasses bounce across the concrete. I think Reese pushed me, but the angle is wrong. He grapples with a famished, and I leap into action, pulling a bursa out. Hold it away from you, I yell at Reese. The zombie pushes Reese at the same time Glinda stabs it in the temple with her small switchblade. It crumples to the ground. I'm shaking and drop the gun. God, Reese, are you okay? I ask, but my eyes are on Glinda watching the zombie. She's shaking her hands in girly disgust. Her eyes slowly gaze up at me. Reese looks at me too. She flinches and scratches her head with wide eyes. Sugar, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that Dedham just knocked you away from Reese. I swallow. Maybe it saw Reese first and focused on its target. Reese nods. Yeah, but it started to pull back when you yelled, Can. He locks eyes with me. Well, that fucking shit ain't possible, Glinda chimes in, her gutter accent returning tenfold. She can be a little slow to the race sometimes. We loot until dark and have killed about 20 famished by the time the van is full, with furniture on top and stuff in the back. After indulging Glinda in a trip to a beauty supply store, I'm dead tired when we pull the van into the parking lot. At least there is a fence now, so we won't have to worry about any more famished incidents. No one says anything else about the zombie while we unload. Glinda makes herself at home, cleaning and rearranging. Reese builds a fire in the fireplace. We put the bed as close to it as possible so I can keep warm while sleeping. I scoot the end table with a lamp beside it, and the dinette and 4 chairs we place in the middle of the space. We can get a small sofa or recliner if you want, Can. Put it on the other side of the fire. We stretch out a rug to cover the high traffic area of the creaky hardwood flooring. Glinda and I get busy putting the sheets we looted on the bed. "There's enough space for a Christmas tree," Glinda exclaims. Reese shakes his head. "Christmas was a few weeks ago." I balk at this news. Was it really? I believe so. "We should do Christmas anyhow. I'll make plans," Glinda decides. I look away from her. My stuff is still in Rudy's room, and I'm conveniently waiting for a time when he won't be there to go get it. I let Reese and Glinda know I'll be back and set out to do this last errand. Then I can surely avoid anyone I want, whenever I want. Opening Rudy's door, I turn on a light and start putting my things in a box. That's when I find it. A folded piece of paper catches my attention like a beacon. I pull it out, sit cross-legged on the floor, and stare at the piece of paper for a long minute before opening it. Sunshine. I can't say a lot in this note in case someone else finds it. I hope you find it. I know what you went through, and I know you didn't leave. I talked to Rudy when I got back, but I had to leave. Just know my reasons are good. I'm doing this against the Coalition's wishes, and if they ever find out I'm not here, I can't come back, ever. I hope you can forgive me for everything I kept from you. Love, Mac. Way to be cryptic, Mac, I mutter and reread it about 10 times. I don't know who I'm pissed off at more. Rudy for not telling me he talked to Mac, or Mac for putting me in this situation where I have to keep a secret from everyone. Reese can't ask Dalton about Mac because Dalton doesn't know he's gone. This will come back to bite me in the ass. I toss the note in the box and pick up the laptop to boot it up. While waiting for the startup, I set the painted canvas on the bed after freeing it of dust. Looking at the laptop, I don't think it'll start, but eventually the operating system logo pops up. Thank the computer gods. I freeze when the desktop screen flashes in my face as a picture rolls down from the slow startup. Little memos pop up all over the 2 faces in the desktop picture. Malachi and me. This picture was at a barbecue a week before our fateful trip to the carnival. The sun was in my eyes, so I had been squinting and smiling at the camera. Malachi looked at me in a sideways glance with a slight smile, but his eyes were lit up in that way. My stomach dips as this reminds me of another set of eyes that look at me in the exact same way. I love it when you smile like that. I startle and turn to see Rudy over my shoulder. How long has he been standing there? Leaning against the doorframe, he flinches when he sees me close the laptop and put it in the box. You're still angry, so you're leaving. He says it like a fact and not a question. I shake my head. Just moving rooms. Blowing out a frustrated breath, he continues to watch me. Do you know where Mac might be? I ask. He levels his gaze at me before glancing up and down the hall, closing the door. No. He was here, but kept it under wraps. He needed to do something, but he'll be back. I just don't know when. All of this comes out of him with wariness so thick I'm almost sorry I asked. Almost. I nod. He left a cryptic note. Rudy's hazel eyes study me. What are you doing for the space? The change of subject doesn't surprise me. Looting when Guido needs it, making rounds, stuff like that. Let me carry your box. Thanks, but I got it. His large hand grabs my wrist to stop me. He takes off my sunglasses and meets my gaze. We make a good team, Can. He has managed to momentarily stun me. A smile tugs at the corners of his mouth as his thumb glides across my wrist. I keep thinking about the day I picked you up piggyback, when we were running from famished. Why would he be thinking about that? All I remember is being incredibly weak and ashamed he had to carry me. The smile touches his eyes. We apparently remember it for different things. Do you remember what you did? I fell down on one knee from dizziness. You were really sick, Can, but we were a mere millimeter of a second from getting taken down by famished. You and your handy machete saved us, darlin'. I shook my head. I was zombie bait. You saved my life that day when you could have left me behind. I would have. You're saying you'd have left me? No, I blow out a breath. He's right. Putting down the box, I wrap my arms around his neck. His body tenses in surprise, but returns my embrace. What's this for? He asks. For the pep talk. For being you. Because we do make a good team. He lets go and puts my shades on. You should get some rest. Grabbing the box, I leave the room, not knowing if I'm happy or what, but he said what I needed to hear. I turn and see him watching me from his doorway. Smiling, I wave. There it is, he says as his face lights up. What? Your smile. The first thing I do when I get back is show Reese the note. What the hell could he be doing? Reese wonders aloud, rolling a joint. Glinda dishes out food for us. I shrug. I don't know, but it better be mighty important, and telling Dalton that Mac is missing might not be wise. The best thing you can do is talk to Rudy. Rudy might be telling me less than he knows, but he might tell Reese. Reese studies me inconspicuously. Glinda hands me a corn cake and a bowl of mashed apples. We eat in silence. Eventually, Reese clears his throat. If Rudy is covering for Mac, you really think he's going to let me know where Dalton is stationed? I shoot him a glare. You're stubborn and bull-headed, he snorts and lights his rolled goodie. We all sit in silence as Reese tokes and blows out smoke, his eyes never leaving me. Glinda chimes in, looking at me but talking to Reese. Leave it alone, sweets. I give her a grateful smile and reach out for the joint Reese is hogging. Puff, puff, pass. We all laugh, easing some tension. Better than alcohol, I guess, Reese says as he hands it to me. Later, they get up to go to Reese's room after Reese tells me he'll talk to Rudy about the cult. Glinda moved in with him when she stopped working for Guido. I'm glad they found each other. I'm happy they are happy. The next morning, a couple of Guido's guys are in and out, working an electric line through, so I decide to go to the archery targets. I meet Sam and Ty out there. Both of them are improving their weapons skills. What up, Can? Ty says. The toboggan hat on his head is bumpy with his little dreads. Even though his skill is flipping and throwing butterfly knives, he pulls back the bowstring and shoots the bullseye right on target. Not much, I reply, eyeing the target. You guys know what we need? They look at me expectantly. I smile and point to the roofs. Moving targets. They both laugh. After we kill the targets, we move to the roof of the bachelor building with nothing but the overcast sky above our heads. A group of zombies scratch and claw on one side of the claptrap, trying to get in. Where are Guido's guys? 2 of them are putting electricity in my loft, but usually they take care of the famished quickly if they aren't using them for recreation purposes. The zombies aren't in frenzy, but mosey toward our building looking up at us. Sam shrugs. More for us. He shoots the first one. It's rather newly turned and fat. It slumps to the ground and blood seeps onto the road. Shit! I jump away from the edge when I see the face. What up? They say together. I swallow and feel a stirring of satisfaction. That's Jeremiah. They stare at the fat man in confusion. Jeremiah's the man who kidnapped me and who let his sons, Joshua and Joseph, turn on each other in a screwed-up game. Joshua ended up shooting Joseph in the face. They used my revolver, I explain, never taking my eyes from the fat piece of shit. The remaining zombies' groans cut through the silence, breaking my trance. Sam and Ty both stare at me. That's super fucked up, Ty grumbles, watching the zombie. Sucks to be him, Sam announces. I laugh at this, more than I intend. It sounds like I'm waking Frankenstein's monster. I barely register the looks Sam and Ty give me. Yo, Can, you okay, girl? You soundin' all loony and shit. Ty looks truly concerned for my mental health, so I tone it down a notch. Fucking perfect, I tell them when I finally stop. I wipe my face of tears and go about killing the rest of the famished. Maybe I'll dream of Joseph's blown-off head a little less. Chapter 9. When it crosses my mind what this means for the people under Jeremiah's care, I go to find Reese. We'll go now and scope it out. They might really need help. Dalton could be infected, Reese informs me. We are standing at the bottom of the loft escape. Meet me in about a half hour at the van. You know where it is? Talked to Rudy last night. About a lot of things. Actually, he gets a loose tongue when he's spitting drunk, he says, amused at something. He thinks whatever Mac is doing, he's doing for the coalition. My sharp glance makes him take a step back. Why would he think that? Reese shakes his head. Because Rudy's used to Mac doing things in secret. They've been friends a long time. You didn't tell him what was in the note? No. I figured if Mac wanted him to know, he would know. I kick my foot in the dormant grass. I'll tell him. About everything, but we should check it out first. Reese smiles, and it's smug as hell. Good. We leave in a half hour. My heart picks up speed. I need to get somewhere out of sight for what I feel coming on. Okay, meet you in a few. I run up the stairs and slam my door open, dropping to the floor. I have a feeling I'm going to see Joshua again. A tremble starts in my body. My heart booms in my chest as my breath comes on rapidly. I don't know if it's Joshua himself or all the things I'd experienced within that week making it all run together. I try to focus on a grain of wood. Sucking in air, blood rushes to my head, and my heart wants to beat out of my chest. My throat hurts as I make it to my knees to crawl to my bed, but my muscles are so tense I can barely move. I'm beyond feeling anything when my loft goes dark. Can! Someone yells at me in a panicked wail, but it sounds too far away. I try to focus on it, but all I hear is my pounding heartbeat. The floor gets farther away. Fucking pale! Can you hear me? Kansas! I realize I can hear, and my breathing slows. Someone's shaking me. Wide eyes check me over, bright with dismay, but swirling with greens and hints of brown, reminding me of a forest landscape. Your eyes. He blinks, and breathes a relieved puff of breath on my face. Did you faint? I believe so. Panic attack. I rub my head from a dull throb. That's never happened before. What the hell am I going to do with you? The floor suddenly has my attention because I don't know how to answer that. Thanks for getting me off the floor. How long was I there? I don't know. An eternity. I tried looking for a brown paper bag, but... He starts looking around as if he can find one now that he doesn't need it. You can't stay up here by yourself, Can. He studies me. What triggered it? I sit up, even though all I want to do is lie down and sleep. Nothing. I don't know. I was talking to Reese and had to get away. I make sure my heart and breathing are normal before I stand up to get my pack ready. I'm probably late. Rudy, I gotta go. We'll talk later, okay? I look back and notice he shaved. Thank you, but I'll be fine. He shakes his head. Where are you going? I hate lying, but I don't have time to explain something he's against. A loot job. Crossing his arms, his eyes narrow. You were talking to Reese, huh? I talked to him last night. What are you looting? I take a little too long to reply, and Rudy starts to smirk. Reese bursts in. Let's go, Can. This is your shindig, after all, he blurts, and then notices Rudy standing next to the bed. Rudy's neck turns bright red, reaching to his ears as he figures out what's going on. Yeah, we're busted. I sit in the back of the van with Reese driving and Glinda in the passenger seat. We're following Rudy in his armored truck. After telling Rudy the truth about the trip, I think he has his own agenda, and after finding out about Jeremiah, he has no reservations about going. What was he doing in my loft, anyway? And how did he know where I'm staying? I muse out loud. I told him. The least we can hope for is for him not to murder anyone, Reese mutters. He doesn't know who Joshua is, and Sam got hungry Jeremiah this morning. Reese looks at me through the rearview mirror. Ty and Sam told me how that went down. Then you have a panic attack, which is the reason Rudy will be on a warpath. You shouldn't even be going. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. We're just scoping the place out. Everyone could be dead already for all we know. As long as I stay busy, I'll be fine. If it was 4 years ago, you would need to see a shrink for all you've been through. Now I do roll my eyes. Then that would be true for everyone. Everyone didn't shoot their significant others while they were still coherent. Fuck knows what else happened to you because you won't talk about it, he spits out. He's right. I haven't told them everything. Maybe if I do, they'll stay off my back. No,
I'd rather them be this way than have pity on me. I ignore it. "Reese!" Glinda chides him. She turns to me. "Don't listen to him, sugar. He's being too harsh." She spits right back at him. I glance out the window. When I told him about Malachi, I was drunk in New Orleans one night. He took it in stride then, but apparently thinks I'm a little off my rocker. Maybe that's true, but I don't want it thrown in my face. I decide to let it go. "It's all right, Glyn. Reese is just worried about me. I have a weird way of dealing with things. Sorry, Reese." He glances at me again through the mirror. "Damn it, Kansas, it's not your fault. I want you to see that and try to help yourself. Let us help you." "You are." I push the shades up my nose. He sighs, not knowing how true that is. We park 2 blocks away from the target area. Bunyan, Ty, Sam, and Rudy climb out of his truck. The sun shines down as we make some plans, drawing out a map of the few blocks surrounding the apartment building. Rudy is no less than a sculpture of stone, still not bothering to hide his scorn. He leans against his truck with his arms crossed, having no right to be pissed off. If he wouldn't have kept me in the dark or shut down my idea, I wouldn't have been reluctant to tell him. Everyone pairs off into teams, with Glinda staying in the van, waiting on a signal in case she needs to go for help. Rudy takes matters into his own hands. "This plan sucks. I'll go with Can." Rudy's new plan consists of Reese teaming with Bunyan. "That's not going to work. Neither one of them can use a bow," I try to reason with him. "Reese can pair with Ty and John with Sam. They aren't joined at the hip," Rudy points out. "Neither are we." "Doesn't matter. Let's do this." Reese pushes us along. Putting a bursa in the back of my pants, I cover it with my hoodie and start walking. "We can be," Rudy mentions, catching up beside me. "What?" I ask, a little peeved at him. "Joined at the hips." The suggestive comment stops me. I glance over my shoulder and Reese looks away from us quickly, grinning. Shit. I try not to stare at Rudy with an open mouth. I don't know how to take him being aggressive. Usually he's a laid-back, go-with-the-flow kind of guy. Him saying something like that would have gotten blood to flowing a few weeks ago. He's trying to get me to blush, but come to think of it, I've been a dry well. Bleakness clouds my mind. I bite my lips together as I scrape my fingertips down the brick building. Loose mortar cascades to the ground. Rudy must see something on my face. His eyes go flat. We make it around a block and start for another before he says anything else. "You could have told me it was these women you wanted to help." "I tried." "No, you said something about finding Jonathan." Sighing and brushing debris from my hand, I tell him, "I thought it would get you on board quicker." A loud engine startles us. Rudy pushes me into a doorway and squeezes in with me. I almost laugh at the way he tries to flatten himself against the door. "Way to be inconspicuous, oh small one," I whisper, waving my hand as if I'm following a very small aura on his body. He snatches my arm down as we watch a military vehicle pass the perpendicular street. He grins down at me. "The only downside. I'm sure that's torturous for you." We wait to see if any others pass by, but nothing. What do you think that was all about? I hope it's the coalition. When we get to the apartment complex, everything is in chaos. Rudy and I watch as women and children are loaded into a van. Lines of men are sitting along the sidewalk. Rudy's breath catches and my gaze follows his line of sight. A girl, no older than her preteens, carrying a small animal carrier, stands next to the van. Dalton leans down, conversing with her. Rudy pays me no mind. His attention is steady on the girl. He hands me his bow and several guns. "Stay here," he utters, and leaves the shadowed corner toward the scene. When the soldiers notice Rudy, several guns train on him. Panic seizes me. "No!" The hoarse whisper slips out as I grip my own gun and step forward to have his back in case someone gets trigger-happy. A hand clamps around my upper arm, jerking me backward out of sight. "Don't you listen? What are you thinking?" Spinning around, I come face to face with a furious Mac. A storm brews in his eyes, and they seem darker. A total 180 from the last time we were face to face. "What the hell are you doing here?" There's no other word for my tone besides incredulous. "I should really be asking you the same question, but I'll bite. I was on my way to the community when I saw Rudy's truck headed in this direction. I followed, knowing today was a raid day. I'm glad I did, because it could have been a fucking disaster. He paces in agitation, running his hands through his hair. The gesture makes his curl fluff up. Dark circles line his eyes, and sandy stubble covers his face. The stains on his jeans signal he fought a horde of zombies recently. Raided? Why doesn't the community get raided? Why does this have special fucking attention over the community and everything else? He stares me down, but I don't shrink back from him. Because no one is being harmed at the community can. Lucy wasn't harmed? The fighting? The lawlessness of the place? Sorry, but I beg to differ on that one. Shock wearing off from seeing Mac, I turn away from him to make sure Rudy is okay. The guns no longer focus on him, and he's on his knee hugging the girl. Mac sees it too. Holy fucking shit. Is that... Turning on me, he grabs my arm again. Okay, Sunshine, go to Rudy's truck before the big bad people use you for more than your uterus. I jerk my arm away from him and slap him across the face. Fuck you. He stalks away, but not before throwing "already have" over his shoulder. Chapter 10. When I get to the van, the team is waiting on Rudy and me. I explain in as few words as possible what went down and climb into the van. They decide to wait a little while longer for Rudy and Mac. Glinda gets into the driver's seat and leaves them there to take me back. Want to talk about it? No. When we make it to the community, I end up taking a long shower. Maybe my inside funk will go down the drain along with the outside funk, but standing in the shower does nothing except give me chill bumps and waste water. The one good thing that came from that trip is knowing those women and children are on their way to something better. My relief is palpable, and I didn't even have to do anything. I'm glad for the cooler weather as I dress in jeans and a thick sweatshirt. Bruises still mar my body in yellow splotches, and I'm able to cover most of them up. The worst is still my neck, and I'm afraid my voice is somehow permanently damaged. To keep my mind off things, I tinker with my laptop. It takes a little while to unravel cords to find a match for the electronic notebook I filched from the base. After plugging them together, I turn them both on. I know from countless times trying to figure out a password on my own that the notebook uses 12 characters or less. The program I have for passwords will take forever to go through sequences, especially since the laptop is slow. I can only hope the password consists of letters or numbers, but if it's a series of letters, numbers, and symbols, it'll take days. After typing the 12-character max into the program and hitting start, I peer at the darkened sky through the window and know everyone is back by now, including Mac. I'm not sure why he pulled his cold bastard routine on me today, but I'll be damned if he does it again. It should hurt, but it only makes me angry. Where has he been, anyway? The numbers on the screen tick and pause a moment when checking the sequence. My eyelids droop and my body feels heavy. Groaning, I lean back in the chair. The next couple of weeks are going to drag. I feel it. My mind flips through everything at a rapid pace. Mago's daughter, Mac's whereabouts, Julie's pregnancy. Wait. Julie. I can't believe I haven't thought of Julie before now. If someone knows something about Mago's daughter, it will be her. Of course, the last person I ever want to converse with. Figures, I mutter. To procrastinate against going to find her, I eat some fresh fruit from the marketplace I bought when Reese and Glinda and I set up my place. Hopefully it'll give me my small burst of energy. Eating some bread or something would help, but I don't have any. With my feet kicked up on the table, I'm steadily watching numbers when a soft knock sounds and the door swoops open to reveal Rudy with an armload. We watch each other for several seconds. He doesn't have on his bandana, so his hair falls around his face. I look away first to chew my cuticle, curious as to why he has the same animal carrier the little girl had. With a sigh, he walks in. Here, hot noodles. I made me some, so I figured. I kick out a chair for him to sit. Pleased at my invitation for him to stay, he puts a steaming cup in front of me and carefully places the carrier on the floor. He grins when I keep peeking at the carrier. I meet his gaze. Cut the suspense. What's that? Mine and Rudy's love child, Mac announces, letting himself in. Irritation spikes, but I trample it down in belief he'll tell us where he's been. I narrow my eyes at him. Rudy leans down and opens the little door, I suspect to cut the tension. Poindexter, but we call him Dex, Rudy informs me. Mac saved him as a kitten from a pack of zombies. A huge orange cat crawls out, sniffing around curiously. I laugh when I realize how he got his name. Black fur circles his eyes like glasses. We should start calling him Fat Bastard, Mac mutters as the cat rolls over for Rudy to pet his belly. Dex is pretty fat. Both men seem happy to have him in sight. There's something endearing about two grown men attached to a cat. I bend to scratch his tummy too. When the cat realizes it's not Rudy, he flops over and skitters away. I scowl in its direction. Mac laughs and claps his hands. Okay, drink some of that broth and I'll check out your throat. I eye Rudy with suspicion. You're not fighting for this, are you? Rudy shakes his head as Mac says, no, I want to. Relenting, I drink some of the soothing broth. I've been worried about my voice and don't want to think about permanent damage. Rudy and I watch as Mac opens a text and checks it over, but not before he stares at the laptop for several moments with tight lips. Finally, Mac asks me to sit up straight and begins to feel my neck, working around to my throat and asking if it's tender or to speak every now and then. I ask Rudy who the little girl is. A smile touches his face. Michelle. She just turned 10. I came across her and her older sister Marie during the outbreak on my way to the quarantine. Max scoffs. Don't let that bastard fool you. He saved them both. My chest swells, even though he makes it sound like a bad thing. Because he has a big heart. Fondness shines out of Rudy when he meets my gaze. Mac only rolls his eyes. Yeah, heart that'll get him killed. My stomach drops as the recurring dream bitch slaps me in the face when it flashes through my mind. I pull back from Mac's hands, glancing at the computer screen. Says the one who saved a cat, I say, waving my hand at him. Mac scoffs. I might have climbed the tree, but it was his idea. After a long moment, Rudy continues his story. Anyway, when the base was overrun, I sent them out ahead of me with Dex. His throat contracts. Apparently Marie didn't make it, but Michelle was picked up by the cult. She's different from when I last saw her, but she's safe now. He glances at Mac with some animosity before covering it up. Mac stands up and peers down at me. Like the rest of your body, your vocal folds are bruised and swollen. You need to stay hydrated and not speak as much as possible. You also need to rest. Drink water, he emphasizes, snapping the textbook closed, moving toward the door. You're not going to enlighten us on your whereabouts? What about those women? Where are they? And the men who rape them day in and day out? By the time my spiel of questions finishes, my voice chokes out. This is unbelievable, yet believable at the same time. Mac makes a pointed look to Rudy before leveling his gaze at me. No wonder your vocals are as swollen as they are. I'll be back in the morning. The rickety fire escape creaks loudly as he bounces down. What the fuck is his problem? Rudy lifts a shoulder. Stress. I laid into him about not being here to handle his shit, and having to get up close and personal with Julie probably isn't helping matters. My eyebrows skyrocket. What? The midwife thinks there might be complications. She's real close to labor, had a few bouts of Braxton Hicks. At the expression on my face, he explains, they're like practice contractions. Learn something new every day. For what it's worth, I hope there aren't any complications. It can mean a completely new set of problems. I don't want to say anything to bring on more pressure or worry, so I keep my mouth shut. It's like a storm cloud follows him around, judging from the slight slump of his shoulders. I dislike the uneasiness, thinking I'm part of the cause. You don't have to take care of me, you know. Lines develop on his forehead as he lifts his eyebrows. I know, but you haven't had a chance to heal and take a break. A rhythmic sound starts when he drums on the table with his fingers as if lost in thought. I slurp down noodles, and when he doesn't say what's on his mind, I fill the silence. I've had a lot on my mind. He stands up. Okay, I'll make you a deal. Huh? I manage, knowing it'll be something I don't like. A little dimple appears on the right side of his face. A deal, Kansas. You apparently know how to make them. He turns to Pace, thinks better of it, and squats by the fireplace to light it. Give yourself 1 week. 1 week of nothing. No looting, no rounds, no weapons, no drinking. Eat, sleep, and heal. He peers over his shoulder at me to see my reaction. I narrow my eyes. Are you grounding me? I mean for it to come out jokingly, but it sounds accusatory. He shakes his head. If you do this for 1 week, then I'll help in finding Mago's daughter. I'll help with whatever it is you think you need to do. I scoff. I don't have a week if Mago will be here tomorrow. Reese and Glinda will be ready. Walking over, he leans down face to face and pulls off my sunglasses. They land on the table with a clang. His eyes sparkle mischievously. No, darlin', they won't. I've already talked to Reese. We agree. Everyone agrees. I'm more than a little agape, realizing the look Mac threw him a minute ago is all part of their plan. You're all conspiring against me? Rubbing his chin, a soft lift of his lips forms. We're just worried about you. A flash of something crosses his face as he grazes my throat with his rough fingertips. If I agree to this, and after a week we go off on some escapade, what about Julie? He grimaces, but recovers smoothly. A deal's a deal. Sounds like he's in a cross that bridge when I get to it frame of mind, so of course I want to argue. I don't, because if push comes to shove, I'll do it myself. My face must show a little haughtiness or something because his jaw clenches. When he stands abruptly, I feel the empty space. Before he can step back, I wrap my arms around his waist, burying my face in an intimate place. Right below his stomach, I feel his pelvic bone through his sweatshirt, and the fact that we have both been through the ringer is amplified. Don't be mad, Rudolph. I'll need you to bring me hot noodles this week. My voice squeaks out a wheezy sound. Agreeing to this is easier than I thought. Ever since I've been back from New Orleans, I'm more tired than usual. I need to, at least a few days. He returns my hug, squeezing me to him. You're agreeing? I can hear the grin in his voice. As long as you eat and sleep too. I gaze up at him over the long expanse of his torso. Rudy's rough fingers travel over a bruise on my eye. Sitting back, I pick up the cup of noodles. Deal, he says as I finish eating. I smile to take the sting out of what I'll say. Maybe I'm trying to keep busy. Maybe healing takes a lot more than eating and sleeping. I end up staring into space. His long frame folds into a squat beside me. I found you in the middle of a serious anxiety attack. I was coming to talk to you then, and that was when I saw how serious it is. You hide. Not as good as you think you do, but you do. It will take a lot longer than a week for some things, but it's a start. He runs his hands through his hair. A very familiar gesture. I miss him. I don't know how to tell him or explain how much. Yeah, it might, I whisper. Dex maneuvers around Rudy's legs and jumps into his lap. Rudy scratches between his ears. You mind if he stays in here? He'll do his business outside. Keep you company. I don't think he likes me much. I stick my hand out for him to sniff. Eventually, I move to pet his head. He eyes me as if I'm not really worthy of petting him, but he'll allow it for now. I've always loved cats. My mom hated them and often referred to them as speed bumps. Rudy says nothing, and I glance at him. With mischief written on his face, he leans down, still watching me. You be nice to Can, Dex. His hand covers his mouth, whispering to the cat. Dex blinks in a bored manner. She just won't acknowledge it yet, Rudy finishes louder and grins at me as the cat jumps off his lap. The door springs open and Rudy jumps up. Glinda stares between the two of us. Oh, sorry, sugar. I can come back. Reese said you'd be resting a week, and I think that's a fine idea. I came up to see if you need something. She's backing up toward the door. No, Glinda, you stay. I need to go anyway, Rudy says. Don't be silly. You two gets cozy for the night. I sigh. She's becoming worse than Reese. Jules is seeing the midwife. I told her I'd be there. Glinda purses her lips, unimpressed. Hey, Rudy, will you bring Julie by here after? I need to ask her something. He stares at me for a long moment before nodding. The air feels colder when he leaves. That boy is stupid, Ken. You in here looking all doe-eyed? She trails off with a pinched face and gripping her own hips with both hands. I think steam is coming from her ears. She hardly ever calls me Can. I do not look doe-eyed. The cat is cute, I improvise and point to Dex, sitting a few feet away watching us. A leg hikes straight into the air and he starts licking his balls. He even works around his jelly roll like a pro. Whatever you say, Sugar. Glinda bangs a jar on the table. It's full of some kind of goo. What's that? Wax. I made it for you. Smells like jasmine. It might turn into the Blob at any moment. Thanks, but you're not touching my panty line. Huffing, she wipes the corners of her mouth. It's hair wax. Thought I'd put the dreads back if you want 'em. Make 'em all pretty and feminine-like. And anyways, I hate to burst your bubble and all, but if your hair is any sign, your kitty probably ain't too pretty, and I don't know how to operate a bush hog. My mouth drops open. I shave. An awkward moment passes as she manages to stare at me in doubt and astonishment. I don't know what to say. I can't believe how relieved I am to hear that. We both burst out laughing. Dex scrambles to the other side of the loft. A knock jars me awake and the door swings open. Two figures emerge, visible from the leftover glow of the fire. Rudy and Julie. I drag myself upright and turn on a lamp. My arm drops to my side from heaviness. What is wrong with me? Movement from my other side shocks me. Dex stretches and blinks sleepy eyes at me before jumping off my mattress. I knew he'd like you, Rudy says, and goes about feeding the fire.
She can do that herself, Rudy, Julie says with a sweet voice, as if she's standing up for my independence. I know better. Apparently Rudy does too, because he ignores her. She sighs and wobbles over to sit in a chair. She wears a pair of Rudy's baggy sweatpants and she's covered in a big blanket. Her pale hair is as wild as I've ever seen it. She can even make homeless look cute. I rub my eyes. Nice to see you, Julie. She snorts. Sure. I'm curious as to why you want to see me. It isn't for my health. I feel a tight smile. Rudy throws another log on the fire. Hot ashes fly, drifting to the rug. Great. He's uncomfortable. Fine. No pleasantries then. I want to know about Mago's daughter. Rudy speaks up. Can, I just want to know. I'm not going back on the deal. I just need some food for thought. Julie ignores his protest. Why should I tell you? You're having me sent to the coalition. I don't even have to wonder why. I am not. I don't care what you do. I got a notice that the survivors from our compound are being sent there for an indefinite amount of time for psychological evaluation. Wow, news to me. When did you get the invoice? This is my job. Who's doing it? I have a feeling I already know. A few hours ago. Jules, it's not Can's fault, Rudy says in a nasty tone, staring daggers at her. Whoa. I can honestly say he never looks at me like that. He saves those looks just for her. I perk a bit. And I told you, you don't have to go. He's right, I tell her. I made the deal because Guido doesn't want everyone here at the community knowing Mago is a voodoo priest. You were never even mentioned. He would make an exception for you. I never even counted you as a survivor. Maybe not consciously, I add in my mind. Rudy must have heard it in my tone because he shoots me a half-smile. I also keep to myself that I think she should go, but I only think this because she might have complications with her pregnancy. Julie ignores Rudy. This is the first time I've seen them interact and wonder if it's a regular thing. Why does he put up with it? I make a note to ask him. She studies me when she says, I need to talk to you. Privately. I shrug and study Rudy's cautious reaction. Being alone with Julie isn't one of my favorite things. What can she not say in front of him? Maybe I can talk her into going to the coalition. The same question and confusion is written all over his face. He obviously doesn't think it's a good idea. Moving to the door, he says, Jules, you need to tell Can about the emergency evacuation plans. With that, he's gone. What does he mean? Julie waves a hand in the air. The base had plans in case of emergencies. Special places to go, you know? Rudy asked me about it. Told me you're worried about all the children that live there. I gasp as she takes in my face. You really are, aren't you? I nod. That means Jonathan might be alive. We could go and see. She glances down, picking at a frayed spot on the blanket. He wouldn't have gone to our designated spot without me. She sniffs and says, I'm sorry for being difficult. I widen my eyes, not knowing how to respond. The last thing I expect is an apology. I clear my throat. What did you need to speak to me about? She leans forward as far as her belly will let her. I want to go to Arizona. I can wait until after the baby is born. I blink at her. Dex jumps on my bed, curling up beside me. Okay, this isn't out of left field or anything, I say, and can hear my own confusion. Her eyes roll as if she can't believe she needs to explain. The large development in Arizona? Still not following you? Oh my God, you don't know. Her hand goes to her mouth in shock. Unease crawls up my neck. Know what? That's where Mac's been. It's where his mother has been living. Could you imagine? Thinking your family dead and then finding out they're alive? My eyes burn, which is quickly becoming a familiar sensation. I don't know whether to be happy he found his mom or to be angry to have been kept in the dark. Again. Chapter 11. Turns out Julie didn't know much about Mia. Only that she was kept under thumb and was transferred to another compound like the base. Julie flat out refuses to go to the coalition to give birth. She wants me to talk Rudy into taking her to Arizona because he's not fond of the idea. I figured that's what her apology was all about and told her to get the fuck out of my loft. Rolling over in my bed, I hit a warm body, which turns to ice as I try to blink my heavy eyelids open. Feeling lethargic, Miss Moore? When I'm finally able to see, I find Mago lies next to me. Fear gathers at the base of my neck, and I try to speak, but nothing comes out. Don't worry. It is the same for me. It's working. That's when I notice he can hardly keep his eyes open. Again, I try to talk and realize I'm in a strange bed with someone moving around us speaking in tongue. Struggling to move my limbs, he continues, Rest. I'll see you soon. My eyes spring open and I'm in my own bed being smothered by a small body. I push Dex off my head and fall back asleep before he settles somewhere else. The next morning, I've been awake for about 10 minutes, long enough to let Dex outside and stare into space, when Mac comes in with his arms and hands full of food, but he looks around appreciatively. I guess he didn't take it all in last night. Nice. Guido must like you, but who doesn't? Mac looks at me then. He's freshly showered, and he cut his hair to where his curls crop his head. They gently fall on his forehead and ears. Ah, you're going to be nice now? I get up, still in my boots and fully clothed. His face becomes unreadable. After I stir my fire, we both sit at the table with eggs, assorted fresh fruit, and milk. There's weird cut bacon on his plate. It's cut in large chunks. I crinkle my nose and he snorts. Still a meat prude? I look up from my eggs. You could have told me you found your mother, I say nonchalantly. He sits back, running his tongue along the inside of his lip. You don't realize how much you miss something until it's in front of you. The feeling doesn't last long. Clenching his jaw, he picks up his fork without acknowledging my statement. I don't eat. I've suddenly lost my appetite because all I want to do is snatch his fork and stab him with it, but it wouldn't get me anywhere. I settle on glaring at him. After an eternity, he pushes his plate away and takes a deep breath. Yes, I found her. She's alive and happy and well, more so now that she knows the same about me. A smile touches his lips, but he keeps his focus on anything but me. Why'd you come back? I don't really mean to ask that, but it comes out. Really? He scoffs. Same reason Rudy puts up with that mental vampire? Right and wrong. I have a duty. It took me a day or two to realize it while I was there. He places his hands on the table, leaning forward. You wouldn't believe it, Kansas. All the people. It's completely normal. Communities with houses, regular working electricity, hot water. They even broadcast on TV. Just local entertainment like soccer games, improv comedy, newscasts, with weather. They predict the fucking weather. It's not as fancy as it used to be, but a day or two ahead. They go to work, get off, and eat dinner. The children go to school. I'm sure my mouth hangs open. He laughs at my expression, and the sound relieves some tension. I want that here. I want it normal here. I sigh, knowing I want it too. How did you know where to find her? His head turns down as he fiddles with his pants. Do you know how happy I am that you were kidnapped? How fucked does that sound, right? I wasn't at the time. I was completely pissed. No, I was hurt. He says the last quietly and swallows. I thought you left because of what I told you about Julie. Everyone told me you wouldn't do that. Rudy argued that we should find you when I didn't think you wanted to be found. A bitter snort escapes him. We kicked the shit out of each other because we didn't agree on what to do next. It was bad. So I left. But if the kidnapping had never happened, then I still wouldn't know she's alive. He shrugs, trying to cover up how ashamed he is for leaving the team to their mission. I don't say anything, but let him continue. I went to my mom's house in Chattanooga, where I grew up. I was there for days before I saw her note written in Sharpie on her white refrigerator. She had come back to write the note a year after she left with a group to head west. I nod for him to go on. She said she was living in a growing, safe community in Sierra Vista, Arizona. It's near the Mexico border. It's chopped into small communities. I didn't know that until I went. It was easy to find her, though, because they keep track of everyone who goes in and out. He leans back in his chair and looks at the ceiling. I'm in awe. She's a genius for writing the note in case relatives showed up trying to find her. I decided to go, but first I went to the coalition. They ordered me to my post, he says in a mocking tone. Now I know they didn't want me to see what was going on there. I almost stayed out of spite. Anyway, I came here, dropped off goods to Guido, and hid out with Rudy and the leech while I prepared for my trip. Rudy knew where you were going? I asked out of curiosity. Okay, I want to know if he lied. No, I couldn't tell anyone. I did tell him last night. Julie was there. She wants to go now. Yeah, now she's expecting me to help her. Mac rolls his eyes. She expects everyone to help her, even though she contributes nothing to the cause except dreary doom. I spent days cooped up with her and Rudy. I had to, since all the rooms were occupied. Although Rudy was working day in and day out to get a room of his own, I hardly saw him. He glances out the window before continuing. What pisses me off the most about it all? You risked everything to get her out of that place. Rudy, too. She appreciates nada. Told her so. I laugh and tell him the story about when I first met her, beginning with how I played dumb about who she was to get information out of her. All her kitten knickknacks, her husband Jonathan, how she freaked when I told her Rudy was coming to get her. Ended with me locking her in a closet to keep her from running. We laugh about it for the longest time. It feels good to tell him. I've told Reese the whole story, but Mac appreciates it more since he's spent some time with her. Wow, no wonder she hates you. You turned her little world upside down. I shrug. She doesn't know any better. I'm sure the angry things Rudy and I said to each other a few times didn't help your cause. What things? I don't know if I want the answer. I felt the tension they still have yesterday. It only makes my trepidation worse. Oh, well, you know how we feel about you. That has to peak at some points. Rudy's words the morning after the base come back to me. I've known him since the outbreak. We became good friends through alcohol and archery. Even Reese's words have an impact. They've been friends a long time. A distinct mule sounds from outside my door. I jump up. What the hell is that? Mac breaks out of whatever thoughts are running through his mind. Oh, that's Dex. He wants in. Dex. Mine and Rudy's love child. Shit. There is no way I'm coming between a friendship like Rudy's and Mac's. Dex saunters in like the king of my castle when I open the door. He sniffs the air and jumps up on the table. Hey! Ignoring my protest, he eats my cold eggs. It surprises me that Mac says nothing to him. I'd have thought he'd have a problem with a cat on the table. Mac only feeds Dex leftover bacon. I decide on another course of conversation. Why didn't you tell me about the birth control? And why were you so rude to me yesterday afternoon? My voice is harder than I want it to be. Silence. He can't look at me, but he stacks the plates as Dex licks his paws. Mac's Adam's apple bobs, and he rubs his face as if wiping away an expression he doesn't want me to see. I'd laugh at his nervousness, but I'm serious. "I'm sorry if I hurt you," he finally says. "You didn't hurt me." He casts me a sharp glance, and I realize it probably should have. A soft, mirthless laugh escapes him. He runs a hand through his hair and mumbles, "I didn't see that coming from a fucking mile away." "Do you know what I've been through to keep you under the radar? You were this close to fucking that up." He holds up his forefinger and thumb. Pointing to the laptop still making its way through sequences, he continues, "You are the exact kind of person the Coalition wants to send into the revolutionist compounds under pretense." Counting on his fingers, he continues, "Young, female, resourceful, no ties to the current or former government or military. I suppose you know about the homemade birth control that hasn't been studied or tested in any great extent. They make it by the buckets in a lab for the sole purpose of keeping the population down and under control until there is control. I didn't want you taking it because I wouldn't take it myself. It's true, I have helped the ladies here with it, as they made the decision to take it. Those who don't use it know their cycles. I wasn't lying to you about that." I stare at him as all of his words sink in. "I believe that's my own choice. All of it. And you damn sure could have said something, anything, but instead I wasn't told." I squeeze his hand to make him meet my stare. "Those awful people wanted me to get pregnant. The thought of a pregnancy is such a vile idea. You could have warned me." A hard burden crosses his face, a deep worry. "Look, do you trust me?" I nod once, even though my trust with him is flimsy at best. "I know it's only a matter of time before the Coalition finds out about you, but I'm going to keep protecting you as long as I can. I don't think there's a need to bother. Besides, I'm helping Mago. I have a feeling you already know about him." "A feeling?" he asks, his voice giving nothing away. I narrow my eyes at him. He sighs. "I don't know much about him, but I do know he controls it the best he can to keep people from being harmed. You knew what they were doing at the base." He shakes his head. "Not all of it. Not the vaccine. I'm not all-knowing, if that's what you're thinking. I just told you about Arizona and how I feel about it. They keep secrets even from me. Only saying anything on a need-to-know basis. When I found out about Mago and reported him, I was told to leave him alone." "Did Reese tell you Mago thinks the vaccine isn't real?" "Yes, and I don't know what to think about that until I make a run to Birmingham and do some digging around." Now would be a good time to mention Mago and recent events, but for some reason I feel I need to keep my dreams to myself. "You'll let me know what you find?" "You're supposed to be resting. Instead, you're trying to crack open an electronic notebook that'll probably lead nowhere." He looks at the laptop with disdain. "You need a new one, unless you have a program that can decipher shorthand code." I shoot him a glare for changing the subject. "There's nothing wrong with that laptop, and no, I don't. You think I'll need one?" "The revolutionists aren't stupid. You think it'll be all written out neat and wrapped in a bow?" Even though this has already crossed my mind, I shrug. Doesn't hurt to give it a shot. His hands go into the air in surrender. "Fine." His hand shoots out and grabs my wrist. I feel something slip onto it. I twirl the bracelet around my wrist. It's still warm from wherever he had it. A leather-braided band with wood and silver beads woven through it. I feel my lips turn up. My mom made it. Hobby of hers. I clear my throat so it won't crack. "You told your mother about me?" "Why wouldn't I?" A flash of something passes in his eyes. "It's just a bracelet, Can. I'm not trying to pick up where we left off. I know it's not like that for you." "It's not like that for you either," I blurt. Swallowing audibly, he stares at me. "What are you talking about?" "Of course I care about you." There it is, which I know already. I know how it feels to be in love and have it returned. "That's not what I mean. I care about you too. We're not in love with each other." Letting out a laugh, he stands up. "Then I guess we know where we stand." I grab his wrist, looking up at him as turpentine reaches my nose. He must have been making arrows. "Wait. I want to thank you." He eyes me, waiting for me to explain. You were there for me, listened to me, made me laugh through a difficult transition no one knew I was going through. You helped me move past things that were hard for me to get over, and I'll never forget it. I think you deserve to have someone love you as much as you love them. He shakes his head. That's way more than I deserve. I drop his arm, and he leaves without a backward glance. With a heavy heart, I know it's the right thing to let it go. Even after deceiving me and the recent events overshadowing everything, he'll always have a certain place in my heart, but he doesn't hold it. I owe him a lot, and I don't think he understands how much. His news is the most shocking. I'm excited that people are living normal, happy lives, going to work, having babies, mowing grass, getting their teeth cleaned. Well, I'm not sure about the latter, but it's possible. They watch TV, for crying out loud. Trying to soak this information into my brain is completely astounding. I almost agree with Julie about going. Almost. What if we took the people here at the community there? Another possibility, but I'm with Mac. I want it here. The main reason it worked in Arizona is because there aren't any zombies, I assume. That's what we have to do. Get rid of the millions of zombies that horde all over the cold territories. It starts with Mago. He is the key to the people, the sick people, wanting to keep the zombies in place. It's their way of controlling and keeping a body of government at bay. I have to admit, it works for them. I'm sure Guido is one of those people. He likes zombies way too much. Yeah, it is working for them. For now. I'm restless and need to do something. The targets are right inside the new fence. I'd be safe. I take my time, dressing warmly and arming myself. After my guns are in place, I strap a compound bow on my back and walk out the door. The field is clear of people and it's cold. My breath fogs in front of my face as I walk. A few people mill about in the courtyard in the distance. The greenhouse is a little frosty, but maybe it's just condensation. I'm a little out of practice, but easily catch on after a few arrows. I hit the targets right on, except for one that goes into the distance over the fence because some kids screaming from the courtyard distracted me at the last second. When my arrows run out, I retrieve them, including the one beyond the fence. After finding and picking it up, I turn, catching movement. It disappears between the greenhouse and the marketplace building before I grasp what it is. Figuring I should check it out, I scale along the fence and then the wall of the building. I grip the compound bow with a notched arrow and peek around the corner, coming face to face with a body. My yelp echoes through the tight space and I release the arrow. It flies off to the side. Frozen still, I gulp at the famished standing right in front of me. Not doing anything. I stare at it. It's a male, fully clothed and fairly new. He still has darkened, bloodshot eyes that don't have the milky tint to them yet. Not sure how long I stand and stare. I look around to see if anyone notices I'm standing here with a zombie like we're discussing statistics. Okay, zombie, what do you want? I ask like it will answer. I pinch my nose. A bath? It probably wants food, which isn't going to happen. I step closer. The dark and bloody globes peer at me. Are you in there? I whisper. No spark. Nothing. Did you have a family? Wife? Kids? Did they make it through the outbreak with you? I'm rambling. To a zombie. Trying not to freak out. I don't know what to do. I should kill him, yeah, that's what he wants, if he is still in there somehow. The gun will make a shot and draw people. I don't want anyone to know I came out by myself. I turn to go get my bow. He follows me. I have to kill him. As much as I'd like to explore this unexpected shenanigan, I can't very well have him following me around. I clear my throat. Yes, meet my friend. Bob. Yeah, Bob. Don't worry about that smell. He's allergic to water and soap. And the sun. Oh, if he starts eating your arm, don't worry. He'll stop when he's full. Yeah, that'll go over real smooth. I try to think if there's anything I want to know while I have one so close up, undead. Just to see what will happen, I say, open your mouth. It opens slightly and I jump back as my heart beats faster. Close your mouth before you knock me out with your vapors. It closes. I swallow and take another glance around. How can it even comprehend what a mouth is? The person still has to be in there somehow, some way. I load the bow, pulling the string back. I haven't killed a zombie that wasn't trying to harm me or someone else in some way. Since you can comprehend what I say, I think you can anyway. This is a mercy. I wouldn't want to be in a decomposing body that I couldn't control. I watch for some sign of recognition. Nothing. I sigh and release the arrow. It's quick. Off in the distance, another one staggers my way. What? Stop, I yell to it. Sure enough, it does. What the hell? I'm never going to be able to leave again. I shoot it quickly and leave both of them where they are, although my limbs feel like jelly and goosebumps cover my arms. Someone will find them. I'm some sort of zombie magnet. I know exactly who to thank for this particular feat. Chapter 12. I keep my eyes to the ground, walking through the courtyard, clad in hood and shades. I'm breathing heavy and my fists are clenching in and out. Something else to add to my growing list of problems. I don't know what to do with my new Jonah Hex superpower. Well, not quite like Jonah Hex, but at least his was freaking useful. What could we find out if we could talk to zombies? What does Mago expect me to do? Who can I tell? After my conversation with Mac, he'll freak out. So will everyone else. Can, I've been looking for you, little lady, Reese bellows, striding up to me. Not now, Reese. I'm supposed to be resting. I sound a little snappish. He pauses as if he forgot. Yeah, that's right. You are. So what have you been doing? Nothing. Walking. I got restless. I blurt, too fast to be believable. We reach the fire escape stairs to my loft. He stops me with his tattooed arm. With your bow? An eyebrow cocks over his sunglasses. And your guns? Reese, if the outbreak taught me anything, it'd be you never know. I can practically see his narrowed eyes through the shades. I won't tell if you don't. He grins and gets to his point. Just wanted you to know Julie is having her baby. That's how I end up in the claptrap, drinking at the bar in the middle of the day. Celebrating, of course, because that's what you do when new life comes into the world. Hey, Can, glad to see you're doing better. I glance down the bar to see Dalton before snapping my eyes back. I raise my glass of moonshine to him, eyeing the nearby zombie warily. It's watching me. I know it. I down my gasoline. Glad to hear those women and children are in a safe place. A smile lights up his face. I know, me too. Curiosity gets the better of me. What happened to the men? Dalton's eyes cut sideways to me. You don't want to know. He drinks the rest of his liquor and stands. I need to go get some sleep. I'm getting a new assignment soon, and I'm heading out to Birmingham with Mac as soon as that baby is born. You got time for another, then? I flag Bart down. Joshua's dad showed up here, as a zombie, I mention, more for small talk than anything. Dalton stares at me. Jeremiah wasn't the twins' dad, Can. He picked them up after the outbreak. 10-year-olds needing protection and all that. Bart slides glasses our way as Dalton's words hit home. 10? My stomach turns when I add that up to 14. Joshua was only 14 when he shot his own twin brother. I down the glass and choke up. Tears blur my eyes as Dalton keeps talking, not noticing my changed demeanor, but Bart does. He immediately gives me another drink. After a few more, my ode to zombie charm doesn't bother me as much, and neither does anything else. I get Dalton to play a few rounds of cards. He doesn't normally get to, so I don't blame him for his over-consuming. By the time it's all said and done, we're shit-faced. I try to make my way to sleep it off. When I go to the courtyard, it's still daylight. I find my fire escape and crawl up the stairs. They wobble my whole way up. I'll be damned if falling and breaking my neck will be my demise. Someone shakes me. I put a pillow over my head. Go away, I slur. Naughty girl, you're drunk. You smell like old man Haney's moonshine still, I hear a muffled Mac say from the other side of the pillow. Mac? I stick my head out. It's dark now. I'm fully clothed on top of the bed covers with no fire. My fingers are frozen stiff. The bright light turns on from the lamp and hurts my eyes. I puff out air. You need an electric heater. You are ice cold. Nah, moonshine keeps me warm, I say, looking around for the sunglasses and finding them on the other side of the bed. He laughs and goes about starting a fire. I'm sure it did, but not now. I should have done that already. I'm glad you didn't. Could have burned the whole building down. The fire catches, and he puts a chair close to it. Come here. I hobble up as he pulls the blanket off the bed. He sits me on the chair and cocoons me in the blanket. You're freezing. Can't leave you alone for any amount of time. Julie have her baby? He pulls another chair over and sits down. The smell of tobacco floats in the air around him. Has he been smoking? Yeah, all over. I didn't have to do or see anything, thank God. I can go my whole life and say I've never seen her hoo-ha. I laugh. She screamed a lot, though. Rudy and I were in the hall the whole time. Really? Rudy was? I would have thought he'd hold her hand at least. Yeah, she didn't want him in there. I think he was worried about having to coax her through it and was relieved when he didn't. Oh. He would have if she wanted it. Why did she opt out of his comfort? She was going to break off the engagement with him before the outbreak, I say. It takes a while for this to sink in. He sighs. I'm not surprised. I bet he knows it too. He doesn't say much, but there's a lot going on in that head of his. They might have known each other since they were kids, you know, family. Might explain why he puts up with it, but I have a feeling there's more to it. Speaking of, Rudy'll be here with some hot food. That snaps me into awareness. What? I jump up and stumble backwards. Mac catches my arm to keep me from falling into the fire. He exhales heavily. He'll know I've been drinking. That was the deal. What really matters is that you eat. I've never seen you so skinny. You've been through a lot, and contrary to what you believe, you're not handling it well. I bet you haven't eaten since the eggs this morning. Not that you ate any of them. He checks around for any sign that contradicts his statement. I think about telling him about the zombie this morning, but decide against it. I'd be locked up for sure. Picking up a bag of the popcorn I looted from New Orleans from my box, I wag it before opening it. He watches me with amusement, and I toss some into my mouth. Chewing, I ask, "You're not mad?" "What, about your rejection?" He tries to smooth a wrinkle from his pants. "I'm used to it." "I'm not used to it," he says in a dry tone and looks at me. "But maybe you're right." The door opens, and Rudy, Glinda, and Reese stroll in, carrying various items. "Hey, Sugar, brought you some bean soup." It doesn't sound that appetizing. She doesn't know I lived on beans, rice, and oatmeal for 4 years. Rudy knows, and is currently sporting a small smile like he knows something I don't, but he eyes Mac and I. "Thanks, Glinda." I sit at the table, grateful to have a hot meal at all. Rudy puts a platter down and lifts a towel to reveal grilled veggie skewers. My stomach growls. Throwing Rudy a relieved grin, I pick one up and start on a potato piece. After I start eating, everyone else does too. Glinda's a dainty eater, so she chats the whole time we eat. "Yeah, Sugar, you should see that little baby girl. Sweet little thing." I'm glad she finally had her. Maybe her hormones will go back to normal and she'll stop being a bitch, I state, around a piece of tomato and a bite of cornbread, hoping it covers the slur of it. Mac almost chokes on whatever he's eating. I peek at Rudy as he tries to hide a smile by drinking some water, but I can see it in his eyes. I need to eat more before I say anything else the alcohol lets loose. "Oh, Sugar, be nice." I think she has every right to say what's on her mind. Julie has been an ungrateful bitch to everyone, Mac says with no tact. Same as ever. Reese perks up. "I agree with you, Mac," Rudy speaks up. "She's been hard to get along with." "No shit, Sherlock." This comes from Reese. He never speaks badly about anyone, especially if it isn't his business. It makes me wonder if Julie has ever said anything to him. Rudy stares at him, surprised at his outburst. Glinda changes the subject. "So, Sugar, what did Dalton say? I saw you talking to him in the trap." Not a subject I would have chosen, but a different one all the same. 4 pairs of eyes settle on me. I asked him what happened to the men from the cult. "Oh, they use them for lab testing and whatever else no one wants to do, like clean toilets, on good behavior," Max says, as if he didn't just say something completely foul. Rudy looks at his food and drops his fork. "What do you mean by lab testing?" "Medicinal, surgical, and a whole lot of zombie testing," Mac replies with no concern or thought. Zombie testing? I croak, losing my appetite. Even Glinda is a little green. Mac finally catches on and glancing between all of us. He swallows his food. Zombies are changing. We need to try and figure out why. I'm almost sure they'll be testing those vials, too. Silence breaks out around the table. Mac leans back. You've got to be kidding me. Those men are horrible human beings who were taking advantage of the situation. He looks to me. Have you forgotten what happened to you? Comparing me to the others, I don't think I had it as bad. I wasn't there long enough, but I don't think I'll ever forget. He stares at me. Were you raped? Everyone holds their breath and peers at me. Leave it to Mac to be blunt about it. I try to keep my cool. Joshua did not have his way with me, if this is what you're asking. Rudy and Reese exchange a glance, and they are probably wondering about Gray, since they walked in on the scene. It wouldn't take a genius to figure it out, so I'm almost positive they already know. Mac stands abruptly. Shit. I need a fucking cigarette. He leaves without another word. I fiddle with my bracelet and avoid Rudy and Reese's stares. Glinda stacks everything and gives it to Reese in a big pile. You two need to go. I'll stay with Sugar tonight. Rudy's mouth opens as if to argue, but she gives him the look. He stands, grabbing half of Reese's load. See you, little lady, Reese says softly. You too, Peanut Butter. Glinda gives Reese a kiss not made for TV, and I open the door for them. Reese leaves first, and Rudy leans down to me. I'll see you soon. His breath is warm on my cheek before he kisses it. He slips Glinda a huge smile and takes his leave. Glinda sighs. All this space, and I can tell you feel smothered. I give her a small smile. They can't help it. I haven't been myself. In fact, I haven't ever been myself. I know, Sugar. Time will help, but if you want to be alone, just say so. Thing is, I thought I did, but I don't. Glinda curls up with me after that, and we talk some things out. I tell her some details I haven't told anyone else. Can you stomach the thought of being with someone, Sugar? You know, intimately? Glinda, I haven't thought about it much. I think you will be fine given time. Just eat. Get some rest. We have time before Mago shows up. I sigh. Hey, Glyn, I ain't gonna tell nobody. You should know they already suspect. Thanks. She does make me feel better. My eyes start to droop without any nasty thoughts running through my mind. Maybe Glinda is right, and time is what I need. Chapter 13. A snail can crawl faster than this week is going. Glinda has stayed with me for 3 nights, today being our 3rd morning. I've managed to avoid everyone else. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she said something to keep them away. We went on walks, cooked food with a burner I acquired from the marketplace, and kept the fire blazing. She talked and I listened as we both tried to keep my words to a minimum. Mainly, though, I slept more than I ever have. I've managed to avoid going outside the fence. Last night, famished were at the fence as we walked by. No one noticed, but they stood there following me with their eerie scrutiny, reminding me of the zombie in New Orleans, and the zombie that had attacked Reese when we were looting for furniture. Luckily, Guido's guys shot them down. I came right to the loft and have been here ever since. I don't know what I'm going to do when my time is up. How am I going to keep this from people until I figure out what it is? This morning, I woke up feeling the best I've felt in a long time. My limbs are no longer heavy. I'd go on a run if I didn't attract zombies. Reese eats breakfast with us this morning, and I swear he is flirting with Glinda and vice versa. I guess they can't take much more of spending nights apart. It makes me feel bad for taking her attention away. I'm pushing around my food and feeding bits to Dex when she does this giggle-groan thing. Several different scenarios and positions featuring those two flash through my mind. I squeeze my eyes tight when Reese chuckles deep in his throat. Okay, that's it, both of you. Get out. I point my arm toward the door. Glinda's face shows amusement as she twirls a golden strand around a shiny red fingernail, but I ignore it and continue. I need to focus on the laptop today. The damn thing isn't coming up with a sequence, and I definitely don't want to be picturing both of you going at it doggy style. Reese's eyebrows shoot up and he tries not to grin.
Let's go, Reese.
Damn them and their easy, stress-releasing antics. After they leave, I glance out the window. The sun peeks through all the clouds. Someone is working in the greenhouse, trimming the trees. I hope I never have to work in a greenhouse again. A few hours go by as I try to tune up the laptop, hoping to make it a little faster. I should have done it before, but I had been happy that it worked at all. I sigh as I restart the program and it starts all over. Since I've had a lot of time to think, there's something else I need to do, and I can do it now while no one is paying me any mind. I'm more worried about zombies than anything else, but I'll manage. After gearing up, I head out to the parking lot, thinking I can take the Jeep. A few of Guido's men are at the gate as Rudy's truck pulls in. Where has he been? I move behind other vehicles to avoid being seen. Climbing inside the Jeep, I can do nothing but stare at the empty gas gauge. Maybe if I make this a looting trip for Guido, he'll supply me some gasoline. My plan is short-lived, however, because Rudy watches me get out as he leans against the back of the Jeep. The fence a few yards away jiggles, and Rudy peers over to the famished there. His eyebrows screw up at their weird behavior. I try to take the heat off the famished and me in one go. Where have you been? The famished forgotten, his eyes shoot to me. A grin forms. It's a secret. For future reference, if you want to sneak around, a bright green jacket isn't the way to do it. I glance down at the hoodie I looted in New Orleans. I wasn't trying to sneak around. I need to run an errand. What do you need? I can see if... I need to go to the library. Gunshots erupt, taking down the lingering zombies. Now I realize how antsy they were making me. We watch as Guido's men drag the corpses into a pile to be set on fire. Rudy stands up straight and glances at me. Let's go before it starts to smell. What are we looking for? He asks, taking in the darkened library. The musty smell isn't bad, but underneath, it's books. The smell of them always triggers memories of my dad. I take out a small flashlight from my pack, but Rudy goes to the nearest window. Medical journals. Whatever we can find for about 10 years before the outbreak, I say. He pulls on the heavy wooden blinds to raise them. Dust floats in the air right before the blinds come crashing down on top of him. Damn! Jumping out of the debris, he shoots me a disbelieving look. What the hell for? His hands swipe down his leather jacket and jeans to remove dust. His expression speaks volumes about all the things he'd rather do than sit around reading medical journals. I suppress a grin. I want to know what kind of Dr. Finnegan is. I asked him, and he completely evaded the question. It might not tell us anything, but it could be important and tell us a lot. Rudy freezes and peers at me thoughtfully. I continue. I know it's a long shot, but he could be mentioned. I shrug. I don't have much else to do. Might as well use my time wisely. It's a good idea. We gather a heap of them and sit side by side at the nearest table, trying not to be discouraged by all the journals available. Remembering things my dad mentioned after the outbreak, I start with any that mention the CDC with dates closest to the outbreak. Rudy starts going through indexes to find Finnegan. I read for a while, mainly about the CDC denying any viruses that would present any zombie-like symptoms after a stream of incidents involving cannibalism and aggression. There are also a lot of articles on a hepatitis A outbreak. Surprisingly, the CDC had a public health campaign using the threat of zombies to keep people prepared for a major disaster. So did Homeland Security. Sliding the articles over, I show them to Rudy. Lot of good that did, darlin'. According to Mac, they were one of the first to get hit. Exactly. If you're going to start a revolution, you've got to take out all the important people. Which now leads me to believe this guy is smart enough not to get mentioned or make a big name for himself. Finnegan didn't want any recognition. I glance at our stack of journals in dismay, not believing I'm wasting my time trying to find out. I read through indexes. No mention of a Finnegan in any latest volumes. The light from the window starts to dim as the late afternoon approaches. You having any luck? I think I've talked myself out of my starting logic, I ask Rudy and catch him staring at me. What? The chair squeaks as he shifts. You seem a lot better, and your voice isn't as bad. I feel a lot better. You look it too. Reaching up, he fiddles with a few of my yarn-sized dreads Glinda put in. His eyes go wide. They're soft. Clearing my throat, I say, I'm going to take a bunch of these back. There's a whole stack Rudy switched out a little while ago we haven't gone through yet. At least I got out of the loft for a while. A soft laugh draws my attention to him. He's shaking his head. You still have a few days. Not going to give it up, are you? I ask, before realizing how it sounds. An impish grin forms across his face, and he leans his chair back on two legs. It groans in protest, and he slams it down. There goes the idea of giving it up to you in this chair. The immediate mental picture the comment conjures makes me laugh. A light clicks on in his eyes as he laughs with me. I elbow him. That would be our luck. I'm only kidding, but when I think about it more, I doubt we'd care if the chair broke or the table. Maybe even knock over a couple of bookshelves while we were at it. Surprise runs through me that I'm even thinking about it, and when I focus on Rudy, his face is stoic. We should get going, he says, picking up some journals. I clear my throat and gather some myself. He stands. I'll meet you at the truck. I want to get something. A flashlight clicks on as he makes his way toward the darkened aisles with caution. I watch him move, feeling farther away from him than ever. Stomping the other way, my pack weighs heavily on my back, and when I open the front door of the library, I find that zombies surround the place. Chapter 14. They stand there, watching me. Shit. A snarl breaks through the crowd as a zombie comes running from it. I slam the door, trying not to panic. Leaning against the door, I calm my breathing. The thump from the other side makes me jump back. Maybe whatever is happening to me doesn't work with all zombies. Still, after I take this one out, Rudy will inevitably notice the others watching me. Am I ready to tell him? How can I explain it? Why can't they act like zombies for once? Like the moaning, clawing, hungry, chasing after us kind, I grumble to myself. Moans erupt as more beating on the door ensues. Oh. Well, okay. There has to be a back way in and out. The darkness of the aisles looms ahead as I rush toward the back of the library. The smell of books gets stronger the deeper I go. I notice the dim light right before I smack into Rudy. His flashlight balances on something and falls to the floor. Can? Famished. Out front. We need to go out the back way, I tell him as I bend to swipe up his flashlight. The beam bounces off his features, and I'm momentarily taken aback at what's in his hands. I stand, stunned, and he speaks. Wow. It hurts you look surprised I can read. I'm not sure why I'm amazed at his handful of fiction novels. Here, put them in my pack. I turn and feel the weight as he shoves them in. The straps cut into my shoulder. Damn. I'm not sure I can run with this load. I'll go get the truck if you cover my back. He hands me his bow and quiver full of arrows. There are a lot of them, I say, knowing I should be the one to go. His lips turn up as he holds a hand to his heart. Then I'm ever grateful you're here with me so we can make it out alive. Smart ass. You just want to be the one to run them over with the truck. Still worried about the zombies, I hold up my hands for paper, rock, scissors. He smiles, obliging me. Shaking our fists 3 times and throwing out our hands, he laughs. I knew you'd pick the sharp object. He taps his rock over my scissors. We head out onto a tall metal landing with stairs going down to our left, just as zombies come running around the corner on the right. What the hell? Shortly confused at how fast the famished caught on to where we are, Rudy pulls my machete and I drop the pack for fluid movement. I'm not as fast at shooting as you, I warn him. You got me, he states, and doesn't wait for a response. He jumps off the landing, arching his arm and slicing into a famished on the way down. Blood spurts as the zombie gargles, but Rudy rushes off. Blood pumps faster through my body as I notch and shoot some in close proximity. He ducks when arrows fly by him. Thankfully, the zombies bypass him and run after me. I don't think he notices as bodies land with hard thuds. Sweat forms on my hairline when he disappears around the corner. I keep shooting zombies, listening for the start of the truck, but it never comes. Come here, I shout. Minutes seem to tick by as more zombies round the corner. When the roaring of the truck echoes, relief flows through me. It bounds around the corner, taking out zombies the whole way. It stops, and I grab my pack to hop in. Rudy's covered in zombie fluids and breathing heavy as he speeds off. He grins. See? I knew you'd have my back. My body starts to tremble, and I glance out the window as we pass zombies. He grabs my shaking hand. Hey, we're okay. I nod and continue staring out the window. Not being able to shake my gut full of guilt, which is my typical state lately, I pace around my room. By the time I hear loud clanking outside, I've identified each weak spot in the wood floor. Opening my door, I'm in time to see Rudy toss giant square posts in the grass under the escape. He's washed up since our earlier errand, but blood still covers his clothes. "What are you doing?" I call down to him. Looking up, he points it to the stairs. "Rigging the fire escape so it's more stable." I smile. "What's that saying? The bigger they are, the harder they fall? Afraid of falling?" "No, I'm afraid you'll fall." "Oh," I say as warmth spreads through my chest. Remembering climbing them crab style a few days ago, I'm touched he thought of it. "Thanks. Need some help?" He gives me a smile before he glances at all the wood. "Nah, I'm just gonna measure and cut." For a while into the night, I thumb through journals and listen to the sound of a skill saw. I call it quits when my eyes start to hurt from the dim lighting of one little lamp across the room. From the lack of noise outside, I believe Rudy called it quits too. Looking out, all of the supplies are neatly stacked and put away for the night. The fence a few yards away from his work area shakes from the famished. I slam the door closed, hoping they'll be taken out soon. Nibbling on leftover fruit from this morning, I stare in dismay at the computer ticking off sequences. It does seem like it's going faster than before. This tidbit perks me up a bit. A knock sounds at the door, but I keep working on the computer, assuming whoever it is will make themselves known. No such luck. This time it sounds like a kick thumping from the bottom of the door. I jump up, instantly alert. Blood rushes through my body as my heart picks up speed. I strain to hear outside, but it's so silent the buzz of the lamp and a few crackles of the dying fire is all I hear. Another thump at the bottom of the door as something shifts on the landing. A pounding starts in my head. Zombies can't open doors, but how would a zombie get through both fences? Might be possible to have one on the loose from the claptrap. Cocking the rail on one of my pistols, I step to the door as it thuds again, fully ready to get rid of a famished corpse from the fire escape. I crack the door to find Rudy standing there with a gigantic box. My heart still pounds, but I'm relieved and put my gun to my forehead. It probably looks like I'm cooling off with the butt of it. Why do I let myself get worked up? This zombie magnetism is a #1 priority to get rid of as soon as Mago shows his face. "Come in," I say and hold the door open, sticking the gun in my jeans behind me. He doesn't take his eyes off me when he walks in. The cardboard skids on the table as he places the box down. He shrugs out of a leather jacket, leaving a dark brown hoodie on. It takes a minute to realize he's smiling at me with an odd expression. "What can you be scared of?" Stretching his arm out, he thumbs the gun resting at the small of my back. I shake out my hands. Something weird is happening to me. I don't know how to explain it. Palpable liberation overtakes my senses, and I know it's the right thing to do by telling him, even as Mago's warning flicks through my mind. Rudy's brow dips. "What do you mean by weird?" I tell him. Beginning with the dreams and lethargy, moving on to all the uncanny encounters. "You felt better today, but you've been noticing the famished being drawn to you for days now?" he asks, getting his facts straight. "Yes." Leaning forward in the chair, his hair falls around his face. I wonder how that works. Trying not to get frustrated, I sigh. "Rudy, I don't really care how it works. Why me? What the hell does he want?" Staring at the empty space between us, he rubs the back of his neck. "You think it has anything to do with Pappers?" "Maybe, but he took my hair before that happened." Standing up, he paces around for a second, and the wood creaks with his strides. "Okay. The only logical thing to do would be to wait for him. In the meantime, don't tell anyone and try to stay up here." He shakes his head. "I knew something was weird about them today. They were almost running by me, but I didn't take any chances." A sharpness fills his eyes. "You were controlling them then?" Swallowing a lump, I nod. "Wow." An understatement. We both take in the silence before he speaks again. "You'll stay up here?" This brings a smile to my face. "The week isn't up anyway." My eyes stop on the box, which piques my interest. He notices and grins wide, dimples and teeth. I brought something to help you fill the time. Might even be therapeutic. I peek inside. Jars and tubes of paint. Picking up a few, I get a better look. Paint of any color one could think of and different kinds. Oils, acrylics, and a big palette of watercolors. There's a box of pastels, a box of charcoals, and several large art pads. There are a few styles of paintbrushes I've never used before, but my technique has always been simple. I don't use fancy brushes. I don't know what you like to use. I grabbed anything I could find. I hope I got it close. It's more than enough. I don't know what to say. I smile, dusting off a tube of paint, and I don't know what he sees on my face. I know what I see in his, though. Hope. It's contagious, and my chest feels light with it. You left me the painting, and I thought it might be something you'd like to pick back up. You have no idea how much this means to me, Rudy. Thank you. His gesture says more than any words can. You looted this? When I picked up the wood. I haven't had much to do. Mac took most of the survivors to the coalition. They've been gone a few days. Of course, I'm aware of this information already. How are Julie and the baby? They're good. The baby's name is Ariella Estelle. Julie named her after her mother. It's pretty. I think Julie is lovely, too. A mirthless smirk pulls on his lips before it falls. It's hard to think of her as lovely anymore. Fiddling with paint tubes, his jaw works. It's evident he doesn't want to discuss it. Do I let it go? She's pressuring me about Arizona, he says, surprising me. Dex stretches out on the bed, jumping down to wind his way around Rudy's legs. Biting my cuticle, I'm not sure how to respond, but I do anyway. Maybe you should take her. Now that I've said it, I want him to go. To stay. Especially after I put his life in danger today. He'll be safe there. A grim silence takes over the air in the room. The bed springs squeak when he sits on the edge, inviting Dex for a rub-down. You think so? He asks, and I'm really not sure about telling him my thoughts, because he'll never agree. It would be the best thing for the baby, wouldn't it? Eyeing me, he nods and sits up straighter, like he has an idea. I want you to go too. There are other pressing issues I have to deal with, but I'd feel better riding with them to make sure they arrive safely. How long do you think it'll take to get there and back? With slumped shoulders, he lets out an exasperated breath. I mean to live. I can't just ignore the problem, Rudy. I have to come back. Checking out the big wall on the far side of the room, I decide to paint a mural there. Not knowing what else to say, I open the dusty box of charcoals. It slides easily onto my fingers. Pushing a chair next to the wall, I climb on and start sketching. And it depends on when. As soon as possible. There's no hesitation. Running a hand through his hair, he lets out a breath. Will you at least think about it? I nod because a part of me wants to. I'll think about it after I figure out what the hell Mago wants. We descend into a silence when he doesn't respond, both of us knowing this problem needs a conclusion. Fast. I think Rudy watches me sketch for about a half hour when I get warm from my movements. Throwing self-consciousness out the window, I strip to my black undershirt and sketch some more before I notice he's fallen asleep. A light tap sounds at my door before it opens. I stand on my chair, gawking at Guido. Yeah, sure, come on in. Just making sure you're still alive, chickie. He glances to Rudy, whose chest is rising and falling deeply. Dex is curled up next to his head. Wear him out, did you? Stop being lewd. I'm alive. He shakes his head and pulls out a piece of paper, sauntering it over to me. Stuff I need. You go and get it. I scan the list and realize the crap on it is completely bizarre. What? Sequins? Tomorrow? He doesn't give me any information. Fine, gas up the Jeep. A crooked smile forms on his lips as he walks out. Watching Rudy, I wonder if he heard any of it, but he's still sound asleep. I have the outline sketch and the base of the barn color, finishing up a spot over the charcoal, when large hands slip around to grip my hips. My body burns and my breathing picks up. I trace Rudy's rough fingers with my own. His face presses into the small of my back, pushing up my t-shirt, and his breath teases my skin. Heat shoots straight between my legs. I squeeze my eyes closed in relief. Glinda was right. I'll be fine with time. What are you doing? I manage. With a sigh, he sends goosebumps up my back and down my arms. Just wondering what it'd take to convince you to change your mind. The feel of his lips against my skin is enough. Not much. I swallow. But for clarification purposes, change my mind about what? He might have heard my conversation with Guido. Arizona. You wouldn't have to be a gopher for him. Since there are no zombies, you wouldn't have to worry about that either. I tense up and his hands slip from me. Sorry, I don't mean to push the situation, he grumbles. Think about it. Without a backwards glance, the door shuts behind him. Chapter 15. The next morning, I head out to the Jeep and find Mac and several guys unloading stuff from a truck. It'll be a while before the Jeep gets gassed up. Mac ignores me as I follow him through the parking lot with an armload of my own. Setting supplies down next to the claptrap door, he turns and takes my armload from me to set it down. You didn't have to take the survivors to Birmingham without me, you know, I mention. A cigarette hangs out of his mouth. He stops to glare at me, flicking it away. Letting out a frustrated breath, he says, You needed to stay. You look and sound 1,000,000 times better. Not to mention the little matter of staying away from the coalition. Just fucking drop it. But I said drop it. And anyway, I have something for you. Meet me in your loft in a few. I stop myself from asking what it is at his stony face. A few minutes later, he strides in. What was your... He cuts off when he takes sight of the mural. I painted through the night and it's almost finished, but I don't really have patience. When was my what? Peeling his dark-ringed eyes away, he pulls something from his pocket. When was your last cycle? What? Why would he want to know that? Unless your period can. Being an asshole usually wouldn't get him anywhere with me, and he's already met his quota for the day. Taking a deep breath, I let it go. A few weeks. He hands me a package and a vial. It's a sterile syringe. You need to take this in the arm or ass within a few days of beginning your next period, and then every 3 months after. He indicates how much by pointing to a line on the syringe. Oh. I eye the syringe warily before glancing away. I'm not going to need it. Bullshit. You might not be planning to need it, but anything can happen. Just take it. An intense stare comes into his eyes as he holds it out. I know it was more about having the choice than actually taking it, so now you have a few weeks to think on it. I remove it from his hand and he nods, looking relieved. It seems like I have a lot of things to think about. Thank you for taking the overflow to Birmingham. You should stay in here, I wave my hand around. Rudy's rigging the stairs so they aren't as wobbly. I have my room back now. Plus, you already marked your territory. His hand motions to the mural. I guess so, I agree quietly. You can do my room next, Mac jokes, making me remember he loves my barn scenes. He still has an album of them that I drew in the old life. Sure, when I get the time. I'm going on a loot for Guido. A chair screeches against the floor as he pulls it out and makes himself at home. You really think you should go alone? The fire escape stairs squeak and wobble through my silence. I shrug as I open the door for whoever is making their way up. Sugar! We brought food! I'm sure you guys need it, I say in a dry tone, since they were noticeably absent yesterday. Reese chuckles as I grab an apple from Glinda. It's bright green, so bright it makes the rest of the world dreary in comparison with its color. Reese slaps Mac on the shoulder and turns his chair backwards before straddling it. Did you find anything out about the vials the team took to Birmingham? At his question, I try not to get frustrated with myself. I should have thought of this. Nope. Mac's lip pops on the P. I was more concerned with finding out more about Arizona. I think we have some guys stationed there secretly. He takes a bite out of an apple and it pokes out against his jaw. What do you mean by secretly? I ask, using finger quotes. No one in Arizona knows they're with the coalition and vice versa. As in, no one here knows they're there, but I couldn't figure out who and why they're there to begin with. Maybe it'll benefit me to go and find out for myself. I'm about to suggest it when I catch Max staring at the laptop.
The sequence has stopped at 9 characters, and the electronic notepad is lit up. We both jump for it at the same time. I fall across the table in my bound, scattering everything to the floor, but Mac is faster, unplugging it. Glinda curses when I scoot the table and lunge at it. He's caught off guard, and we tumble to the floor with grunts, grappling for the tablet. Our heads butt together, making us more frantic. 2 huge boots step into my line of view, and Rudy bends down and snatches it out of Mac's hand. "Asshole," Mac mutters to him. I push from the floor. Rudy raises his eyebrows at both of us before his gaze lands on me. "Your only child syndrome is poking out." I huff, noticing the door is still wide open from Rudy's covert entrance. He did it to piss me off. And he did, if the big grin on Mac's face is any indication. Mac lifts his shoulder and hops up from the floor. "It's good to see you're practically back to your old self." Rudy taps at the screen on the tablet for a few minutes, scrunches his face, and hands it to me. "Good luck with that." Dismay runs through me when I see exactly what Mac had suspected. Shorthand jargon. I go through a few more screens, and it's all the same kind of shit. Reese peers over my shoulder at it and laughs, which only further pisses me off. "Ah, fuck me," I hiss under my breath. Mac holds out his hand, but I don't give it to him. "What are you going to do with it?" I ask. "Turn it in." His fingers wiggle in the give-it-to-me motion. Reese scratches his head. "They might get more out of it than we will, can." I hold my tongue, knowing there's nothing I can do with the tablet. It's useless to me. I reluctantly hand it over, and we all watch him as he writes down the passcode from the laptop on a piece of sketch paper and rips the page out. Everything keeps stacking against me, higher and higher, and my brain can't keep up. Maybe it's spending all this time cooped up. Needing to get out of here, I pick up my pack. I have to go. "Good. I need to talk to you." Rudy grabs my arm. None of them respond as we leave. He keeps silent the whole way to the parking lot. Hopping in the Jeep, I check the gas gauge, and it's half full. "I have an idea," he says, and leans down in my door, bracing himself with his arms. "We should go to the base." There's only one reason he wants to go to the base: to get Jonathan. "Rudy, I really don't know how this works, and there's only half a tank of gas." My voice gets higher as I speak. "What are you going to do? Hog-tie him and bring him back? Plus, not all of the famished—" I struggle for the right word. "Cooperate." Meaning? There was one in front of the library running right for me. If I hadn't slammed the door closed, well, I point to myself. Zombie food. This is fucked up. He pushes off the Jeep, making it rock. "We'll talk about it more when we're on the road." "You're inviting yourself along?" He grins wide. "Of course, darlin'. Be right back. I need to get a few things from the truck." The gravel crunches as his steps fade. For a split second, I'm ready to start the Jeep and leave. In the end of the split second, I smile and sit back to wait. "We should stop when we see zombies," he says. "I'd like to get a good idea of how they react to you." As we ride through Clarksville, we don't see any. With my magnetism for them and the cool weather, I'm surprised. We keep driving, getting closer, but he tells me to turn down a road away from the base. He knows where he's going. "Where does this lead?" "This road will take us to another one, a road Mac and I used for looting off base." "When you lived there?" He nods. "Yeah, but they never let us leave. We rigged a spot for whenever we wanted to." I glance at him, but he's far away in a memory. He shakes himself out of it, smiling. "It was a crazy time. He was a bastard." "That's changed?" We both laugh as he points out another road. I would have missed it because of overgrown brush. When we park, we bundle up and arm ourselves before walking a good way, keeping an eye out for famished. A giant fence emerges ahead, and Rudy uses heavy-duty lot cutters to cut the fence. I help out by removing the weeds in the way. This part of the fence is newer than the rest, but the brush isn't as bad. Rudy notices too. They must have fixed our rigged spot. His breath fogs in the chilly air. Trudging through more woods, I strain to listen. A few birds fly overhead. My stomach sinks when we come out into the family residential area. It's all too familiar. Squeezing my eyes tight, I take a breath. It's deserted. Not one sound or person. The bodies that were on the ground when I was last here are gone. Damage from the homemade bombs Reese and I concocted is clearly visible. Broken glass litters sidewalks.
brick dust has settled on top of the grass. The buildings themselves are scorched or cracked in places. Rudy's thick voice cuts through the silence. Where did she live? It takes me a second for my brain to catch up. He eyes me when I don't answer. Do you know? Near a playground. He knows exactly what I'm talking about because he finds it. Knots form in my stomach when I see it. I clearly remember children playing there. I get ready to point to the house, but he's already moving toward it. Same house she was in before I left. The door opens easily. Everything has been removed except for the furniture. Stagnancy fills the air, making the house feel abandoned. Did you live here? I mean, before you left? I ask, but he strides into the kitchen. On a counter sits a kitten knick-knack on top of a knitted pink blanket. I remember seeing it before. He picks it up, running his hand over its softness. No, I didn't live here. I shared a house with Mac. He hands it to me. He's alive. Obviously, they moved the base. He becomes thoughtful, somewhere miles away. For the millionth time in a week, I feel defeated. I clear my throat. Should we tell her? Maybe she wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. His chest heaves in and out. Rudy, he holds up a hand. I don't want you to worry about it, darlin'. Falling into a silence, we check all the buildings for useful things or to see if anyone is left behind, while keeping our eyes and ears open for movement. There is nothing. No living, no dead, no undead. Not even a putrid lurks about. On our way out, I leave Rudy to his pondering. He drives this time, going out of the way for looting. There's a list of his own things to get, mostly things for a baby. In turn, it makes me think about everything Rudy has done for me. He saved me from the car wreckage. He fed me and gave me knowledge. More than that, companionship. Strumming me to sleep with his guitar, I'd wake up with him still there. He fought in the betting ring to get me medication for an infection that we both thought was blood poisoning. Most of all, he pulled off Gray and let me beat him with a bat until he thought my sanity was in jeopardy. The deal he made with me earlier in the week just so I could rest and eat, most of the time bringing me food himself. He brought me the art supplies. All in all, it doesn't surprise me he'd do the same for Julie. I knew about Jonathan, he says, pulling me out of my daze. What do you mean? The steering wheel shudders when he grips tighter and twists his hands on it, turning his knuckles white. I didn't know his name at the time. She was seeing him behind my back when I thought things were getting better. It drove home the fact that it was over and I left her at the base. His brow lowers, as if it justifies leaving her there to be brainwashed and impregnated. You feel guilty, I say, coming to the conclusion we're in the same boat when it comes to that. Except I feel guilty about the whole shebang. Not just the fact Ariella is left without a dad, but all the other kids affected in my mess. Immensely. Someone wise once told me you shouldn't hold yourself responsible for what happened because it's not your fault. The meaning of the words he told me himself isn't lost on him. This is different, Can. When I was leaving, she was supposed to meet me, and I had to go back for her. I heard him pleading to her, saw them. He shakes his head. How do you know she wanted to go, then? His eyes cut to me as his lips lift. Good point. I smile, hoping I helped ease the guilt, knowing he's done the same for me. Chapter 16. I knock on Guido's door and it swings open. Chica, what a good surprise! Striding in uninvited, I put the box on the floor. It's full of small propane tanks, the kind used for camping, rolling papers, a ton of sequins, and good grief underwear. All different kinds, for women and men. I don't bother to ask what he plans to do with them. A writhing zombie woman stops short when she what? Sees me? Feels my presence? Two women tend to a male zombie in the corner of the room. Someone obviously tends to these things. I've never seen it before, and I'm more than a little curious. The male zombie also stops squirming in his binds. I have to get out of here. Luckily, Guido doesn't notice. He isn't even paying attention to any of them. But that is all I need for him to figure it out. Thank you, Chickie. He examines the undergarments. What a weird dude. Does he have a fetish for wearing women's panties? It wouldn't surprise me. A clear picture of him in a lacy number and garters like Dr. Frank N. Furter sweeps through my mind. My face pinches. Yeah, no problem. He nods and picks up several packs of sequins. I can't help it. What do you need those for? Oh, the king's jumpsuit, he says, tipping his head. My gaze follows Guido's head jerk to the women and the male zombie. Dear anything holy, I officially lose any hope for the remains of humanity. The zombie indeed resembles the king of rock and roll, with his hair styled in the pompadour do. A little amused and a whole lot disgusted, my mind imagines zombie Elvis dancing the twitch. The zombie starts to move his legs in the exact same jig. I jump back as the women squeal, tripping over the box before landing on my ass. Underwear spills out and propane tanks roll across the floor. Guido laughs at me and starts to say something, but the women beat him to it. Guido, he was dancing! He's perfect! He turns to them, and my body trembles as I scramble up from the mound of panties and sequin packs. I turn to go, but pause. Please tell me as soon as Mago gets here. I want this famished problem fixed. I need to move forward. The week passes. Finally. Rudy had been right about Mago. Where the hell is he? What's he doing besides sending an army of famished my way? I've been scheming these past couple of days and have a plan. Something to do while I wait for Mago. I'm silent during breakfast with Mac, Reese, and Glinda. They all study my mural. It started out as a barn, but I've since expanded it so it's now in front of a forest with sun rays peeking through and down onto a stream. The barn is old and run down, not in use anymore. My favorite kind. The wood is brown with chipped red paint. The rusty accented tin roof tilts in and the structure leans slightly like it could collapse any second. Brush, weeds, and wildflowers make up the space that would usually be high traffic and worn down to dirt. I still want one in my room, Max says. I think he's over whatever his attitude was about, for which I'm relieved. And I told you when I have time. You have nothing but time, Reese states, studying me suspiciously, probably wondering what I have up my sleeve now my resting period is over. I stand and stretch. Yep, which is why I'm going for a run. I haven't done it in a while. I'll see you guys tonight. Oh yeah, Rudy has a fight, Max says in a distracted way, like he's thinking about something else. He jerks and shoots a scowl at Reese as if he kicked him under the table. I freeze momentarily before covering it up. He does? Reese sighs. Yeah, he needs gas. The words come slow and reluctant. For what? Well, I think you should ask him. He stops when he sees my glare. He's taking Julie to Arizona. I'm stunned into silence for a long moment as dark clouds block the sun. The room dims, matching my descending mood. That's right, I snap. I haven't seen him since the looting trip. I had assumed wrong in thinking he put the trip off. After jerking on my paint-splattered boots, I check my weapons. They watch me as I put my pack on. It doubles as a holster for my guns on the shoulder straps. I put my bow strap over one arm and head so the strap rests between my breasts. My arrow holster is attached to the left side of my pack, and the machete dangles from my pack on the right for easy access. Can? Reese says. I raise my eyebrows expectantly. Maybe someone should go with you? Glinda quickly agrees with him, but I've been cooped up for the most part and haven't had very much time alone. Nope, my time. I want to kill some zombies. Matt follows me out to the landing. I think you should go to Arizona too. I grasp the railing. The cold of it seeps into my palms. Why? When I glance at him, he blanks his face. You'll be safe there. I don't want you to put yourself in a situation you won't be able to get out of. In a true Mac fashion, I leave him with an equally cryptic response. Too late. When I get outside the fence, I don't run. I have work to do. First, I need to find a big, empty warehouse. It should be easy since we're in an industrial park. It also needs to be blocks away from the community. I really don't want people to know what I'm doing, not until I figure out why I'm doing it. It takes me a few hours, but I find one about 10 blocks away. It's stable, has no windows, and all the exterior doors are intact. It's some kind of distribution warehouse, judging by the dozens of dock doors and the extensive steel storage shelves that make up the interior. The shipping and receiving signs are a no-brainer, really. When all the doors and dock doors are closed and locked, I rig an easy access to a dock door with a ramp, so it'll be the only way in and out. I turn to my loot. Okay, go in. I wave my new zombie friends inside with the machete in hand. I've picked up about 15 just searching for the warehouse itself. They easily follow me and give me no ill will. I suspect if someone is to attack me, they'll protect, just like the zombie did with T. Paul. Yeah, creepy, but what can I say? I'm probably one of the few that can go anywhere and not get attacked. I'm positive the famished will come in handy. I don't know what for. Now as for feeding them, I don't know that either. Hopefully Mago will show up soon enough to tell me. I'll be careful when I come back and open the door. The last thing I want is for them to turn on me because they're hungry. Who am I kidding? They're always hungry. The mechanics of why they aren't hungry now is a mystery. They all turned around inside the door, waiting for me to give them a command. Stay. I make a stopping motion with my hand. They peer as I close the dock door and use a rope to tie it secure. It clangs with a hollow bang when I pat the metal. I'll be back with more friends soon. I run the 10 blocks, so it'll at least appear I went out for exercise. I throw my pack and my bow on my loft floor and stuff a gun in the back of my pants. Peeling an orange, I stare at the mural. What I wouldn't do to have what is in Arizona. Something that bothers me about it, but I have a feeling I'm not grasping the bigger picture. I mentally scroll through a list. Zombies have adapted to avoid sunlight and heat. Dead things do not adapt. The Coalition and their secret goals. What the hell are they doing? Dr. Finnegan's claim to fame by creating the zombies and making a vaccine, a bullshit tactic to keep people under his control when he's really using blackmail on Mago and whoever else to keep the zombies under control. The biggest kicker of it all, how the fuck is this entire thing happening and why? Mac plops down in the chair beside me and I jump. I can feel him studying me. I shake myself out of my trance. Hey. Have a good run, he asks, never taking his scrutiny away. I nod. Next time you go, I want to go too. I need a run. He sighs as if he knows it isn't likely I'll ask him. Our earlier conversation seems forgotten, but I know better. You run every day, I tell him. Why do you need one? He shakes his head, as if I didn't catch his point, but I did. He changes the subject. I came to see if you wanted to go to the trap early. Play a hand of cards? I miss playing with you. He elbows me lightly. You miss me taking your money? His blue eyes twinkle. Among other things. I give him a small grin. I was going to start on a mural for you. Really? I was kidding. You don't have to. He bites the inside of his cheek. I want to. It keeps me busy. I beam at him. Leaning back in the chair, he places his hands behind his head. Do I get to choose what you do? What would you like? It would involve a self-portrait, he muses with a twitch of his lips. I laugh but shake my head. I can't. Apparently I see myself a different way than everyone else does. You wouldn't recognize me. That's the best part, to see what you see. But it's not really what you see, it's what you feel. If that's true, I definitely don't want to do it. Okay, fine. Paint everyone else. I smile at this. That's perfect. I work until nightfall. I tell Mac it'll take longer because people really aren't my forte, but I can do them. Everyone's outlined in our own story plot right on the wall. It will look great when I'm done. Of course, I have to sketch a few zombies crawling on the ground and a few running in the distance. Are you trying to make me have bad dreams? Mac jokes. It's not a mural of everyone if there aren't famished involved. Wait until they're painted if you think they'll give you nightmares now. Can't wait. He stands and throws on a green army coat. Just make sure the sun is shining. We laugh as we make our way to the trap. Reese and Glinda are already cozy at the bar with drinks waiting. I have a surprise for you, Sugar. She lifts the lime. You know, to celebrate your freedom and all. Let's have at it, I cheer, eyeing the nearby famished, but then I try to find something else to focus on. All four of us take a shot of cheap tequila and chase it with lime. The DJ plays a broody, upbeat song. Bodies pivot in unison on the dance floor. As I watch,
Someone falls across the floor and a fight breaks out. Yelling commences as the onlookers cheer and jeer. The lawlessness of this place astounds me, and it's a shock no one murders anyone else. One of the guys pulls a gun. I almost jump up, but one of Guido's lackeys is already on it, proving me wrong. Maybe they do handle things more civilly than I originally thought. The lackey jerks the offender up, sending him straight toward the back door. What's he going to do? Where's he taking him? I ask, no one in particular. Mac follows my gaze, narrowing his eyes. That guy isn't much trouble, so they'll make him sleep it off. He slides me another shot. Most people aren't any trouble at all, Can, he assures me. If they are, they get banned and sent out. Despite his repulsive behavior, Guido's pretty lenient. For some reason, I like this idea. It's a lot better than killing someone or feeding them to zombies. A loudspeaker comes on. 5 minutes to beat down, so place your bet down. Everyone yells the words with him. It all makes sense. Rudy is fighting for the first time in a while, and everyone is excited. I never like that he fights. He doesn't either. But he doesn't do anything else for money. He fixes things and helps Stanley with the livestock, but he does those things for free, out of the kindness of his heart, since it helps the community as a whole. Mac takes a sip of his shot before saying, "About time you showed." I glance behind me in confusion and find all 5 inches of space between Rudy and me. He takes in all the famished before gazing down at me. Turning around, I grab another shot and hand it behind me. He takes it. I hold out a lime wedge, but he barely takes notice, still watching me with a heated gaze. My mind flashes a picture of him licking salt off my body. It must show all over my face because his body tenses as his eyes widen. Mac flags down Bart. "Didn't know you guys would be here," Rudy says as he pulls his hoodie and t-shirt off in one motion. Catcalls erupt. "Show off," I smirk. His mouth opens to say something, but he shuts it. "Good luck, Rudy doll. Not that you need it," Glinda smiles. "Kick some ass," Mac cheers him on. Rudy glances at me before walking toward the ring. Chapter 17. We gather around the ring, and Rudy hops over the metal railing. Guido catches my eye on the other side. He tips his cane to his hat in salute with a weird grin. My stomach ties in knots. The other guy steps in, and it's a big guy Rudy has fought before. Rudy says something to him, and the guy tenses all over, radiating animosity. "Yo, you ready to rumble tumble and see some blood?" the announcer yells as the audience hypes into an exhilarated roar. Rudy's stance isn't relaxed and easy like he normally starts. He doesn't ruffle his peacock feathers for easy bets either. The unsettled feeling strengthens, and I tell Max so. Yeah, I see it too. Something is going on." Isaac glares in Rudy's direction, cracking his knuckles and shaking out his legs. "But what?" I ask as a cowbell rings. Rudy waits for anything as Isaac stalks toward him, grabbing by the neck. He makes no move to protect himself. Isaac's fist is as big as Rudy's face when it connects. A cold chill sweeps down my spine as the crowd jeers and boos. He lets go of Rudy upon the contact, and Rudy falls back. Isaac kicks him in the ribs. Rudy's bloody face flashes with pain for a brief moment before the flicker of a smirk. Mac glances at me, knowing I'm stunned. The crowd boos wildly. Their acrimony shoves me from the ring. Mac grabs my arm and pulls me back into place as I jostle someone with my shoulder. Rudy's lips move as he makes it to his knees. Isaac kicks him again. The impact brings Rudy's torso in the air a few inches before he crashes to the ground. "Rudy, get up! What are you doing?" I scream at the top of my lungs. Everyone screams at him. I grip the metal rail as he gets to his knees and lifts his head. A bloody-toothed smile flashes at the crowd. Isaac's barely able to pick him up around the waist, but he manages as he screams something at him and pushes him this way. Rudy tumbles right in front of us. Mac holds me from jumping over the rail. I bend down to Rudy's level, but Isaac flips him over, slamming his fist into Rudy. My own blood pounds in my ears to the tune of meaty smacks. I look away until Isaac finally stops. Rudy turns over like he's getting up. His face is already swollen as blood drips down in streams, plopping to the ground from his chin. I can't tell where it's coming from. "Get up, Rudy, get up! Please!" "Stop being a complete fucking moron," Max snaps at him over the roar of the crowd. Rudy shakes his head at Mac. Strange movement catches my eye, and Guido paces back and forth. His eyes blaze into Rudy. Isaac stalks to Rudy with a pissed-off look on his face. He says something else and hawks phlegm on him. I squeeze my eyes closed and reopen them in time to see Isaac's foot slam down on Rudy's face. His head bounces off the floor and his body goes still. I've never seen the place so hyped. The loudspeaker comes on, but I barely hear it as I jump over the rail. I spare a glance around, and every eye is on the ring. Mac is right behind me when I kneel next to Rudy and use shaky hands to turn his face to check it out. When I do, I snatch my hand away, afraid to hurt him. "Fuck!" Mac spouts. "Let's get him to his room." I realize Reese and Bunyan are here, too. Mac casts me a grim expression. "Let's go see to the damage." Bunyan and Reese help Rudy to his room. Rudy is large, not as big as Bunyan, but it takes both of them to carry him. Mac goes to get the medical supplies. I go and get a few things of my own. When I return to Rudy's room, he's awake and sitting up on his bed against the wall. Some of the blood is gone, and his hair is wet as if someone dumped water on him to wake him up. Glinda rushes in some hot water and leaves because she doesn't want to be in the way. Reese tells me to let him know the outcome and goes out with Bunyan. Mac still isn't here. What's taking him so long? I immediately search for the painkillers we brought back from the base. "Where's the bag of pain medication?" He points to the corner of the room. I find the canvas bag hidden from view between the small sofa and the wall. After digging up something good, I bend to Rudy. There's so much blood, I don't know where to start. I hold out my hand. "Can you swallow these?" He sees the pills and nods. I put them to his mouth and give him some water. I go to stand, but he grabs my hand and squeezes. Mac comes in with a load, including his bag of medical stuff. He gives me some clean flour sack rags. "Sorry it took so long. I went to talk to Guido. He's a disgusting human being. Help me clean him up while I check his ribs, Sunshine." After we get him to lie flat, I soak one of the rags in hot water and start cleaning blood off his face. Both his eyes are swollen, but they shouldn't swell shut. I watch Mac's fingers run expertly along Rudy's ribs. He grimaces. "I gave him some pain pills. Maybe we should wait until they kick in?" Mac shakes his head. "He can take it, and the pills are more than he deserves." He looks Rudy in the eyes. "He's right, Kansas," Rudy says hoarsely. "Why?" I ask. "He came to me today, wanting me to throw it. I did." Rudy shrugs and winces. Mac lets out a scoff. "He wanted you to make a good show of it. He's beyond pissed." I'm tired of fucking bending to his will. Rudy's jaw clenches tight from the pain, and he continues. "He won't ask me to do it again, will he?" Mac nods. "Probably not." To Mac, I say, "I think he might need stitches across the bridge of his nose. It's split wide open and the source of the blood. I dab it and fresh blood wells up." Mac finishes up with the ribs. "None broken, but bruised. You're breathing easy, at least." Rudy sighs. I tried to angle myself so he wouldn't break any. Mac gets a fresh rag. "Would have served you right." He examines the split. "Yeah, it's bad, but I can butterfly tape it. Most of the blood came out of your nose. You're lucky it didn't break, but your whole face is swollen." Mac stops the bleeding, cleans it with rubbing alcohol, and tapes it closed. He dabs ointment on it. I douse cold water on a rag to try to help the swelling, placing it across his eyes and nose. Fat good it will do, but it's something. Mac cleans little cuts and splits with alcohol. "All done, Rudy man. Don't do that again. Even though it might seem like it, you aren't made of steel. I'll check on you in the morning." I shoot Mac a grateful smile, getting up to find a clean t-shirt for Rudy. "I'll be back to work on your mural tomorrow, okay?" He grins. "Sure, you know I enjoy your company." Nodding to Rudy, he goes next door. I help Rudy into his shirt as his eyes droop closed from the pain pills. I touch his face and put the cool washcloth back on. I stand up and hear, "Stay." Lifting the rag, he peeks an eye at me. I climb on the bed, lean against the wall, and guide his head to my lap. His arm circles around my waist. I run a hand through his hair. His swollen lips, the only thing I can see because of the rag, turn up in a smile. "Don't get cocky, Wolverine," I joke, thinking of Mac's made of steel comment. This only makes him smile wider. Lighting the joint I brought from my room, I puff on it. He lifts the rag and raises a brow at me. I need to calm my nerves, I tell him, passing it over, and he takes it. A minute goes by before he mumbles, I want to leave here. After the situations we find ourselves in, I agree with him. Fighting? For what? Entertainment? It only drives home what I want to accomplish. That could have been real bad, I whisper, more to myself than to him. It lingers in the small space between us. He'd be better off somewhere else. We sit in the dim light of the little lamp. We don't talk, but enjoy each other's presence without complication. I watch him breathe in my skin and memorize the feel of me. I trace his swollen face even as I feel the shift. A shift I'm not sure I'm ready for. I wake up breathing someone else's air and tangled with large limbs, bringing back a familiar feeling of waking like this several times before. When I open my eyes to see Rudy watching me, I go to sit up. He tightens his grip around my waist. Not yet. I smile. I'm doing another mural, and if you don't want me to make your face look like lunch meat in it, you'll let me go. I'll never do that, but it's fun to tease him and lighten the mood a little. You painting me? I'm painting everyone, even famished. He gives me a little smile, but it quickly falls. I need to tell you something. Uh-oh. When someone tells you that, it is never good. You can tell me anything, I say, because it is the truth. I'm going. How cozy! I tense before lifting my head. Julie stands over Rudy's shoulder, not caring she interrupted a seemingly important conversation. Rudy doesn't look, but he knows who it is. What do you need, Julie? Nothing. I just came to see how you were. I heard you were beat up badly. She fidgets, trying to see him. I attempt to sit up, but Rudy squeezes me and turns his head to address her. She gasps. How long is this going to take to heal? Heat scorches my face. I tap at Rudy's arm and sit up. Why? Rudy stiffens. Don't, he whispers, so only I'll hear him. I give him a questioning gaze. Without taking his eyes off me, he says, However long it takes. I'm not in a hurry. She scoffs. You've got to be. The baby starts crying, cutting her off. The sound is a little odd, but then again, what do I know about babies? Biting my tongue and climbing out of bed, I look at Ariella. She is all cute and stuff as she wiggles around, red-faced and innocent. Little fists toss about while her mouth is open and trembling. Her actions aren't quite matching up to her sounds, although I can clearly see she is crying in the way babies do to let us know they need something. She's beautiful, Julie, I say, transforming Julie's face into something that I don't think I can ever be. She coos at Ariella and sticks her finger in the baby's mouth so she can suck on it. She quiets as she sucks for dear life. Didn't Rudy get a pacifier? I remember him grabbing a bunch of them. Julie peers at me in a way she hasn't before and nods her head. But I have to hold it in her mouth. This is easier. Dark rings circle Julie's tired eyes. I glance at Rudy, feeling him watching me. I'll speak with you later, Rudy. Get some rest. I offer a smile and leave them to hash out whatever they need to. I'm scurrying across the courtyard to my loft when Julie catches up to me. She doesn't have Ariella. I guess she left her with Rudy. The image this conjures in my mind gives me strange feelings. Thanks for helping us, with the loot, and helping Rudy last night, Julie tells me. No problem. Her mouth opens like she wants to say something, but nothing comes out. Did you need something else? I prompt. She sniffs, shifting her weight. It's better this way. For us to go to Arizona. He'll never hurt you. I'm at a loss for what to say. I don't quite believe she has the audacity to show concern or pretense. Turns out I don't have anything to say because she keeps going. I've been around him a long time. I know how relationships with other women go, if you can call what he has with other women relationships. I know what she is trying to do, and damn if I don't want to play into it, but I'm not going to give her the satisfaction. She must think we don't talk about anything. Listen, gemstones, I know what you're trying to do. If you knew anything about mine and Rudy's relationship, you wouldn't be wasting your time implying Rudy's incapable of a commitment. She's wrong. After all, he puts up with her. The next few days consist of painting and zombie hoarding. 2 days after the fight, Rudy's up and getting around.
I keep a distance because I now suspect he bought time because he wants me to go to Arizona in the form of getting his ass kicked. The mural is coming along smoothly. I've added background and still need to work on the finishing touches, but it's almost complete. At the warehouse, my zombies stay put and don't attack me when I open the dock doors. I collect about 20 every day. Only a few of them come after me in the real famished way and need to be killed. Right now, I walk with a cooperating horde behind me. They follow obediently, but it's still hard getting used to them. Not being comfortable enough to go in the middle of them and count, I've no idea how many are in there. If they decide to turn on me, it'll get messy. I file them in as the other famished in the warehouse make room as they walk, or more like shuffle, inside. Okay, guys, you know the drill. I'll be back. I shut the door and tie it secure. I slide my machete in place. Can you tell me how you did that? I jump because I'm so focused on the zombies I wasn't alert to anything else. A short woman takes cautious steps toward me in an appraising way. She isn't old by any means, but has to be around Bunyan's age. She's hard, rugged, but feminine at the same time, wearing blue jeans, a big winter coat, and hiking boots. Her hair is turning white, cut into a wavy bob with bangs. I don't know her, but I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Friend or foe? I ask, dubiously. She laughs, and laugh lines deepen around her sparkling blue eyes. Friend, I should say. I've never seen someone keep the forsaken, let alone tell them what to do. She gets back to the topic at hand and stops when she's 5 feet away. I tell her the truth. I don't really know, but I might need them someday. Smart. She checks out my arsenal, my hair, and finally my paint and blood-spattered boots. I'm searching for a place, a community. It's supposedly in one of these old industrial parks. Can you guide me? I'm surprised she knows about it. Yeah, I stay there. It's about a 10-block walk. Oh, good. She pauses. I thought I'd see more zombies to follow. I guess what I just saw explains why I haven't seen any of them. The people at the community are wondering where they all went too. We laugh. No one knows, I say, and shoot her a serious look. She studies me with pursed lips, clucking her tongue. Not my story to tell. We start walking. I keep a sharp eye on her in my peripheral vision. You know, she says, when someone is described to you, you never really know how accurate the description is. But he got you down to a T. I glance at her confused. You're Kansas? I stop. Maybe I do know her from somewhere? I don't know what to say. How did you... You're a beautiful young lady. I'm very happy to meet you. She holds out her hand. I take it, still bewildered. I'm Gwen, Mac's mother. Chapter 18. It makes sense. Of course she'd come here to see Mac. She just found out he's alive and doesn't want to let him go. I fiddle with the bracelet she made me. She notices and smirks. Her blue eyes twinkle. I can't believe I didn't see it before. That's why I felt like I've seen her. Besides Mac's masculine facial structure, he resembles her. I see where he gets his good looks, I finally say, smiling. I know, she jokes and puts on a smug facade. I also see where he gets his easy confidence and demeanor. I think I like you already. Mac usually doesn't know how to pick them. My eyebrows rise. This might get complicated. We'll keep that between us. We walk the rest of the way, and she tells me about her journey here. How happy she was when Mac showed up out of the blue. How proud she is that he keeps with his sense of duty to help people who need it. She couldn't stay away, wanting to be near him. She loves her son so much she left safety and normalcy to be here with him. What makes me like her right away is she made the journey by herself. She's tough. We get to the community. Since I'm going there anyway to work on the mural, I take her to Mac's room. I peek in the door. He is kneeling on the floor, inspecting the inside of an electric heater, the guts of it tossed about, scratching his head. Hey, I say, strolling through the door. He turns and a smile forms when he sees me. Hey, sunshine, been waiting on you. I went for a run and you'll never guess who I found. The smile slips. The famished? He asks. Biting my lips together, I shake my head and open the door wider. When he spots her, he jumps up. What the hell are you doing here? He questions in mock outrage, but a brilliant smile breaks out.
a rare smile. My eyes burn watching them hug as he chides her for making the trip by herself. What must this feel like? I'd give anything for it. She ruffles his curls, wiping tears from her eyes. I couldn't stay there, knowing you were here. I'm going to let you two catch up, I tell them. Wait, you don't have to go. Paint. He points to the mural. Gwen swivels to give me new scrutiny, smiling. She glances down at my paint-splattered boots. Just like Mac, she misses nothing. I'll be back. I need some food. He dips his head in acknowledgement, and they are both looking at the mural when I shut the door. My mood plummets as I stand there, listening to them laugh and carry on. I fill a pot with water and put it on a little camping stove I acquired at the marketplace. I cut up fresh veggies, potatoes, tomatoes, zucchini, onions, corn, and some beans for vegetable soup. I use a few spices, too. I make corn cakes on a skillet, perfect for a late lunch and celebration of Gwen's unexpected arrival. Mac and Gwen come in just in time, both laughing. Their eyes are bright with renewed excitement. The soup is ready and plenty for 5 or 6 people. It smells good in here, Gwen says. I'm sick of noodles and rice. If you can believe it, I'm tired of raw fruits and vegetables, too. I would be, too, if that was all I ate. Max stirs the pot and scrunches his nose. I should have known no meat. You'll still eat it. Fuck yes, I will. Dipping the soup in cups, I hand them out with some corn cakes. Gwen admires my mural as Max slurps soup. With all the painting and soup and Forsaken, you're something else, Can. I tense up, thinking she told Mac about my famished stash. Oh? Yes, Max says you're quite the bow shooter. I sigh, relieved. She smirks, knowing she did that on purpose. Yeah, I started with a pistol crossbow. Mac pushed me to upgrade, and I've painted for years. Gwen chatters while we finish eating about some of her hobbies in furniture and jewelry making. Mac swallows the rest of his soup down. He looks to Gwen before leaning toward me. I have a question. Okay, I say slowly. Usually when people say that, it's not good, or they don't know how you'll take it. Mom needs a place to stay, and I hold up my hand. Mac. I glance at Gwen. You can stay in here. I have the whole other side of the loft. We can get you a bed. Oh, thank you, Can. Of course, I can do whatever to help. I have a car full of things parked. I didn't want to waste gas finding the community. I suppose we can go get it now. I'm going to try to finish the mural later, so I can help. I stand to clean and put the rest of the soup in cups. Max stands and stretches. No need, Can. Work on the mural and feed everyone. Gwen follows suit. Thank you for the lovely meal, Can. She smiles warmly. I'll see you in a few, Mac. She leaves. Thanks for helping my mom get here. I nod. I'm happy you have her. Me too. I drop off soup and corn cakes to Reese and Glinda. They thank me, and I continue on my way to finish the mural, looking forward to it. I knock on Rudy's door. There's no sound coming from inside. I step to Mac's door when Rudy's opens. He peeks out, pushing the door wider when he sees it's me. His hair sticks up in places from sleeping. Bruises cover his eyes and nose like a mask. A pair of jeans with the button and zipper undone as if he's just thrown them on hangs low. My eyes have a mind of their own and roam the lines of his abdominal muscles and the scattering of hair that leads to lower, fun things. Something catches my eye on the right side on his skin. My heart skips. Without thinking, I reach out and jerk his pants and boxers out to see it better. I blink. On the top of his outer thigh, right below his hip, is the tattoo Reese showed me, except it's filled and shaded with warm colors. A sunshine with an arrow poking through it. The exact same arrow I have on my hip. I let out a gush of air. Not taking my eyes from it, I choke out. Why did you get it right there? When he doesn't answer, I peel my eyes away from it to the surprise on his face. He covers it up, lifting a brow. I avert my gaze and let go of his clothing. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you, but I thought I'd bring you hot food this time. I lift the cup. A soft smile forms and he takes it. I got it right there because it's private, and I only want one person to ever see it. I take that back. I'm not really that sorry. I know, he says, taking a big spoonful of soup. Showing me mercy, he changes the subject. You working on the mural? I'm hoping to finish it. Good. I'll keep you company. I decide to add Gwen before I finish the details of the rest of the mural. Mac will appreciate it. Wow, it's great, Can. I turn. Rudy walks through the door and sits down in a chair with his food. Where are you? Well, I didn't want to paint me. If this were a photograph, I would say I'm taking the picture. I stand back to check out Gwen's outline. Mac and her almost stand the same way. Gwen, Mac's mom, I tell Rudy. She's here? Just showed up. Crazy, huh? A sadness gathers over him like clouds rolling in. Yeah. Turning to the mural, I try to focus on it like a salvation. Mac will like it. He resumes eating and studying the mural. I'm standing alone. He's right. In the mural, he stands to the side, but to me, he dominates the whole thing. It's how I first saw you, watching me with your sleeveless shirt and badass bow. Plus, I want to paint his arms and shoulders. He's wearing the green bandana. I kind of turned him to the side so I could paint the curve of his ass and jeans. I really hope it isn't obvious. There's a zombie with an arrow through its head at his booted foot. His eyes are hooded and mysterious. I think I might draw him, with his teeth and dimple smile. I will do that later, in private. The smile that's all for me. Julie's in the mural too. She is pregnant. Sam and Ty are fierce with their new bows. Glinda stands by her man with a thigh sheath. Reese holds the sawed-off shotgun. Bunyan has his arms crossed and an assault rifle over his shoulder. Thomas looks pissed, his automatic resting face. Felix Fuller is stiff like he always is, gripping a rifle. Still isn't right without you in it. I shrug at his statement and go about adding some details on Guido. I opt for his sparkly top hat because it's fun to paint. Max stands in all his devil-may-care glory with a smirk on his face. His curls tumble on his forehead and sandy highlights from the sun. His blue eyes are bright with intensity and the all-knowing dignity he always has. I put Gwen in beside him with the same expression on her face as when I first saw her. Rudy ends up playing his guitar for a while and at one point stops only to drum on the hollowness before more strumming bursts through the room in a rock tune. He sings a drawn-out word and I lose my grip of the paintbrush, making a streak of paint across a zombie face. Whipping around, I watch him sing with his eyes closed about thinking and drinking. About being a holy roller, owning a spaceship, and going for a ride. A seemingly strange chorus until he gets to the part about getting naked. He peeks open an eye and grins, knowing he surprised me. His voice, paired with the sexually charged lyrics, makes my heart unevenly beat. When he finishes, he strums straight into another song as if he didn't just do something completely shocking. He doesn't sing again, but keeps playing until I finish the project. It's perfect. I grin, surprised how good it feels to finish this pointless project in the grand scheme of things. Rudy remains silent and returns my smile. I step toward him, remembering a lyric from the song he sang. Panty dropper. At this, he laughs, shrugging as a little color creeps up his neck. Whatever works. Can, Max says, coming into the room and looking at the mural with wonder on his face. Gwen follows right behind him. Gwen gasps. See there? She stands a little straighter and points. I look fantastic, as always. We all laugh, including Rudy. Rudy, meet my new roommate, Gwen, Mac's mommy, I introduce. Mac shoots me an undignified face at the word mommy. What? She changed your diapers? You're forever in her debt. What diapers they were, Can, Gwen laughs, shaking her head. The boy could fill a diaper. We all break out into laughter. Nice to meet you, Rudy. I've heard a lot about you. Rudy nods, sending her a tight smile. Same here. Everyone notices his shift, and the room grows somber. He clears his throat. I'm glad he found you. Family is hard to come by. Even though he's right, his statement breaks my heart. They found Gwen a twin bed at an old store, but she has most everything else she needs. Things I never thought of using again, like a pepper cracker, but hey, to each their own. They fix her up in the loft and her things make it homey. She ends up cooking for everyone, making pork tacos with homemade corn tortillas. She already has some, but says she'll show me how to make them. We make a big to-do out of it and invite Reese, Glinda, and the rest of the team. Julie comes too and is pleasant company, even though she asks a lot of questions about Arizona, a subject Rudy and I are skirting around. I eat my tacos with beans and it tastes like heaven. Everyone enjoys them. Light moods fill the air and smiles go with it. I catch Rudy watching me. I grin around my food and place my hand on his arm. This is our family. Rudy smiles, but his eyes flash with melancholy. I can't help but think about the other shoe dropping, and soon. Chapter 19. A light snow falls as I place more zombies in the warehouse. What's weird is they gather here automatically. I'm guessing this has a lot to do with the mind control thing. Upon shutting them in, I turn and bump into a body. I follow the dark clothing to Mago's face. His eyes slide from my face to the dock door. You're amassing them? Interesting, Miss Moore. Sitting up fast, sweat drips from my temples as I wipe it away. Dex startles, hopping off the bed. I make a quick trip out to the landing where snow falls. The sun streams in and I watch as Gwen makes her way around, brewing tea. You all right, Can? Yeah, weird dreams. She nods as if in understanding, but it really doesn't help. After getting dressed, I go outside to find a thick layer of snow covering everything. Kids run around in laughter, building snowmen and throwing snowballs. Rudy hands out new knitted hats, scarves, and gloves to them. I remember helping him stuff them in bags at a sporting goods store. They are the good hats from big brands that will last years. The kids are having too much fun, so I join in the snowball fight. Before I know it, I'm laughing and wet from the snow. After, I help get the head on the snowman and pat down awkward parts, smoothing it out. The children thank me for helping with red, runny noses and wet gloves. Snowflakes dot their clothing. I don't know how much time has passed, but the sun peeks out again, making everything bright and cheery. Rudy watches us, leaning against a tree outside the courtyard. I smile at him, and he returns it, coming over to put an extra scarf around the snowman. The kids go crazy with his idea. Gotta keep him warm, Rudy says, smiling at them. Thanks, I tell him. With a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, he moves toward the parking lot. He's way too dry. It isn't fair, I whisper, conspiring against him. It works because the kids take off, attacking him with snowballs. He immediately counterattacks, laughing. I watch for a minute, and then go to the loft. Gwen helps get hot chocolate for the 5 kids while I change into dry clothes. Next, I need to check on my zombies and collect more. When I come around the corner of my secret warehouse, the famished already did the job for me. Just like my dream. Chills sweep up my spine. More zombies walk around, congregating near the warehouse door. Even though this isn't a good sign, it's less work for me. I open the door, slowly, and like before, they all stand there, peering at me in a way that sends chills through my bones. I turn and herd the rest of them in. The community is in an uproar about the decrease in famished, but after thinking about it, it's more than usual. I realize now I've been picking up slack from the leftover famished from the base. If I weren't a magnet, the community would have realized the increase and most likely would be in bigger panic. Rumors of the famished dying off flood the community. I wish. Nope, same as usual. When I get to the loft, it's almost dark, winter giving in to short days and long nights. Gwen is feeding people, mainly with the food she brought herself, but I help her with fresh food from the marketplace. I'm beginning to think this is what she does and loves to do. This is when I find out Rudy and Julie plan to leave in 2 days. Taking this news in stride, I kick back on the floor with a cup. Mac is beside me, both of us leaning against my bed. Gwen cooked up a yummy version of gumbo. Like in New Orleans, I pick the meat out and flop it into Mac's cup. He grins, eating with renewed gusto. Oh, Ken, I'm sorry. I forgot about your preference for vegetarianism, Gwen says in distress. No, don't be. I just pick it out. It's some kind of ground sausage. Reese chimes in. Just as good as the gumbo in New Orleans. You had gumbo in New Orleans? Rudy asks. Yep, with gator and shrimp, he chuckles. Can thought it was sausage. Ha ha, I deadpan as everyone laughs at my expense. Rudy shakes his head, slumping. Damn, that sounds really good. Rudy had a pet gator. Julie smiles at him, patting the baby's back. My dad used to joke with him about catching it and throwing it in a pot with celery, carrots, and onions. He wasn't a pet. He hung around wanting food. I'm soaking in all this information like air, and I haven't breathed in hours. Julie's eyes fill with mischievous mirth. You named him Slash. At this, everyone starts in on the jokes, and Julie keeps going. He talked about him like he was this giant Loch Ness creature, and when I first saw Slash, he was a foot long. No, he wasn't. He was 2 feet. Laughter ensues, and Rudy laughs with us, but he grows a little somber after a minute. After the meal, everyone passes around a bottle of PGA. To my surprise, Gwen drinks with the rest of us. Everyone chats about the snow and missing zombies as they play rummy. Gwen glances my way, knowing exactly where the zombies are. Rudy and I talk about our trip and how the zombie base looked. The damage the bombs made pleases Reese, judging by the grin on his face. I get out my sketchbook and sketch Reese and Glinda saying sweet nothings to each other. Better than a camera you are, Mac comments. I peek at him. I'm getting better at drawing people. I like it. Mac takes a swig of liquor and passes the bottle. I sip it, heating my insides while keeping an eye on a very homesick Rudy. 2 days pass. Agitation worms its way through my being beyond control. Everything annoys the hell out of me. The inaction of waiting for Mago being number 1. The warehouse full of zombies is a burden to hide. I'm so thwarted by the entire situation I might go blow the whole thing up. Mostly, Rudy is leaving for an indefinite amount of time. With burning eyes, I jump up and head to the targets. A few hours in, Julie comes to see me. Mac told me you were out here ripping up the targets. Yep. I stop, disengaging an arrow. I wonder if she's here to say bye. I doubt she cares. Listen. She sighs. Listen, Can. She bites her lip as the wind blows her blonde curls into the air. Rudy was raised by his irresponsible mother. I raise my eyebrows. Why is she telling me this? His mother went in and out of jail. Often he'd go to live with his aunt for a while. That's how I met him. His aunt was my dad's secretary. He'd go back and forth, switching schools. Eventually his aunt passed away, and his mother left him when he was of age. I'm speechless. She goes on. During all this time, my dad became his dad. Did everything a dad was supposed to do with a son. Football games, fishing, archery, and he even worked at my dad's construction company. We took him in when he had no other place to go, so he could finish school and start college. I don't know for sure, but I think my dad asked him to take care of me before he died of cancer he battled for only a year. When you two didn't find Jonathan, I think it hit too close to home. She laughs. It's what drove me nuts about him, keeping everything locked up to deal with himself. It would hit close to home. He wants Ariella to have her mother and father. He doesn't want to repeat the cycle. Anger surges through me. Protectiveness rises to the surface as everything clicks into place. This is the reason he keeps himself closed off. He has not been the same since our looting trip, and it got worse when Mac's mother showed up, triggering memories. Without thinking, I grab her by the arms. A flash of fear flicks behind her eyes. She's lucky I'm not squeezing her neck. What you're telling me is you used this against him, manipulating him, I say through clenched teeth. Deadly calm. My Bursa's presence throbs more than I've been aware of it before. She flinches and her face falls as if this never occurred to her. Why tell me this? You're leaving, he's leaving. And I've tried my damnedest to be supportive of the decision. Her chin lifts in a defiant gesture, and I suppress the urge to slap it off her face. I deserve a pat on the back. Scratch that, a pat on the back and a cookie. I want to find Jonathan, she says, trying to stand a little straighter through my grip. He's alive, and I want to find him. What are you saying? I ask, letting go and stepping back. I've talked Rudy into going to find him. I want you to help us. Of course she wants my help. A bitter laugh escapes my throat. Are you fucking crazy? We might be traveling a long way straight into a horde of zombies. You're the one to talk, Kansas. She spits my name out like something filthy. You have a baby. Shouldn't you be worried about her? Shouldn't her needs come first? They do, and if her father's alive, then she needs him, same as me. Appears as if I'm not going to talk her out of it. There's only one person who can tell me where he might be. I guess you get to play the waiting game along with me. I smile tightly at her. Huh? Who would know where he is? Mago. In the coming weeks, that's what we do. We wait. I get the whole team together feeling good to be doing something productive. Reese decides to make more bombs. I keep storing famished like household perishables. Sometimes Gwen even goes with me and advises I should tell someone. I assure her I will, once I figure out what to do with them. On down times, I sit with Mac and Gwen at his booth drawing everyone in the marketplace doing what they do every day. One of my favorites is of Mac concentrating on an arrow. Curls fall on his forehead, hiding his face with his hands precisely placing the fletching. I draw children, giving the pictures to their parents. They are grateful to have pictures of any kind. That helps to pass the time. I also shot myself up with the birth control. Even though the formula is new, it isn't like birth control hasn't been around for decades. I spend way too much time thinking about Rudy, his childhood, and how everything clicks into place. All it does is make me feel insignificant and thoughtless. There I was, a spoiled brat with 2 parents and a boyfriend that loved me, while Rudy fought to be accepted, to be loved. The one person who did show him kindness and love died a painful, slow death. I wonder about his mother and about the whole story. No wonder he closes himself off. Maybe he needs prompting to talk about it. Maybe I've caused him enough grief and should leave it alone. I tear my eyes away from Rudy and focus on my target, pulling back the bowstring. I hit the target with precision. Sam and Ty are right beside me, talking about the lack of famished. Reese peers at me. What? I ask him. He notices Sam and Ty listening to us. I think we should talk in private. We walk toward the courtyard. Where are you putting the famished? I gulp. No sense in denying it. In a warehouse, about 10 blocks away. How did you figure it out? He stares at me. I was there when he cut off your hair. The zombie when we were picking up your bed. The fact you hardly leave your loft or go into the trap. When you do leave your loft, you leave the community and zombies are missing. Wasn't that hard? Now, why are you putting them in a warehouse? I'm not sure, but when I figure it out, I'll let you know. Can, you have to stop. People are getting concerned. Just let them come. I shift my weight and cross my arms. Then I have to stay in my loft because they act really weird around me. I lower my voice. They stand there. Reese notices my discomfort with the whole thing. Stop. They'll kill them before they notice anything. I already have to stay away from the trap. I'm telling you, Reese, they stop and watch me. I've never seen anything like it. Well, I have, but not me, you know. He nods. The zombie in New Orleans? Is it like that? Yep, I say. A thoughtful expression appears on his face. Don't tell anyone yet. Please. I might have to blow up the warehouse if I can't figure something out. I start pacing. His eyes widen, but the prospect obviously thrills him. How many do you have? Honestly, I don't know. I've lost count. Around 200 or 300. I've been collecting them for a while. I watch my feet. To tell you the truth, I think I've been picking up leftover famished from the base, too. I take a breath. Holy Mary. You have to stop, but I won't say anything. He pauses. And of course, I'll help you blow them up if need be. I can't help a grin. Leave it to Reese. Maybe I can let some out for target practice. I shake my head. No, that would make it worse. I want to keep it under wraps for now. I hope Guido doesn't get word that I can do this. He nods his agreement and walks toward the targets. I'm going to my loft when Mac catches up with me in the courtyard. Hey, sunshine. The sun is setting and casts an orange glow on everything. Hey, yourself. Wariness settles in my bones at his intense stare. Mago's here, he tells me with a tight mouth. He wants to talk to you. The world tilts. Chapter 20. The first thing I do is meet with him alone. Mago unnerves me, to say the least, and even more so with the recent very vivid, very tangible dreams. When I open the door to Mac's room, Mago studies the mural on the wall. Goosebumps rise on my skin as I take in his disturbing presence. With it being a cloudy day, the room is dim, making him seem that much more dark. He turns and contemplates me, studying me with an apathetic expression. I rub my arms even though I wear a thick jacket. I get right to the point, not thinking, just blurting. "What the hell have you done to me? The dreams? Sicking zombies on me? I've been a fucking nervous wreck." If I hadn't been searching for any signs of his thoughts, I would have missed the tick of his mouth. He narrows his eyes. "I did not sick," he draws out the word, "the living dead on you, Kansas Moore. You are empathetic to them, yes?" Empathetic is a strong word. I would say I'm more tolerant. "Where are the congregated dead?" he asks, curious. "In a warehouse." Another tick. "I assumed it was apparent that I'm cognizant of the warehouse," he grits out, seemingly annoyed. "How far from here?" "Around 10 blocks. "It's curious you've decided to do this. Can you tell me why?" I sit on Mac's bed, but when I glance up at Mago, he stares down at me, looming. Not liking it, I stand up, crossing my arms. One of the answers I've been waiting for comes out of my mouth. To keep them away from me and everyone else. To have some control over a situation I have no control over. I don't know what to do with them. He drifts down into a chair and steeples his fingers. "Whatever you need them to do. I propose guarding this community. First, are you still keen to assist Mia?" I blink. "Along with the others, yes. Do you know where she is? Is that why you did this to me?" "I know where she is. We'll get to that later. You're the only one I have given this gift to outside of my own family. Besides Hoogans and Mambos, you have the power to control them, although you cannot perform the invocation to it. I can individualize it, but as you already know, it takes immense quantities of energy to do so." I won't call it a gift, but I can see the benefits. Then how do Finnegan and his lackeys do it? "He does not. They do Mia's will, and they do yours." He strokes his goatee as I wipe my clammy palms on my jeans. "Wait, her will? That's the mind control thing, right?" "Yes, you do not have to talk to them. They know, or rather feel, what you want. If you wanted, they could rip the warehouse down wherever you stand." This makes a lot of sense. That day I wanted Reese out of my face, the zombie got him out of it. The sickening king of rock and roll zombie doing the twitch. Then, after I started putting him in the warehouse, they began gathering there on their own. "How about feeding them?" He waves his hand in dismissal. "They do not have to eat. From what I've gathered from my own experiences and mulling pieces together bit by bit, which severely lacks in detail and authenticity, whatever is controlling the brainstem drives the hunger. The group of zealots that released this on society created it for the accelerated profusion. It lives to spread and causes a side effect of insatiable craving, but that's how it spreads. Even if you feed them, they still decompose at the same rate." "Right," I say. "How do you come into play?" "I don't know how much you know about voodoo, but we worship our ancestry, the Loa. Not all Hoogans and Mambos, priests and priestesses, serve the Loa with both hands, light and dark." He uses his hands palm up as a visual. "Most serve with light, only seeking to reach synchronization with oneself and community. They do not condone in the dark arts, and most despise the myths that surround voodoo. That said, I am one of a Bokor, a voodoo sorcerer. I practice with both hands, so to speak." He lets that sink in. I don't know what he's getting at. "I can communicate with spirits of all sorts and store them in a talisman, a fetish. In our case, their own bodies." I open my mouth to say something, but he cuts me off. "You wonder why I do it? If I did not do what I do, there would be no control and humanity would have died." I clutch my stomach in its bilious state as I converse with a person that keeps souls in their rotting corpses. Why haven't more of us survived? Years of trial and error. I am only light succumbing to dark out of necessity. Oh. I can only think of one thing to ask at the moment in my stunned stupor. Why me? You are going about it anyway, no? I nod and he continues. I need your help in containing the virus and gathering information on it. They give it by injections. That is how they strategically planted them all over the world without notice. I shudder as a memory crosses my mind. Give her an injection. Give her an injection. Give her an injection. I realize how close I came to becoming the undead. I thought Finnegan had been talking about giving me more drugs to sedate me. All those zombies without injuries. They were injected. I remember thinking there should have been more people at the base. The people slowly trickling in after the outbreak. People would be gathering there from the broadcasts. People like Rudy and Julie. They kept population to a minimum even though they preached something different. How does the injection work? I ask, thinking about how long it would take to become undead. I believe it has to do with temperature. The warmer it is, the faster it works, and dies. He takes in my dumbfounded face as his words trigger a memory. I'm sure he doesn't find it reassuring until he says, Will you do it? I shuffle my boots, trying to keep calm. I'm not exactly sure what it is you want me to do, or why you want me to do it. Are you punishing me for killing Pappers? I believe this might be a win-win for us both, Miss Moore. You stated you want to help those people under Finnegan's care, correct? Have conviction in me when I say you are nothing more than an interruption to them. I believe you can pull this off with no major tribulations. Yes, but why the zombie thing? I don't want to be a Bokor or whatever voodoo mumbo-jumbo you placed on me. He laughs, a booming sound that comes from within the depths. You couldn't, even if you tried, even if I taught you. The spirits don't speak to you, therefore they cannot serve you without the help of someone they do serve. He doesn't go on. It makes me suspicious. What do you mean? It means you cannot dabble in the dark arts. Mia and I are the only ones there, but we cannot return in the light's favor. You still haven't answered my question. Not really. Why me? I pace the small space of floor in front of him. He plays with his beard like he's trying to come to a decision. Dark eyes slide from me to the mural and back again, and then to the empty air beside me. Mac's bedside lamp flickers on and off for a moment before shutting off completely again. The room grows silent as ringing starts in my ears. Goosebumps break out all over my body even as it tenses. The wall painting is a far cry from Bob Ross, Miss Moore. The air becomes hot and my mouth fills with spit. Mago becomes 2 Magos and back to 1 Mago again as my vision doubles. Throwing my hand to my mouth, I run from the room, banging the door open in a hurry. Once in the hallway, I smack into a body that leans against the wall. Rudy puts his hands on my shoulders with a worried look. I try to move him out of the way. His mouth moves, but I don't hear it because my stomach heaves, my throat contracts, and I throw up all over him. Stepping back, his nose scrunches at his vomit-splattered shirt. Everything that has piled onto me since I left my bunker is too much for my mind. It protects me by shutting down. Rudy's hands reach out for me as everything goes black. Chapter 21. Sitting on the couch, I munch on trail mix. Not all of it. I love picking out the M&Ms and peanuts, leaving the nasty cashews and raisins. Bob Ross paints a blue sky and waterfall on the TV. Malachi plops down next to me, sending me a grin as he tries to steal an M&M. All I can do is stare at him. It has been so long, I almost forgot what he looks like. He watches me with amusement. Are you real? Sadness takes over his features, and he tucks a dreadlock behind my shoulder. Only in your heart. At this, he checks out Bob Ross on the TV. I never lived to see the day when you finally expanded your horizons. I love it anyway. Guess I can't call you Bob anymore. He laughs, and the sound of it brings tears to my eyes. I'm sorry. It's the only thing I can think of to say. He only grins. I know. Fresh grief slices its way through me, and I can't control the hiccuping sobs. All I can see is his face, smiling at me. He used to call me Bob Ross, referring to the step-by-step landscape painter. We would laugh about it, even watch him paint on PBS. I would evaluate his techniques and tell Malachi what I used and what I didn't. Malachi was the only person to ever refer to me as Bob Ross, even though I painted nothing like him. It was one of our inside jokes. Finally, the ever-going image of Malachi's blood and bits splattering the concrete parking lot keeps traveling through my brain in unwavering cruelty. An arm goes around my shoulder. I can't feel, but I can see it. This only makes me cry more. Hey, it's going to be okay. You can trust him. Do what he says. Something annoys the inside of my nostrils. Ugh, what is that? I ask, pinching my nose. Malachi frowns. My eyes fly open and I cough from the strong ammonia in the back of my throat. I'm in Rudy's room on his bed. Max stands up from me with abruptness. Can? What the fuck happened? Rudy stands next to him and at Max's tone pushes him away. Watch it, he grumbles, handing me water. The feelings of the dream still linger and tears flow down my face. I drink it, but it doesn't really help the taste in my mouth. What is that? Smelling salts. You fainted. I take in Rudy. He's shirtless and has an anxious expression. Oh shit, I puked on you, I croak. The worry drops as he grins. There have been worse things in my clothes besides your puke. Yeah, Mac leans down to me, shooting Rudy a glare before returning to me. What did he say, Can? His tone is better, but the intensity is still there. Just that he wants me to gather info on the virus. Rudy's face goes from worried to unbelieving. That's all? What about the zombies, Can? What zombies? Mac questions, with confusion all over his face. Rudy glances at him and then to me, raising his brow in query. I sigh. While Reese and I were in New Orleans, Mago cut off a piece of my hair. Now I can control them. Mac's face turns beet red, and steam might come from his orifices any second. He jumps up from his couch. What? I'm just finding out? This is a yell, and it bounces around the room. Rudy stands toe-to-toe, crossing his arms and looking down at him. Mac only comes to his chin, but he doesn't back down. The strain in the air becomes palpable. Stop it. I didn't want anyone to know, I say in an attempt at easing tension. Not until I figured out what to do. Mac ignores Rudy, turning to me. If you were smart, you'd take your ass to Arizona. Mago's abilities aren't something to use as a crutch, which I suppose you'll find out soon enough, he spits and walks out of the room, slamming the door behind him. We both flinch. That went over as well as I thought it would, I tell Rudy. He scoots me over and sits next to me. What's going on? I relay everything Mago said. How he thinks the virus drives the zombies and he controls them by keeping their souls in their bodies. I tell him that Mago practices black magic and can converse with spirits. I leave out the part about Malachi. Since watching Bob was something I used to do, I'm sure the dream was my subconscious coming up with an explanation for what Mago said to make me run from the conversation. I don't think Mago wants to be doing it, with the zombies I mean. It was his only choice, I say, more to persuade myself than Rudy. I have more questions, but they turn in my head so fast I can't think straight. The reason Mago goes against his Loa and his god has been to save mankind. My opinion of him now goes way higher than I ever thought possible. Rudy stands holding out his hand. Let's go make partners with a Bokor of dark arts. Efficiently letting me know in one sentence he'll stand by with whatever I decide to do. Mago is in the loft, waiting on me and conversing with the rest of the team. Max sits quietly with his arms crossed and tense shoulders, obviously fuming. My lips purse. How do you know I'd agree? It comes out demanding and a little accusing. Mago smiles, showing white teeth that contrast with his dark skin. If you don't want to know the answer, don't demand the question. I throw a glare in Mago's direction. I might be willing to accept this mess we are all in, but he still perturbs me. especially with the whole Malachi thing, which is something I ignore. I make a go-on gesture to Mago. I've informed them on what I conversed with you about. I was just revealing where Finnegan might be and what I need from him. Glancing around, I wonder if they know about my little problem Mago forced on me. I don't want to torture him, I state, assuming we'd have to do so in order to get the information. Just kill him, I finish. Reese looks like he'd go for either. You may get what you want indeed, but we'll need to get into the electronic component structure. I assume you have the commodity to do so? We all blink. He says slowly, Computer system. His glance goes to the shut-down laptop on the table. I shrug. Already tried. Their files are written in code. The world stands still as Mago stares me down, stroking his pointy goatee. His eyes narrow as he says, All you have to do is get it and bring it to me. Mac scoffs but doesn't say anything. Where are we going to have this showdown? It's best to start getting prepared ASAP, I smoothly change the subject. He allows the change. Leela is waiting for word, but be prepared to drive a long way. The only thing you'll have to worry about are the living beings, guards, technicians, their breeders. As you know, they are brainwashed. The offhanded way he says it is creepy, as if he doesn't care about these people. Everyone glances to Julie, and she straightens up in her chair. He's right. They'd do anything to protect themselves and their lifestyle. We'll need to figure out what to do with survivors, a lot of them if we're traveling a long way. Reese brings up a good point, a point Rudy originally had. Arizona, Gwen chimes in. It's a great idea. To show them there is a life outside of zombies, but the problem with that is the resources it will take to get them there. Mac, having to say something to get some anger out, says as much. He scoffs. How exactly are we going to get them all the way there? Not to mention feed them. We all sit in silence. We'll do whatever it takes and cross that bridge when we get to it, Rudy reasons. No one should get left behind, and maybe we can find resources every step of the way. Or can find outlets of resources in the systems. If looks could kill, Rudy would be dead on the floor from the look on Mac's face. I don't know why Mac is being persistent when it's already out in the open. I suppose Rudy figured as much also. Gwen pipes up. Maybe even going to more than one compound for survivors. Ignoring Mac, I nod. Maybe. They are starting to count on me more than I want or can give myself credit for. I rub my temples thinking about Gwen's more than one compound comment. She's right, of course. Gwen continues. If we can get word to Sierra Vista, they will help. Resources and all. Kale, Julie announces. Kale would be happy to help in some way. I really don't even want to bother with the pissant. He's one of the few survivors from the base that stuck around here. I've seen him around and have managed to ignore him. Julie is right about this, though. Kale has lived the base experience and can explain in detail what we're doing. We could send him on a bike, Reese throws in. He's right, too. It'll be faster and use less gas. Can Kale even ride? There's only one way to find out. Okay, who wants to enlist him? I grudgingly chomp out, but find some weight lifting off my shoulders. Everything is coming together. Mac, still angry, immediately volunteers to help Reese search for a bike that needs a little work. Might be a problem after almost 5 years. Most vehicles will work, but if you want it to work for a while, it needs maintenance. Even Rudy does routine checkups on his truck. He decides to accompany me to talk to Kale, which is fine, since Kale might not be happy to see me. To my surprise, Kale lives in the family building with a girl. I knock on the door and he answers it with shocked eyes, immediately shrinking back a little. His dark hair is longer and he can almost tuck it behind his ears. Hair is in patches on his face, like he's trying to grow a beard. Hi, Kale. Nice to see you. I beam at him, and his eyes narrow in suspicion. He looks behind him. You're here to bloody me to a pulp, he states, matter of fact. When Rudy steps into view, well, I can always feel Rudy's dominating presence, but Kale lets out a breathless, shit. He tries to close the door, but I catch it with my foot. We both wrestle with the door like siblings. I say in a hurry, now, Kale, if I really wanted to hurt you, I'd have done it already. I wouldn't have to get Rudy on you either. He pauses his efforts to shut the door, peeking out at me. It's obvious Cale is frightened by Rudy, but only because of his reputation. If he knew Rudy, he'd know Rudy wouldn't hurt a fly without just cause. Rudy has one eyebrow cocked in amusement, but tries not to smile. Turning to Cale, I sigh. I'm really sorry for whatever I did to make you think I have something against you. I really don't like my ignorance told to everyone. I narrow my eyes. That's what it was, you know. Me living in a hole. Ignorance to an extent. I point to myself. He shakes his head. No, I didn't say anything like that at all. I thought it was amazing. A scoff comes from behind him, reminding me someone is in there with him. Since Cale is uncomfortable, he can keep whoever is with him instead of demanding me to talk to him alone. I smile. Since that's cleared up, we need to talk to you. Cale glances to Rudy and must feel assuredly safe because he nods, opening the door. We trail in behind him to find a cozy little room with an electric heater and a small fridge. Mac doesn't even have one of those. What on earth do you do to contribute? I ask in genuine curiosity. I'm learning the bartending ropes from Bart, he says, standing up straighter with a smile. It fits. He's a people person. The girl is around my age and she's rolling a joint. I remember seeing her because there aren't many females our age around. Party favors, I jest. Cale smiles, probably remembering the time in my bunker we smoked out of my bong. The girl glares at me as if I'm gum stuck in her hair. Joke. I fidget under her appraisal. She doesn't say anything, but her gaze slides to Rudy. I glance at Rudy, and he scowls at her, probably for being rude. Anyway, Cale, I have a special favor to ask, and it's very important. Sure, shoot. He's already interested. We need to get more survivors from places like the base. We need resources from out west, and they will help us, but I need to get word there. I'm wondering if you'd like to make the long trip and talk to them. You might need to outline the experience. He shrugs. Sure. No. This is from the girl. Everyone looks at her. I sigh, not surprised with her reaction. Who are you, exactly? Since both of them are so rude as not to introduce us? Samantha. It's dangerous, and I don't think he should go. She has a short brown bob cut that bounces as she shakes her head. I peek around the room for a jar that might contain Cale's balls. That, and he doesn't owe you any favors. You left him in the middle of nowhere with people that mistreated him. You can't come in here and pretend to apologize just to get your way. Sorry, find someone else. Thanks, but you said your name was Samantha, not Cale, and you really don't know anything about anything. Cale wouldn't have told her he left me at the mercy of Harley, Nadine, and Bridget. We could have dealt with it, but he didn't give me a heads up. I showed him quickly I could handle myself. Rudy gives Cale a menacing glare for telling a tale and omitting the details. Cale winces. But I can see your point, I tell her as I walk to the door. Rudy exchanges a glance with me as if I should keep talking him into it. I lift a shoulder. I'm sure we can find someone else. You should think about this, Cale. You'd be helping Can save people's lives. I'm not talking about life or death, but saving their life for them to live it how they want, Rudy says to Cale, but beams at me. I open the door. Wait, Cale calls, and I turn back. I'll do it. We explain the details to Cale, and he indeed can ride a bike. We make plans for him to talk to Gwen before leaving him to his fate with Samantha. The girl has obvious control issues. I turn to go to the fire escape when Rudy grabs my arm. Wait, Can. Why do you suppose Mac is angry about Mago? That's a good question. He nods, looking up the fire escape that is now supported by thick wooden posts. I think it's strange. You said yourself Mac is only trying to protect me. His jaw tightens for a moment. Think about it. He wouldn't get that upset unless he thought someone would tell the Coalition. You think Mago has a connection with the Coalition? Maybe. I think we need to be very careful, Can. Okay. I'll ask Mago and let you know what I find out. When I open the door to the loft, Mago faces the window with his hands clasped behind his back. I realize he's the only one in here when he turns to look at me. Kale's going to do it, I tell him, but he only nods, unconcerned for the people we'd be helping. I must apologize to you. I show my surprise when my mouth drops open. For what? For letting you go this long, thinking this is a punishment. I cut your hair to contact the spirit hanging around you. Hanging around me? Yes, he was noticeably present when you were in my house. He? I ask in a shaky voice. Mago's lips twitch. Yes, he. Only the one? This time my voice is thick with hope. He looks at me with pity. No, Kansas Moore. I cannot make contact with your father. I don't realize how much I want it until he says he can't. Why not? He sighs. Unlike the dead, spirits that have not been in their decomposing bodies usually take time to pass from this plane of existence. Your Malachi will eventually pass as well. Undead souls get stuck. He glides away from the window and sits in a chair. I wish I could tell you the reason, but like most things about spirits, there are no answers. We seek help from them. Malachi is a very strong-willed soul. He has potential to haunt if he chose to. I smile. Why doesn't that surprise me? I sink into the chair across from him. He continues to speak. Grief does not rest well on you. I have a feeling he is prodding me. Do you know what happened with him? He inclines his head. Tragic. He offers no apologies or condolences, knowing I don't want them. And brave. We sit for a long time in silence. You should follow your heart. I let out a bitter laugh. How cliché. Picking at my cuticles, I can't resist. What makes you say that? You love, but you do not act upon it. He decides on a subject change. Leela should be here tomorrow. Good. I'm tired. I pause, but reluctantly bring it up. What about the coalition? Do you have ties there? Staring at me, he doesn't say anything for a long while. The coalition has its own agenda. Do not concern yourself with them. You sound like Mac. Yes, Mr. Collins loves to rip new assholes, so I imagine I do. A smile plays on his lips. So how does the voodoo thing work? Does it work for all zombies? Because I've come across some that weren't. I let it trail off because I wouldn't know what to call it. Rogues. It is imperfect. I keep spirits in a region, keeping them to their bodies. There are always some that wander in from other places and some that have no spirit to begin with, like the injected, for instance. The bodies with injections have no spirits, I'm assuming because it is fast-working, which is why I desire more evidence on it. Pappers was my first successful spirit. He was walking dead for 3.5 years before you put an end to him. That is why I visit this community often. I do not condone Terrence's madness. I release the spirits of the dead he keeps without killing them, so to speak. Terrence? You mean Guido? I squeak. He scoffs. His name is not Guido. Terrence is a dunce, for lack of a better term at the moment. I laugh, liking Mago the more I talk to him. I knew his name wasn't Guido. The pansy, I say as he laughs with me. That's why you asked why I shot Lucy. You liked that I shot her. Ah, yes. You were quite the smart-ass about it. Yeah, I told him she was a rabid dog that needed putting down. I was also drunk and not in a great mood. Let me see if I have this straight. You have no control over rogues because they wander in from outside of your spell? He nods, and I still don't really get how that works. Who am I to know how magic works anyway? I keep going. The injected you have no control over either because they are already soulless? His reluctance to answer this question is apparent. I can, but it takes tremendous effort and a spirit. My bones become ice as his words sink in. Have you ever done that? Trap a spirit inside a body that doesn't belong to them? Only to observe if I could and how time-consuming it would be. It's not quite as bad as what I endured to give you and others in my family the ability, however. The spell is easier to accomplish if a Bokor is there when the injection is given, which is how Mia performs it often, against her own beliefs. His sadness over the situation is unmistakable. That reminds me. If you didn't release the spirits here at the community, Lucy wouldn't have been bitten, because the zombie that bit her would have been under your control, I state. And Guido's okay with that? No, she would not have. Terence needs to learn the consequences of such foolishness. And no, it is evident he does not care. Speaking of Guido and his foolishness, I ask, so why did you propose the idea of the warehouse zombies guarding the community? Because when Finnegan figures out what you're doing, there might be retribution. This statement makes me go silent. It's not something I've thought about, and he's right. The people here would be in danger. A sting is prominent in my finger as I chew the skin from it. How did you know Guido's name? He grins again. Spirits are very informative beings when they want to be. We both laugh. Chapter 22. The next morning, I wake to Rudy sitting on my bed next to me with Dex in his lap. Oh good, you've saved me from Dex trying to steal my soul while he sleeps on my head. My voice is thick with sleep and Rudy grins. Leela is here and Gwen wants to cook for everyone. Kale left early this morning. We helped him get ready last night thanks to Reese and Mac working on that bike all afternoon. Sounds great. I could go for some food, I agree. Hey, your voice. He reaches out and touches my neck. Back to normal. I smile and get out of bed. I'm relieved myself. We go to the marketplace and split up to grab some fresh stuff for a big breakfast. Morning, Can, Stanley greets as I walk up for milk and eggs. I have cheese and butter if you'd like some. I smile. Sure. I notice he has framed the picture I drew of him churning butter. His youngest daughter, Olivia, was right beside him, eating homemade rock candy. It's adorable. Telling him how much I need, he puts it all in a crate. Thanks, Stanley. I go to Linny's booth next, the old woman who grows the fresh produce in her greenhouse. How go it, Can? Her hoarse voice comes from behind me. She has a tub full of assorted stuff to put on her booth. She busies herself as the bright green scarf tied around her head floats around her like a ponytail. Her huge eyes study me from behind thick glasses. Rudy walks up carrying another tub for her. He puts the tub down behind her booth. Linny hands him a pint of strawberries. He grins at me. Free strawberries. Ain't no free there, boy. You work for 'em, Linny says, pointing to the tub he just sat down. He eyes the tub. Like I said, free. Where's Bruno? Not that I'm complaining. The man is scary. She snorts, organizing her stock. Ah, drunk. Oh. I need some tomatoes and potatoes. She immediately fills my bag as I put the right amount of money on the table. 1 green pepper and 1 onion, too. She has a habit of not counting it, so I put money in for the strawberries. Rudy looks at me like he knows what I did and approves. She wouldn't have taken his money for them. Get on now. Rudy boy scaring the customers. We all laugh. Here, I'll take that. He picks up my box of milk and eggs. Think we should get some meat? I was going to get some. We get lucky and find the meat man, Chris. He usually cooks any kind of meat. The kind of meat he sometimes cooks is gross. Luckily, pork bacon that actually looks like bacon is available. I think I might try to make hash browns with the potatoes. I feel him glance at me. That sounds great. I haven't had those in almost 5 years, I interrupt with a smile. Gwen is happy when we arrive. She sets about helping me peel and grate potatoes, then goes to her task of bacon and eggs. I nibble on strawberries as I work on the frying potatoes. Mac shows up only managing to eat bits of food straight from the pots as people start arriving. I laugh when Gwen smacks his hand with a wooden spoon. Ouch, woman! There's enough to feed a circus. I guess one can say we are feeding a circus. Leela greets me with a hug. What can I do to help? Serve the tea, Gwen chimes in and points to a big pitcher. Julie strolls in carrying Ariella. She is all smiles and polite greetings, even to me. Everyone chats about the upcoming trip as we eat. Glinda smiles at me. I show her the chewed-up food in my mouth, and she purses her lips. Reese speaks up so everyone will hear him. I think we should start today on some kind of combat training. Mac is good. Rudy has his brute force. Sam can kung fu pow, but I could use a little help. Me too, Glinda says. I raise my eyebrows at her. Well, I do, sugar. For the good of humanity and all. You could probably use some too, she points her fork at me. I handle myself fine. Mac elbows me. Give it a try. I can use zombies, I say, more excited than ever over the prospect. This leads to a gigantic discussion on my newfound situation. Mago is polite enough to explain, and people go somber while casting glances at me. Glinda ends up shuddering. That's some crazy-ass shit. I call dibs on being Sugar's buddy. This only makes everyone laugh, reducing some of the tension the conversation brought about. Mac only sits and stares down at his food as if he lost his appetite. Now would be a decent time to point out Miss Moore won't be proficient to bend the dead to her will on this operation because of where the compound is located. This news disappoints me. I have been counting on being able to do so. What do you mean? I ask. He casts me a grim smile. Both of us will be invulnerable to the dead under Mia's will. Mia has control of them there. Of course, rogues and uncontrolled injected will be running amok, so it will not be easy by any means. I swallow hard. Where will we be going? Montana. Everyone's hushed whispers stop. Even Sam and Ty can't crack a joke on this one. Wait a minute. That's farther than Arizona, not to mention the cold and the resources we need to transport any survivors. I don't have to ask why there. The cold is enough to keep the zombies from decomposing. Not too much farther. It's March. The climate might be tolerable, Mago explains. What do you mean by tolerable? This is from Reese, the guy who likes to wear a vest with no shirt. I'm sure he'd wear his leather biking chaps with no pants if he could get away with it. Could be between 30 and 50 degrees this time of year. We all let out a relieved breath, even though Glinda looks like she's going to back out at any second. Well, shit. It's just starting to warm up here, Glinda complains. Good. Now we know what to prepare for. I try looking at the bright side. We all decide it's best to gather resources and focus on training. After Mago's interpretation of our future situation, I figure I need a little training as well. The region is under Mia's spell, but once we get to her, we can get any zombie attacks to cease. Mago leaves for a week to gather his resources as well. More people, but mainly gasoline. I might have taken it for granted, but we've never traveled 1,500 miles with so many people. This is not counting the amount of travel we might be doing from here on out to other compounds, if we find out where other compounds are located. Gas is hard to come by, even though Mac told me oil is still pumped from beneath the Earth's surface. Around the same time, he told me the Coalition estimates less than 4 million people on Earth. Third world countries are non-existent. Only animals and plant life remain. With all the looting I've done, I believe him. Even though 4 million is too optimistic for me. Even Gwen says Sierra Vista only contains around 2,000. That's nothing compared to the 6 billion that made up the Earth 5 years ago. Gwen doesn't know of any other large communities like that one. Mac doesn't either. More people still succumb to famished attacks and injections. We need to get rid of the injections. I write down all the necessary information to keep everything straight. If we're going to do this, we need to know all we can about the world and the leftover people in it. I look up from my composition book, just in time to see Rudy's fist slam into Mac's face. Mac easily takes the force by allowing his body to fall backwards to avoid most of the impact, showing the group some self-defense moves. The difference between them is Rudy fights dirty. He likes to kick the face and keep kicking even if his opponent is down. Mac might be short, but he fights like any professional fighter, clean. He can block his body better than Rudy and can use his limbs in ways that can kill a man. They are just demonstrating now, but I don't like seeing it. I get up and go to the loft. Gwen is making jewelry. She smiles upon seeing me. No combat for you? Shaking my head, I get out my sketchbook and start drawing Gwen and her fine jewelry. She ties complicated knots over and over with hemp string. "This one is for you," she says, so I inspect it closer. It's longer than my bracelet with the same beads. "When I'm finished, it'll be a head wrap. It will go fantastic with your little lady dreads. For good luck." "You don't have to, even though I'm sure it will be perfect." Mac bursts in the door. He's shirtless, holding the t-shirt to his nose with his head tilted back. I jump up to help him. "Geez, Mac," I say at the same time Gwen says, "What'd you do now?" "Rudy." He sits, keeping his head tilted. I bring him a damp washcloth, switching it for the bloodied t-shirt. Blood gushes. The dude packs a mad punch. Someone distracted me, so I got the brunt of it. His nasally sound makes me tighten my mouth as I suppress a laugh. That's okay, I'll get him back. I'm sure he's looking forward to it. I chew my lip for a brief second. What? Why? Relieves stress. "Maybe you should stick with instructing?" Max smiles with blood on his teeth. "Honestly, is it sick? These things are starting to turn me on a bit." "No way. It's on now." Chapter 23. Another thing I have to do before we start the impossible mission is to tell Guido about the famished. I want them around to guard because who really knows what Dr. Jekyll has up his sleeve. One thing is for sure, they don't have Mago anymore. It's almost nightfall and I ask Rudy to come along with me. He isn't going to be as shocked as Guido, but since he doesn't know about my warehouse, I want to give him the heads up. We stand at the door to the trap. It's warm from being sunny all day and he wears a long-sleeved t-shirt. His hair hangs in waves and he's watching me intently, with his hands in his blue jean pockets, his thumbs sticking out. He waits for me to explain more. I glance away before looking at him. I clear my throat. "I have a warehouse full of zombies," I go on quickly, "using them to guard the community while we're gone." I blow out a breath. "You think showing Guido is wise?" It's the only thing he asks me. Nothing I do ever surprises him, as if he expects the abnormal from me. I shrug. He needs to know so he doesn't shoot them. There's really no other explanation. "You can tell him it's Mago," he says, but his face changes as he realizes that won't work either. "See? I haven't got a choice." "Thanks for the warning." He pauses. "You can tell me anything, you know." I smile at the familiarity of the conversation. "You can too." "What do you want to know?" "Everything." I swallow, wanting to ask him about his mother, but I can't. The main reason being I want him to tell me without me prompting the discussion. "When did you learn to play the guitar?" I blurt out of nowhere. He seems to think my question is fine. "I was 8 when I got my first guitar. Played around with it. Self-taught." He shrugs. "I had a lot of time." I only stare at him. His "a lot of time" comment breaks my heart for him, knowing his mother left him alone a lot. He must see it on my face because his eyes flash before narrowing. "What?" "Nothing," I smile, trying to lighten my thoughts. "Just imagining you as a kid." I really break out into a grin now. A cute little hazel-eyed boy sitting, watching himself pluck the strings. Rudy grins at me. "I bet you were cute," I coo, opening the door. He chuckles, grabbing the door over my head to hold it for me. "I was." Was my hiney. He still is, although I wouldn't call it cute. Our gazes meet. "I bet you were too," he coos back. Grinning, I duck under his arm and stroll through the door. I was. We knock on Guido's door, and he opens it in a Speedo. The man is shameless. I sigh. "Get dressed. I have something to show you." It only takes him 10 minutes to do so and get a couple of his men since we are going outside the gates. He already knows about the mission and possible side attacks. I don't know what he plans to do about it, but I hope this will help. We stand on the dock with a bright orange sky as a backdrop. I don't really know how to explain, so I'll show you. With that, I untie the rope and raise the door. The smell hits me first. The recent rain has left it humid and the sunny day heated it up. I don't know how much longer they can last in here. Guido's man Jocko gasps and jumps back. "What the fuck?" He raises his gun. I hold up both hands. "Don't. They will guard the community with my will." Guido is speechless. Rudy looks ready to help me if need be. Chicky, chicky, chicka! I knew I liked you! I've never seen him grin so wide. It's disheartening. His eyes are bright and happy, making me sick, but his look changes. Something skulks beneath his surface as he stares at me. The change happens so quickly it disturbs me a bit. I try not to let it bother me. Well, they don't really have to eat. As you know, I wave to the zombies. They will follow us. Glancing at Rudy, he is almost as revolted as I am. I really don't know how long they will last, and I don't know how many there are. I've been collecting them for weeks. Guido's eyes flash. Say what? You've been doing this without my knowledge? For weeks? I get defensive. Listen, asshole, you would have shot them and we wouldn't have them now. He grabs my arm, jerking me to him. I narrow my eyes at him. Get your hands off me, or you'll have zombies eating you alive in 5 seconds. He ignores my demand. I wouldn't have shot him if you told me what you do, he says in my ear. His breath smells like cigar smoke. A huge hand wraps around his throat. Rudy. Don't ever touch her again. Don't ever treat her like she's one of your whores, Rudy spits at him. His tone is deep, and his glare calls for no less than murder if Guido disagrees. Guns cock of what can only be Jocko and the other lackey. Rudy is just as quick. He already has a gun cocked to Guido's temple. I make a quick assessment, goading the zombies into action. They go for the lackeys. Gunshots and shouts ensue. They might be able to hold off 1 or 2, but not all of them. All right, called him deadums off him. Guido lets go of my arm. Rudy disengages his gun and pushes Guido none too gently away from me by his neck. The zombies stop and turn to peer at me. Guido rubs his neck, glowering at me. The lackeys' chests heave as they watch the famished with fear. Tension hangs in the silent air. Guido takes in all the famished and is the first to speak. Dim some creepy motherfuckers. He looks at all of them in turn, pointing to a female. Dat one, go to the claptrap. Jocko, get Peaches to fix her up. Straightening his clothes, he starts walking as if nothing happened. I screw my face up in revulsion. What a vile bastard, but the control I feel in the moment overplays any disgust for the time being. I know I can do anything. I no longer have doubts about completing my mission, but I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. When I wake, Gwen speaks. Quite a riot out there this morning. What? I ask, my voice still thick with sleep, but I'm instantly alert. The guys are trying to quiet everyone down. I guess some people think having the Forsaken protect them is ludicrous. She brings the cup to her lips. I imagine they are right. It's not forever. I don't see what the big deal is. They put famished on mechanical bulls and use them for dartboards. I know that, but they don't see it that way. They think it's like the base, a scare tactic for control. I hadn't thought of it that way. Shit, I better get out there. I hope everyone will take it as is. I dress quick without knowing what I put on and go down to the courtyard. When people see me, dead silence. Mac sags in relief, running over to me. We are getting them to accept it, but I think you need to show your zombie magic. Zombies stop milling around to watch me from outside the fence. I point to them, and everyone turns to watch. The zombies lower to the ground, stretching their bodies out on the ground. Gasps and whispers float through the courtyard. I want everyone to live like before. I want you to have your own house. Drive your own car to go to work. Go to the grocery store. I want your children to get an education. This is for your safety, please. Our time is coming. This is a bump in the road. I hate to bring up such things, but hope blooms on faces. Something I've never seen here before. It's such a change. The tension in the air lessens with the morale boost. Guido watches me make my empty speech. I can see on his face he does not want what I want, and I'm going to have to keep an eye on him. I need your cooperation and patience for the answers, because I don't have them yet. I swallow. Everyone glances around, and whispers among them break out. For now. I don't think Guido likes this much, I tell Mac, and we both watch him pace. Mac scoffs. Of course he doesn't. He likes to rule his kingdom. Rudy told me what he did last night. If I was there, he'd be dead. You're trigger happy. I don't know how you're still alive. His brow lowers. Because I'm trigger happy. Mago and Leela return in less than a week with his own team. They are coming with us to Montana, and all we need is to hear word from Cale. Gwen suspects people will be coming back with him. We have a route mapped out. The worst part of this whole mission is we don't know the layout of the compound. Mago says it's probably 10 times the size of the base we already broke into. The only thing to do now is wait. Wait. My dad sat at his desk, tinkering with some gadget, but this was nothing new for him. What's that? I leaned against his desk. A stopwatch. It stopped working, and I'm going to see if I can fix it. I watched him play with the insides, although it was more my curiosity with his fascination. That was the day he taught me how one works. He always had an interest for things like that, but I think it'll help me now. I burst through the door. Sawdust covers every surface of the room. Reese wears a dust mask and looks at me like I shouldn't be in here. He holds a tube in his hand, and it's full of the sawdust. I shouldn't, but what I have to show him might help us tremendously. Throwing me a mask, he says, "If you're going to be in here, I'm putting you to work." I grin and hold up the digital watch in my hand. I think we can triple the power. We'll need to make a loot trip for more. Chapter 24. A week and a half later, Rudy and I laugh at one of my sketches of him when the door opens. He sighs. Do people think your loft has an open door policy? Gwen stands there with a young blonde woman. Sorry to interrupt, but Cale is back, and I want to introduce you to everyone, she says. I sit up from my lounge on the bed. Blondie smiles. At Rudy, but drops her smile when she notices my scowl. I suppress the urge to roll my eyes as he fights off a pleased grin. Okay, Gwen. Mac rushes through the door in long strides. It's the first I've seen of him in days. Blondie turns and sees him. Hello, Mac. He scoffs at her. Sure. I'm Can, I say and hold out my hand. I know. I glance to Gwen. This is Madison, Maddie. She's from our old neighborhood in Chattanooga. Mac speaks to Maddie. What are you doing here? Should have stayed there. She flips her natural highlights behind her shoulder. I was getting bored. You don't get to have all the adventure. She half shrugs. Besides, Gwen wasn't there to tell me no. Gwen shakes her head. Go get them, I'll make tea, she says to Maddie. Eventually, our team and the team from Arizona trickle in. Gwen makes introductions. She introduces the team plus Julie, Mago, and Leela. They take in Mago with interest. Of course, they've already met Mac and Cale. Then she gets to the others. She tells our team about Maddie, who peeks at Rudy in a way that makes me want to scratch out her eyes, but he's oblivious to it. One man, Nastas, is tall, of some native descent, with reddish-brown skin and straight salt and pepper hair. His face is aged with wisdom. Gwen says he is excellent in healing. That we'll probably need. Mac should be relieved to have help in that area. Sander is shorter than Nastas, with jet-black hair and big brown eyes that remind me of Malachi's. He's alert, taking in every nook and cranny. Another woman introduces herself as Nita. She's frail with white hair. I don't like judging books by their cover, but how is she going to help us with survivors? She grins. I'm tougher than I look. I was a therapist, and we figured the survivors could use some extra support on the trips back instead of waiting. I smile and nod. Good idea. They all shake my hand and appraise me. I shoot Cale a look. What has he told them about me? Nice to meet you all. We're planning to leave the night you got here. That would be tonight. Everyone starts speaking in pleasantries at once and shaking hands. Sander's gaze moves to my hips. You need to eat some cookies, mamacita. He raises his head, his eyes widen at whatever he sees. Rudy stands from his perch on the end of the bed and introduces himself. Sander says something in Spanish, and I catch the words huevos and grande. Rudy's eyebrows shoot upward. Nastas calls out a warning in Spanish, and Sander laughs, clapping his hands. Back to business. Nastas casts a curious glance at me. I've never seen anything like the Forsaken outside. I have. I glance at Mago, whose face is empty. Turning to Nastas, I continue. You'll see more of it, I assure you. Sander gets right to business in his thick Hispanic accent, his earlier impudence gone in a snap. We all drove a vehicle. It will be tight, but we can fit up to 8 people in each, and we have 1 bus. A bus? What about gasoline? This is from Reese. Sander gets to this one too. Got it covered, Senor Baldman. We've mapped out routes for hidden resources. He pulls out a map, laying it flat on the table. I sigh. All the planning we arranged, wasted. We retrace our maps and strategize looting for everything else on the trip there. By the time everything pans out, we're starving. We slice up raw veggies and fruit platters. Nostis offers fresh deer jerky to everyone's delight. They chat about this and that in a bumble of noise. Rudy leans over. Mission possible or impossible? I smile. I think we'll be okay. Mac interrupts. She's right, Rudy man. You know we will be gone for a while, I tell Mac with a serious expression. What if the coalition finds out you're gone? He grins. Nothing to worry about, sunshine. I balk at his lack of concern and narrow my eyes at him in suspicion. Mac sighs, glancing between Rudy and me. Leave it be, will you? He spins away from us as Rudy and I eye each other with trepidation at Mac's behavior. Soon, everyone starts to disperse, preparing to travel. We hope to hit the first spot by midnight where everyone can gas up and set up camp. I help Gwen and Mac clean up and pack some things that'll be easy to travel with. Mac looks at the stuff his mom is packing, scratching his head. You don't need all that shit, Ma. The door opens and Jocko appears. Mac tenses. What? He snaps. Guido wants to speak with you, urgently. He turns and leaves right away. I scoff. Rude. He could have knocked. Mac shakes his head. Be right back. After he's gone, Gwen and I exchange looks. I shrug and continue to dump out my pack to clean it out. I fold the clean clothes Gwen and I washed a few days ago, shoving them into the bottom of the bag. Stuffing in my old boots, extra granola bars, ammunition, my notebook, sketch pad, and plenty of writing utensils, I decide to toss in the useless laptop. I'm wondering if I can grab a shower when Max storms into the loft with a bag over his shoulder, Reese and Rudy in tow. Faster than a car. I'll be back here by morning and can catch up to you at the first spot by the time you leave, he finishes, giving me enough to suspect what's going on. What? I demand. What now? Max sighs. I'm going to Birmingham. I'm taking Reese's hog. I'll meet everyone by tomorrow night. I lay my pack next to the door. Why? Guido has everything he needs. Gwen is stunned, no help from that corner. Mac pulls dog tags from his bag and puts them on. They don't clink when hitting his chest because thick plastic edges them, preventing them from touching. He doesn't know when I'll be back. He shoves the bag at Gwen. Gwen speaks up. You should have someone go with you. I will, I volunteer. We need to keep to the buddy system. Mac's behavior leaves me curious, and this might be a way to find something out. I peer at Rudy, and he nods his head a fraction, hopefully understanding what I want to do. Mac's tongue works the inside of his lip. You know you can't. I'll have to tell them who you are. Rudy sighs and sits on the bed. I go with a plan B. Then I'll wait here since you'll be back by morning. Mac's gaze finally focuses on me. If that's what you want to do. Yes, I will too, Gwen says, hugging her son. Be careful. He grins at us when he walks out the door. I follow, watching him hop down the stairs as the wooden posts Rudy rigged groan in protest. No one has a problem with Gwen and I staying behind for Mac. In fact, Cale stays behind to spend a little more time with Samantha, who is taking care of Dex while we are gone. Everyone thinks it's a good idea to stick to the buddy system. At least we'll have a small group catching up to the rest of the team. Gwen and I help the team pack up to leave. We make a big batch of homemade flour tortillas and fill them with beans, ground meat, and chopped tomatoes. As people roam in and out of the loft, eating and drinking, obvious excitement about the trip fills the air. Rudy is one of the last, and motor oil covers his hands, arms, and clothes. I raise my brows at him. There was an oil leak, had to fix it. Someone didn't screw the filter on good. He, Reese, and Max serviced the vehicles days ago. I get a clean washcloth and hand it to him. Gwen holds out a clean t-shirt. He takes them gratefully. What are you driving? I ask. My truck. We've stored all the bombs in the vault. He smirks and glances at Gwen. I think they're shocked at our resources. She laughs. I'm sure. They aren't used to defending themselves from the Forsaken. They haven't done it in a long time. Maddie bounces in the room with a flurry of blonde hair. Oh, I'm fucking hungry. She grabs a burrito as Gwen shoots her a motherly glare. I think I got Julie convinced to ride with me, she tells Rudy, and ignores Gwen bringing him a burrito. I go over to the tub and start filling a pot to boil bathwater in. Rudy fixed the faucet right after Gwen moved in with me. Maddie continues to flirt. My face pinches and I don't want anyone to see it. My hand slips on the handle and water spills all over the floor. Shit! Maddie's face screws up as she scarfs down her burrito. I'll see you later, Gwen. She gives her a hug before shooting Rudy a grin and leaving. Gwen throws me a large blanket. Mop it up with that and throw it over the railing outside to dry. Rudy bends down to help, looking amused. You laughing at me? I can't help it. Jealousy makes you clumsy, darlin'. I am not. I don't have anything to be jealous over. I look at him sideways for verification. No, you don't, he confirms, picking up the blanket and carrying it to the railing outside. I set about making my own burrito and wrap up another one, holding it out to Rudy. For the road, he can eat 2 more by himself. Ah, you're going to make me feel special. Dimples dot his cheeks. I beam right back. You are, Rudolph. Thanks for the food, he says, watching Gwen flurry about. No problem. You take care of those people, Gwen says. We'll see you tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. He looks to me. You'll be okay? Of course. We'll see you tomorrow. I don't look up as he walks out. Gwen's eyes twinkle. Poor, poor dear. Got a good-looking man fawning all over her. She feigns pity. I laugh. Do not. I throw a towel at her. She catches it and her face lights up. Oh, I finished the head wrap. She pulls it out of her jewelry bag. The wrap is a net with complicated braids like an extra thick headband. The beads sit intricately on the netting cross-sections. Cool. I untie my thick braid, let loose my little locks, and tie it around my head. Her eyes gleam happily. She arranges and plays with the locks. It's the perfect size. The net pattern stretches to hug my head. It isn't going anywhere. I sigh and take the boiling water from the fire, pouring it in the tub. It will be great to get in a good bath before we leave. Hurry up, I want to take one too, Gwen urges. I barely get to sleep before the bed bounces. Exhaust fumes fill my senses. Mac? Hey, I need to tell you something. Be ready at the van. Gwen speaks up. You're back already? She shakes her head as she makes her way out of bed. The dawn is lighting the sky outside. You must have driven way too fast. Yep, he agrees. I need to take that box of supplies to Guido and shove it up his ass. Gwen and I make our way to the van and place the last packs inside. Cale shows up, appearing like he just rolled out of bed. Gwen gets in the driver's seat. I know he'll be tired, might as well drive myself. Thanks, Gwen. We wait for a half hour with the rising sun. What on earth is taking him so long, she asks. I don't know. I sigh. I'm going to go see. I'd like to get there before noon. She nods. I'll go with you. Cale leans against the van and rubs his eyes some more. As we're taking the stairs to Guido's loft, foreboding courses through me. I don't know what it is until I open the door and see Guido pointing a gun at Mac. Chapter 25. Chica, about time you showed up. I got to tell you I don't like this at all. As a warning, the world narrows to the echoed gunshot. Time slows as my hearing drifts. A piercing scream stings my ears. It's Gwen, but she sounds miles away. Mac's eyes go wide and blood spills between the fingers splayed across his stomach. You don't want to come back, here? I kill you. I barely hear him as I stand, shocked, watching blood leak from Mac. I don't even have a weapon with me. Guido has taken me by surprise. I will zombies into action as my body electrifies. Finally, I run to Mac. He drops to the floor on his stomach, still holding it, and blood pools across the floor. Can, he says, his voice thick with pain. My eyes burn and my hands tremble. Shh, I whisper. Gunshots sound outside, more than I've ever heard at one time. Guido laughs. You think I didn't think about that? I don't want nothing to do with you. Go and don't come back. Don't need your help, get it? Ignoring him, I rip my shirt over my head, leaving my tank. Gwen helps me staunch the bleeding. She is bawling, getting hysterical, and babbling at Mac. Gwen, help me get him to the van, now. My voice sounds far away. Maybe she isn't the only one getting hysterical. Guido bends down and takes off Mac's dog tags and throws them across the room. They skid across the floor to a pair of boots. Dalton stands there as if he wants to be anywhere else as he takes one of the tags and tosses the other to me. "What the hell?" I scream at him. "Don't need Mac boy no more, he dead. Get it?" Nastiness pours off Guido and my stomach dips, but I manage to glare. "Fuck you, you're gonna regret this." "Nah, don't think so. Don't need you spreading rumors of shit," he spits out, pissed. As Max said, Guido doesn't want his kingdom to go away. I don't know why this is happening, and the only thing stopping me from going on a rampage is Max bleeding. We need to get him somewhere. Not to mention the families who live here, but that'll have to be another day. Gwen takes one of Max's arms, and I take the other. We hobble him out as he bleeds and sweats profusely. I glare at Guido and Dalton and make sure they see all the rage and revenge I have stored up, just for them. As we make it to the parking lot, I yell to Cale, "Get in and drive!" We get Max situated in the back of the van and sit on the floorboard beside him. His chest rises and falls unevenly, his face pale. Gwen calms down and lifts his shirt, staring at the wound. She watches his face and then turns her gaze to me in deep sorrow. Fresh tears spring to my eyes. "Please hurry. Nastas can help him," I tell Cale urgently. Gwen's shoulders shake in silent sobs as she squeezes Max's hand. Cale peels out of the parking lot. "Sunshine." Through my tears, he appears like he's underwater. I wipe him with my bloody shirt. "Stay with me. We'll be there soon. They can help you." He shakes his head. "Got shot," he whispers in raggedness that I feel in my bones. "Yes, I'm trying to keep it from bleeding out," I sob, and once it starts, I can't stop. Slick blood covers my hands, and it only makes me cry more. "Why didn't I kill that bastard?" I scream in my rage, and it hangs in the van. Thing in ag," Mac chokes out, reminding me of exactly why I didn't off Guido right then and there. I search his face in vain, hoping to see him mocking his pain like he did when he was shot in the ass. He swallows audibly. "Bag." Oh, his bag. It's on the other floorboard. He must have put it in here when he got back. I open it and dig around. He has medical supplies in here, a few IV bags of saline, and that's when I see what he's talking about. He has gotten little bottles of liquid antibiotics and morphine. I rip open a fresh syringe. He watches me with bright, glazed eyes. His hand moves to the syringe. "A lot," he says, pointing to a line on the syringe. He never uses pain medication on himself. More tears well and course down my cheeks. I fill the syringe to the place he indicated. Pain is thick in his eyes. His body shakes as tears stream down my face. Is he going into shock? I look at the inside of an arm, locating a vein. Making sure there aren't any air bubbles, I stick the needle in. I pull out a little to make sure I hit the vein and push the plunger. He relaxes, but the pain in his aqua eyes flashes through them unwaveringly. He's still bleeding, still sweating, breathing roughly. Gwen's sobs fill the van as tires speed over the pavement. I wipe his forehead again, crying freely. I run my hand through his downy, soft curls. He goes in and out of consciousness. With all the blood he's lost, he won't make it. Even if we get to Nastas, there's nothing he can do. Gwen knows it too. I'm not sure about the damage that's been done, but internal bleeding is a given. Doesn't that need surgery? Maybe a transplant of some kind? I don't know how much time has passed. The van fills with our crying. At one point, Gwen breaks down and begs Mac to fight, to stay with us. She sobs into his chest, keeping hold of his hand, breathing in the scent of him, memorizing his face. "Ma." She looks into his face, his eyes. "Don't cry." He smiles and touches her cheek. She holds his hand there. "I love you," he whispers, which only makes us sob more. His eyes close slowly, and I think he is gone, but they open suddenly, looking at me. Worry flashes across his face. His eyes widen and then close as his breath becomes ragged. "Mac! Mac! My baby boy, don't leave me again!" Gwen blubbers. I can't see through my tears, and I wipe at them angrily to see him. He opens his own. "I'm here." That's when he stops breathing. She glances at their hands, as if his have gone slack. "Mac!" she screams, burying her face into him. Placing my forehead next to him, his body is warm, so warm. I'm bawling and vaguely notice Gwen grieves and sobs right along with me. My body racks out horrible sounds. Gwen chokes out over and over. No, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. He's far from okay. I don't know how long we cry over Mac's body before the door opens and the van dings from the keys left in the ignition. I'm aware of voices, but I don't hear them. Someone tries to pick me up. A fresh scream and crying breaks out from someone. It only triggers my body to rack with more sobs. Someone pries my hands off Mac. His eyes are still open as if he wanted one last look at the fucked up world. Gwen's screams cease as my tears start flowing fresh at the sight until the prick of a needle. And then I don't know anything at all. I wake to conversation outside the tent. My eyes are puffy, my body protests when I move from a drugged sleep. Unwrapping myself from a thick sleeping bag, I don't have on many clothes, and all of Mac's, the blood is washed away. After putting on clothes, I go back to sleep. It's worse when I wake up again. My body aches to the point of unbearable. I unzip the tent and everyone turns to peer at me. Grief consumes all our faces. Gwen is nowhere in sight, but there is only one person I want to see, but first I need to see someone else. I clear my throat. Where's Mago? My voice is hoarse and dry. Reese points to a far-off tent. Sugar, you should get something to eat and drink. Glinda stands up from her squat on the ground. I shake my head and walk to the tent. I don't bother announcing myself as I unzip it uninvited. Mago is reading something and I fall to my knees beside him. Is he here? I whisper. Casting me a regretful expression, he says, Kansas. I offer my condolences, but he is not. No, I grip his arm. He can be lingering, right? Just like, it's too fucking weird. I can't even say Malachi's name out loud. It does not work that way. Everything is indefinite. Familiar arms circle around me. I turn and hide my face in Rudy's shoulder. Eventually, I pull away from his embrace and we walk in silence to my tent. I lie there for hours. It's dark and silent. Rudy doesn't leave me. Bless him. He's really gone, I say, more to myself than to him. In my periphery, he watches from across the tent and nods. Yes, darlin'. His voice breaks, and when I finally look at him, grief hits me so strong like a lightning bolt. I take in a shaky breath and crawl to him. Redness rings his eyes. Even though they downplayed their friendship, it was a strong one. I'm so sorry, Rudy. Did they bury him? He nods. Under a willow. I wanted them to wait for you, but Gwen... Sucking in a deep breath, he continues. But Gwen needed it. I shake my head. It's okay. A numbness flows into my limbs, efficiently covering the guilt. I fiddle with the bracelet and a tear escapes down my cheek. He rubs it away. How long have we been here? You pulled in yesterday before noon. Kale must have been going way too fast. I've slept for most of the time. Why do I feel so exhausted? Grabbing his arm, I pull him over to the pallet and wrap my arms around him. We remain silent as we comfort each other, and eventually, his breathing evens out. I wake the next morning smelling eggs. With a grumbling stomach, I go outside and find Gwen has a fire going, cooking. Her eyes are puffy and swollen as Maddie helps her do whatever she needs. She softens when she spots me. Oh, Can, you want some eggs? I nod and watch as people rise for the day. Reese and Glinda sit beside me. Hey, little lady, how are you feeling? He asks, concerned. I can tell he feels Mac's absence, too. Everyone here is used to losing people. It's a standard in the fucked up world we find ourselves in. That is going to change. I've been better, I say. But like everyone else, I've been worse. We're so sorry, Sugar. We loved him, too. It dawns on me they think I'm grieving in a different way. I smile sadly at her. I know. I stare at the fire as Rudy sits with us. He's a little better this morning, but he stares at the fire much like I'm doing. Gwen starts putting eggs on big leaves. Maddie helps by passing them out, but she saunters our way first. She hands Rudy a leaf and smiles at him. He gives me his leaf. Thanks. I can't bring myself to eat as I stare at the steaming yellow fluffiness.
Maybe I'm not so hungry after all. You should eat, Reese and Rudy say together. I take a few bites and swallow without chewing. They are heavy going down like rocks in my stomach. There's plenty when that's done. The ice is melted and we need to eat them today and tomorrow, Gwen informs everyone. I down some water. Tell me what the plan is later, I ask as I stand. They look worried but nod. Walking to my tent, I catch sight of a willow in the distance with freshly turned dirt. Changing directions, I walk to the tree. I lie down next to the dirt pile and stare into the branches. I don't know how long I lie there before I feel silly and walk to my tent. Gwen comes in a little later. She sighs. You know, it's weird mourning your youngest child for the second time. Of course it'd be weird. She thought he was dead for 4 years. She puts his bag in front of me and smiles. When I saw him again, I thought a ghost had appeared. You know the first thing he said to me? I blink at her and she continues. He said, I met the one and I'm going to marry her. My stomach turns, thinking about me telling him what he felt for me wasn't love. Who the fuck am I to tell someone how they feel? A tear escapes down my cheek. I swipe at it. Gwen, She holds up her hand. I know. But I thought you should know I don't think you should be feeling guilty over it. That's a hard thing to get over. Grief is one thing, but when you mix in guilt, it'll eat at you for the rest of your life. I know all about that. I don't know what to say. She smiles. Might as well get used to having me around, 'cause I ain't going anywhere, child. I hardly knew anything about him or what he did for the coalition. My voice chokes up. Listen here, Can. You knew what he wanted you to know. I lived with a man in covert operations for 20 years before he passed in active duty, and Mac followed in his father's footsteps, but I'm proud of him anyway. They lived and breathed to conceal shit and drive me crazy. So I don't want you driving yourself crazy over it. Truth is, you're more than likely better off not knowing. She watches me for a second before patting my knee. Her breath is ragged as she drags it into her lungs. Oh, hell, I need to get out of here before I start crying and fussing again. She stands and I stop her. Guido doesn't have much longer to live. Straightening her shoulders, she casts a hard glance. Good. With that, she leaves the tent. Rudy slips in later that night. After a period of silence, he says, I'm going to kill Guido. He swallows. Slowly. The word vibrates through his chest. This is unlike Rudy, so I know how deep his grief runs. I try to lighten the mood. Not if I kill him first. A corner of his mouth turns up. You might not have to. The whole point of those zombies was to protect them from the revolutionists. We need to get the families out, and soon. I chew my cuticle and sit up. His head rests on his arm. Before Mac went to see Guido, he said he needed to tell me something. I really wish I knew what that was right now. I should have asked him. Right, because that's the first thing you should have thought of when he was bleeding out all over you. But, Kansas, don't. You'll go mad. Yeah, but this guilt is eating at me. He sits up, his silhouette visible through the dark. What do you feel guilty for? I don't respond because, really, what do I not feel guilty over? Would it help if I told you I feel the same way? Why? His hand comes around my neck, and the next thing I know, our breath mingles as our lips come together. Warmth spreads through me, and I lace my fingers through his hair, feeling the thickness of it. He uses his lips in a slow, exploring way. Wrapping an arm around my waist, he pulls me into him, chest to chest as I straddle one of his thighs. His heart pounds, and he becomes demanding, taking the kiss deeper. The stubble on his face scratches against my cheeks, and my lower abdomen clenches tight. I break away with labored breathing. Putting his forehead to my temple, his breath hits my jaw and neck. Because I'm so fucking glad you weren't the one dead when I opened the van door. He lies back down, bringing me with him. We're a little closer and holding on a little tighter, but maybe that's how it feels mentally. And even though we are in the middle of nowhere, I feel like I'm home. Chapter 26. When the sun comes up again, we continue to lie still, listening to people packing up camp. Everyone is still subdued from the loss of Mac. There's no joking around or laughter.
Reese clears his throat, poking his head in the tent, and throws some granola bars at us. He stares, and for a minute I consider flipping him off, but he speaks. We leave today. About time, I say, knowing we all need to trudge forward. Rudy gets up and tells me he'll be back. I've got all my stuff packed and start to take down my tent when Rudy shows back up to help. You don't have to help, you probably put it up. Nah, it's my tent. I check it. Oh, it looks like mine. I couldn't find yours, you must have left it. Where have you been sleeping? His eyebrows rise at my question. I mean when you're not with me. He grins. In the truck, it's comfortable. He shrugs. Want to ride with me? Could use the company. I bite my lip, patting down poles in the little box, knowing I want to ride with him, but Gwen might need the company. Oh no, you go on ahead. Maddie's riding with me. Gwen ambles by with her arms full of supplies. She has to be the strongest person I know. Not the strongest I know, Rudy says, as I realize I said the last out loud. We fold the tent, and I can't help smiling. He finishes rolling it up and puts it in the box. We carry the bags, including Max, to the truck. I put my pack in the front and unfold my map. We're in Missouri. Today our destination is Nebraska, with 2 stops in the middle for gas, loot, leg stretch, and fishing. I have to hand it to Sander. He knows how to plan a road trip. Everyone loads up as Glinda rushes over. Here, sugar, take this. She gives me a bag of white cheddar popcorn. I smile, knowing I'll open it up when we pull out. Giving her a hug, I catch sight of Rudy walking from the willow in the distance. When I get into the truck, it's high from the ground and brings me comfort as I flick the Hulk bobblehead to make it bob. Rudy gets in, throwing a pillow at me. Might get sleepy and I don't want you drooling on the window. He starts the truck, following a van in front of us. I sigh and my breath fogs up the window. I suppose you're right, I agree, watching the willow tree until it's out of sight. The drive to the first stop is a long one. The ride is full of thoughts of Mac and his very last days. One day the team had gotten Reese to paint me on the mural. I was squatting in front of everyone else, holding the machete between my legs. The machete stopped me from flashing myself because for some reason I was wearing a skirt. You got Reese to paint me in a skirt, I accused Mac as we walked to my loft. He blew out cigarette smoke and flashed me a smile. How'd you know it was me? I shot him a look, telling him to prove me wrong. He'd laughed, and it echoed through the courtyard. If I have to sleep under it, might as well be trying to look up your skirt in the process. I grinned, elbowing him in the ribs. On the drive, I sketch landscapes and sing. By the look on Rudy's face, I'm not singing too well, so I sing worse until he looks like his ears are going to burst. He never says anything, though. I burst into laughter. Want some earplugs? He laughs, too, and shakes his head. Better than silence. You mean better than griping and complaining about life not being fair? Cutting his eyes sideways at me, he frowns. No, but if you need to gripe and complain, go right ahead. I muse as I snowcap a mountain. I don't know what to say about you being willing to put up with my singing and complaining. He doesn't say anything, so I hum instead. He laughs, deep and rich. I don't mind your singing. Honest. We get to a good place to camp near the Missouri River. Rain pounds the roof and runs down the windshield, splitting into separate dribbles. I don't move as everyone else gets out to pitch tents in a hurry. Glinda stands with a backpack over her head while Reese does all the work. Sam's mohawk appears a little worse for wear, and Ty's body hunches in like he'll melt as I watch them argue about tent poles. Mago smoothly puts up his tent like there is no rain. Rudy opens his door. His bandana is soaked and raindrops are caught in his eyelashes. I'll put up the tent for you. I shake my head. I'll put it up when the rain slows down, if you don't mind me hanging out in here. He clenches his jaw, gazing out at everyone. Be a good time to look at a radar. No kidding. Come on, get in the vault, he smiles. I'll play the guitar for you. I perk, but make like I have to think about it. His smirk tells me he knows better. Okay. We keep the doors open. I'm sitting on the back with my legs dangling. The air is hazy and humid as the rain slows to a dribble. Rudy takes off his wet sweatshirt when Reese, Bunyan, Sam, and Ty come into view. Come on, Rudy. We're setting nets in the river. Tons of trout, Reese says, flashing his toothy smile. Rudy glances to me and to the wet sweatshirt. He sighs, putting it back on. Sure. The one who catches the most fish wins, Sam challenges. You're on, Rudy retorts, jumping from the vault. Hey, I grab his attention, and he pauses as the guys make their way toward the river. Go farther upstream. They're lazy and won't go far. A big grin stretches across his face and spreads to his eyes. Good idea. Bending down, he gives me a kiss. Find an area where fish like to linger, under a small waterfall or something like that, I say against his lips and smile. If possible, his grin gets wider and he pulls me from the truck. Come on, you're going too. We grab a few weapons before heading out. By the time we get back, it's dark and we're soaking wet. Everyone else is already back, but we got a little sidetracked keeping each other warm after falling in the freezing water. My teeth clack together. The truck is parked out of the way, blocking the tents. I'm following Rudy inside when moans and snarls slice through the air. I turn toward the sound and a group runs toward us. Famished, someone yells from the camp. Rudy's eyes widen and he slips me the machete. He grabs his bow, jumps down from the truck, and dashes toward the camp. Holding a stance, I can barely make out their dark forms running toward us. I shoot the closest one as people shout from the other direction. One comes out of nowhere and my heart picks up, a male with a flannel shirt and sunken cheeks. Pus runs from his lips as he lurches forward right toward me. The eyes reflect milky whiteness from the campfire light. I freeze as panic rushes up my spine. I swing the machete around to catch momentum and slice through his throat. Gore splashes me and another one hits me in my side. The famished and I tumble into the open truck door as I fling it off. It lands on the ground face first. I swing and hack at it. It's been a while and my muscles ache and stretch with my movements. Gunshots split the humid night. A famished runs at me, but I step to the side and clothesline it with my arm. It falls back, still working its blackened teeth as I hold it down with my boot. An old wound oozes discolored liquid in its side. A few arrows whiz by as I bring the machete down on it. Other famished have run past me, so I make a beeline to the other tents, not knowing if these are all rogues or a mixture. Gunshots continue to echo in my ears, and I veer around to avoid bullets. Rudy stands at the bus. Arrows whiz past me, and by the time I make it to where I'd be of help, the famished are down. Get 'em over there, we can start a fire, Reese points downwind a ways. Sam follows me to the bodies by Rudy's truck. He grabs two legs, one each from a different body. I grab the other one. We pull them over to the growing pile of corpses of the dead. We need someone on watch, I say. I'll do it, but we shouldn't start a fire at night for the rest of our trip. I go and pick up the heads I decapitated and throw them on top. Rudy smirks as he watches them roll to the bottom of the pile. 2 or 3 people should keep watch, Sanders says. I'll help. We'll do it in shifts. Who wants next? Several people raise their hands, and it ends up being Reese and Bunyan on our next watch. Everyone else will get a turn next time we camp. We walk around listening for any faraway sounds. He has an assault rifle. I have my bursa, machete, and bow. You cut off their noggins. Kind of chingona, if you ask me, he states and smile. I have no idea what he just said, but I shrug. Didn't want to waste my ammo. What about your zombie mojo? Doesn't work on all zombies, obviously. Mago calls them rogues. I'm kind of pissed we got attacked by a bunch of rogues, but it seems we might be in between voodoo spells. How weird. No comprende there, chingona di chingonas. You're going to change things. I stare at him through the darkness. His statement, the statement I understand, baffles me. That a complete stranger has such faith, but I laugh. What in the hell are you saying? He laughs too. It's a compliment. Trust me. Okay. He swats me on the back. Good. Our shift ends without another incident. Climbing in the truck, Rudy's awake and makes room for me. We're drifting to sleep when Ariella starts crying. It echoes through our camp. Sitting up, I'm thinking we might need an extra person on lookout. They got it, Can. Don't worry. I don't know how long it takes to get her calmed down, but eventually she goes to sleep. It doesn't mean I do. The next morning, a big bonfire of zombies smokes into the sky about 200 yards away. The guys walk to camp with their fishnets. Rudy is the only one wet from the waist down, and he holds up our net full of fish, grinning. Cheaters, Reese mutters, walking toward the fire. Sander walks up. Need help? He asks, pointing to the fish. Sure, man. Rudy dumps the fish out to the side, and both of them start cleaning them. I scrunch my nose and watch as they slice and remove the guts, both doing it differently. Wouldn't it be easier to leave the head on? They both look up at me. You know, if you want to debone it or whatever. Never mind, something I read in a book. Keeping it simple, darlin'. Right. Sander watches me for a moment. You might want to think about coming to Arizona. We could trade our secrets. What do you mean? I ask. I'm handy in resources. Word is you are too. We could probably teach each other a few things. I stomp down long blades of grass. It's something to think about. Think about it. With that, he stands with several headless fillets and walks away to help the others clean their fish. I'm not planning on going to Arizona, so Rudy's stare makes me uncomfortable. He hands me all the cleaned fish and hops in the truck to change. Everyone gathers around the flames. The smell of bonfire and fish fills the air. Some of them laugh and joke around, and the only thing I can think of is they are moving on from what happened a few days ago. Looking at Gwen, she is worn down and doesn't really have a smile for anyone. Rudy stares at his fish, not eating it. I bump him with my shoulder. I almost ask him about returning to the community after this trip, but I can't bring myself to. I smile at him, but even that comes out sad. After everyone eats the fresh fish breakfast, Reese bellows he wants to talk to everyone before we leave. We huddle in a meeting, and he reminds everyone we'll be reaching Montana tonight, and we'll camp a good 50 miles away, sleep the night, and go in tomorrow morning. It is crucial we look out for famished, because the closer we get, the more there will be. I'm sitting in the driver's seat when Rudy opens the door to climb in. He grabs the oh shit bar to propel himself in the truck. He doesn't get very far when he notices me. Shit, darlin', I almost hopped right on top of you. I smile, handing him the map. You navigate, I'll drive. You must be tired of it. Knowing all I have to do is follow the other vehicles, he takes the map anyway. Whatever you want. To my enjoyment, he goes around back and brings his guitar in the cab. I smile. Don't want to hear my singing? He grins and shakes his head. I didn't get to play last night. Soon Rudy starts strumming and plays for a long time. The man can play until his fingers bleed. Hours later, we finally stop at a department store. I get out at the gas pumps as Sander opens up a gas hole, where big tankers would fill it in the old life. That's how they've been getting gas. I don't remember this being one of their hidden resources. Glinda saunters up, reapplying some lip gloss. Want to go shopping, sugar? Yeah, let me. A snarl cuts through the air as a famished runs around the truck. Pulling out my gun, I shoot it as human screams and shouts erupt around me. Upon looking further, droves of them are attacking. Julie stands with her bundle, shocked into stillness. Julie, get in the truck! My voice pulls her out of the daze and she runs my way. Her eyes widen with panic. I open the doors of the armored truck and push her and the baby in, slamming them shut. Glinda has a mean-looking revolver, but that's it. Stay behind me and try not to shoot me, I tell her, trying my damnedest to stay calm. Grabbing my other Bursa and extra clips, gunshots ring in my ears as I aim at the closest ones. Reese appears out of nowhere to swing the truck doors open. Julie screeches with her face drawn in terror. Reese yanks a big canvas bag down and starts handing me explosives. It's 3 tubes, all tied together. On the other side, he pants. Sweat has already broken out on his tattooed head. Whatever you do, throw them away from the gas bumps. I nod, already thinking of that. I stuff the guns in my pants before digging out a lighter. Going around the truck, the famished flow in this direction like a massive wave. I can knock out the front line of them with one bomb. I light one and throw it like a football. Less than a few seconds later, it explodes. My eyes go wide as the vibration reaches my feet. Limbs and gore fly into the air. Another bomb goes off to my right. I light another one, aiming to knock out the tail end. Arms, legs, and other things fly in different directions. Too far to really see anything gory. The famished are close enough now that if I throw another one, we might all explode in a molten wave of carnage. Famished run around me, and one zombie has a hand barely hanging on a thick vein, going straight for Glinda. I try and will it to stop, but it feels off for some reason. Her scream pierces my eardrums. My finger is on the trigger when a gunshot echoes out and the zombie's head explodes backwards onto me. I sling zombie brain off my face. Glinda, you could have shot me. She gives me apologetic eyes and shakes out her hands. Sorry, sugar, I wasn't thinking. That fuck had all kinds of nasty. Gunshots keep thundering. Move out, someone shouts. I don't know who it is, but I grab Glinda and drag her to the front of the truck and shove her in the front seat. I hop in after, making her scoot to the driver's seat. A famished slams against the driver's side door right before an arrow goes through its head. It's female, and as she slumps into the door, her hair sticks to the window by thickened blood. She's jerked from our sight. The door opens, causing Glinda to scream, and Rudy jumps in on top of her. Layers of slaughtered bits and blood coat his body. My breath comes out in a whoosh of relief at seeing him okay and unharmed. Glinda wiggles out from underneath him as he passes his bow for me to hold. I look out the front window to see the team's vehicles indeed moving out, but with a few famished hanging on. Even the truck moves back and forth slightly from zombies frantically trying to get in. Rudy starts the truck, punching the gas. We follow Sanders' van out as it turns so sharply the famished fly off the roof. Rudy follows him, and a big explosion comes from the gas pumps. Glinda gasps. "Reese! You gotta stop!" She grabs the wheel in a moment of blind panic. Rudy flings her back with his arm. Her head bounces on the seat as he grabs the wheel again in a tight grip. "Now look here before you go getting hysterical. Reese made bombs with long fuses. I saw him pull out behind me with Gwen." His face tells me he speaks the truth. I let out a breath. "Oh, thank God," Glinda chokes out. "I don't know what I'd do if he died." "You'd move on because that's what you do," I tell her, thinking of Mac and the reason he is dead, and the way everyone gets on with life just fine besides Gwen and Rudy and I. Horror dawns on her face, realizing what she said. "Oh, Sugar, you know I didn't mean it that way." "Yes, you did," Rudy says, staring at the road. That's a very Mac thing to say. Maybe he's thinking about it too. I gape at him. Glinda takes a sharp breath. "You are surely the one to talk." I tune her out as she chews him out for nothing. She did get kind of hysterical prematurely for a second, but I can't help thinking I'd be the same way. I place a hand on her arm. "It's okay. Reese is okay. No need to fight and make this sucky situation worse." She shuts up, agreeing with a nod of her head. Rudy shoots me a grateful look. I continue. Mago was right about being invulnerable to the famished here. They ignored me, but I couldn't slow them down with my will. "Did you think he wasn't telling you the truth?" Rudy asks. "It's not that. I'm glad he warned me. Otherwise I'd be freaking out right now." Rudy checks his mirrors. I would be too. We follow them until they stop in the wide open and we can see for miles. This is just to stop, clean up, and make sure everyone is okay. Everyone seems all right. None of us has experienced an attack like that in years. We all say as much. "Maybe we aren't prepared to do this," I say to Mago. He stands silent and stares me down. "Yes, you are." "Can't you do anything about them? It'll make it easier." He shakes his head. "It would take days, and I'm not equipped for the many invocations it would take to aid everyone." Right. If he can't do it for everyone, he won't do it for anyone. Not to mention it does take days and tons of energy. I shudder to think of the lethargy. All at once, he lets me see how tired he is. His skin is so dark it hides his bags, but his face sags with sadness. It doesn't reassure me any. I thought maybe they would try to catch them, not eat them, like I saw at the cult, you know. "I suspect, Kansas Moore, that we will run into many more before we get there. In my opinion, the revolutionists are taking precautions. They have been attacked by you once. They don't want it to happen again. Once we get to Mia, we can get the majority of incidents to cease." He turns and walks the other way. I sigh. He isn't going to be any help, but if they expect another visit from us, it doesn't bode well. And who's to say they won't inject a bunch of people? The revolutionists have to know the injected can't be controlled without Mia's spells. I walk to the group. I have an idea. Chapter 27. Staring at the setting sun, I glimpse down at my map. Famished, mill around, waiting for something to put them in a whirl. There's nothing. I left the group 4 hours ago to attempt to breach this compound. After the attack, we decided to camp farther away from the compound to try and keep everyone safer while they wait on me. My sole mission is to find Mia and map out the compound as well as I can. Mia can control the famished, so we can bring in the team and gather survivors. I'll try to get information whenever the chance arises. With all the famished roaming around, I'm close. I can't step backward without running into one, but none of them pay me the slightest attention, just like at the gas station. I grab my pack, putting my guns in the holsters. The extra ammo goes into my belt. I leave my bow in the car since I won't need it for the famished. Folding the map, I stick it in my pack. I roll up my dreadlocks and slip on a toboggan and thin gloves. My hoodie and jacket keep me mostly warm. Everything's black so I can blend into the night. I even have on a pair of Sam's black jeans. They're baggy and bulge at the top where my belt holds them up. When I start walking, I warm up even more. A welcome feeling. Trudging through hordes of zombies sets me on edge. I suspect this would be how I'd have felt walking through the warehouse full of them. For some reason, I feel these zombies. I never noticed it before, but it's there, on the brink of my mind and pulsating beneath my skin. It could be the fact I'm so close, I'm not sure, but their presence is in my bones. Rank bitterness rises to my nose. The cold keeps most of the smell away, but there's no mistaking decomposing flesh. Famished and putrids of all kinds. I try not to look at them. They aren't waiting around like the ones at the community. They are antsy, with teeth gnawing in their jaws. Every now and then a snap echoes from the low moans of the rest of them. A light chattering of teeth hovers close to my ears as I pass through two standing close together. When a groan vibrates, the hairs on my neck stand on end as I shudder and keep moving forward. I'm glad for my jacket so I don't have to skim against their cold, clammy skin as they bump into me. Vacant eyes of milky white and dark blood leer about in an eerie way. Discharge seeps out of old, festering wounds covering their bodies. Some have globs of scalp missing, with a few scraggly hairs left over. Some of them can pass for the newly dead, looking a bit ghastly with translucent skin and road-map veins. Goosebumps sweep up my arms, making me wish for the light of the sun. My heartbeat picks up speed, watching them creep around and bump into me in the moonlight. One bite. That's all it would take, but I'm more worried about rogues. Every snarl brings my attention into focus, and my nerves light up with icy fear. I finally have to put my mind somewhere else. Pushing aside the possibility of rogues and trying to forget about walking through them, period. When going over the plan, I could tell Rudy didn't like it but kept it to himself. He knows it's the only way to get in. My lips pull into a half smile. He was all business, standing there with his arms crossed and jaw working, as his mind frantically tried to come up with another way. He demanded Sam get me a pair of his black jeans and pulled me to the side. "Don't hesitate to shoot anyone who gets in your way." He stared down at me, knowing it would be hard for me to do such a thing. "If you get backed into a corner, fight your way out. Forget Mia. We'll figure something else out." I swallowed and nodded, turning toward the car I would be driving. "Oh, Kansas?" I looked at him over my shoulder. "If you are not back by morning, I'm coming after you." He said it deep and deadly before flashing me a smile. I shiver at the thought of killing living people to get to Mia, so I mentally prepare myself. I let my mind go blank and don't think about living people versus the dead as it should be, but nothing is black and white. It's very gray and very ashen. It's us versus them. After about an hour, I come across a large fence, 12 feet high, including the barbed wire scaling the top. I walk down the length of it, looking in. Indiscrete buildings are scattered and all appear alike, lit up with electricity. A mingle of assorted food scent permeates the air. This must be the independent housing. Large floodlights beam across the walking spaces. I'll have to stick to the sides of the buildings. Behind a bigger building, I find a good spot to climb. Taking a large towel from my pack, I fold it, placing it under my arm before climbing the fence. The gloves help protect my hands. When I get to the top, I drape the towel as best I can. Something grabs my foot and jerks. Holding on, I glance down. A rogue gnashes its teeth, trying frantically to pull me down. I kick it with my other boot, and as it lets go, I dangle and grapple with my feet before regaining balance. Sweat beads down my face as I swing my legs over. I'm finally gripping the other side of the fence, looking down on the famished. I try pulling the towel off because it's a dead giveaway someone crossed this fence. It rips to shreds, but I pull most of what I can off. A piece of it snags from me pulling too hard, and I drop to the ground on my back. The air rushes out of me, and the world spins before I can get air back into my body. Gagging on my breath, I sit up and spit on the ground. My legs feel like jello as I stand, and hope this doesn't take away my stealth. I glance at the rogue famished, who is now reaching as far as it can through the fence, snarling. I need to get out of here. I make my way to the shadow of a building and go around it, skipping across the grass to another, which I soon figure out is a house. I rest against it, catching my breath and wiping sweat. The close call is in the forefront of my mind. Any slower, just another second, and it would have gotten me. I bury the meaty part of my palms in my eyes, shaking my head. My hands tremble. After a minute, I make myself move on, hoping to find Mia. If I don't, I'm in serious trouble. I'm right about the independent housing. The buildings seem to go on forever with no change. The compound is huge. Like a peeping Tom, I peer in windows to find a house without children. One thing this compound has the other didn't is TV. It appears to be compound-made entertainment. In one house, toddlers watch a televised puppet show. How lame. Poor kids, they need cartoons. You can't be a kid without cartoons. The least they could do is play old reruns of something kids would actually enjoy watching. In another house, a couple heats up on the couch. She straddles and kisses him as he rubs her protruding belly. From the lack of children, I guess it's their first child. Bingo. I sigh at their obvious stupidity and go into the backyard to try the sliding glass door. I sigh again as it opens. It seems I've picked the right house of morons. I guess they aren't expecting any zombies to break in, or anyone else for that matter. Music plays softly, and it sounds as if they are getting their teeth cleaned or waiting to get to the top floor in an elevator. I creep through the kitchen, dropping to crawl into the living room. I'm behind the couch when she giggles. He moans. She giggles again. Oh, Bryce, you know you like it. Yes, I do, he says in a husky tone. She gags. I roll my eyes and scrunch my nose. I should have gone to the next house. Great. Peering over the couch, I see her head bobbing as his hand guides her, every now and then pushing her too far, making her gag. This is not a sexy kind of gag. There's a difference. This guy is really pushing her. After this, I don't think Bryce will ever get another blowjob without looking over his shoulder. I wrap my arm around his neck with my fingers on a pressure point and put my cocked gun to his temple. He freezes, shocked beyond words. The girl lifts her head. She is way too young for this guy. My stomach flips at the sight of her innocent face. I meet her frightened gaze. You make a sound and I'll shoot him. Bryce tenses when he hears my feminine voice. I ignore him and tighten my grip on his neck. Please put his dick in his pants. It doesn't look like he's enjoying it anymore. Although why hearing you gag turns him on is beyond me, I say into his ear as she tries unsuccessfully to zip his pants. White hairs peek from the opening of his ear. Maybe it won't when she tosses chunks all over you. He finally speaks, his voice full of pure terror. What do you want? I want you to tell me about this compound. A crossword and pencil lay forgotten on the coffee table. Draw a map. I jerk my head to it and she complies. Don't, Ash, I jerk my arm, choking off his words. You dumb fuck, I'm here to help you. Now shut up and let her draw the map. I'll explain. I tighten my arm for emphasis. Truth be told, my arm trembles in effort and I still have a long night to go. I don't want to be manhandling anyone. She hastily starts drawing. Thank anything holy. Good, Mama. Now think about a place where you can go anywhere with no zombies. You don't have to live inside a gate. You can go to a job you like doing. You don't have to live by these fucked up rules. The girl stops to look at me. I bet you got a vaccine, right? She nods. It doesn't work. If you don't believe me, you can go outside and put your arm through the gate to find out for yourself. They do it to keep you under control, to follow their ways. You're lying, Bryce chokes out. Think about how I got in here. Did you know? I walked right through all the famished. They paid no attention to me. I see no reason to bring up the rogue. I jumped the fence, just like that. Never has happened before, He shakes his head as much as my arm will let him, eyes wide. I don't want to tell them any more than that. Who knows if they will be able to tattle before the party even starts. I take my gun and pistol whip Bryce. He goes out cold, easy since I kept blood from pumping to his brain from the pressure point. The girl yelps, watching his head slump backward on the couch. I put my finger to my lips. My arm was getting tired, I shrug. She swallows. Now explain the layout to me. I tell her, and she does, stumbling over her words, peeking at Bryce. Thank you, I say, standing up with the map. I grab her arm and make her go with me. Rope and duct tape. Her eyes widen, but she obliges. Sit down there, I point to a chair. She hesitates. Wait. You should see something. She holds up her hands to let me know she isn't a threat and walks slowly toward a stack of papers. I narrow my eyes in curiosity as she skims through them, and she hands me a leaflet of some sort. I gasp at the cover. It's me. The 17-year-old me I was when I was arrested for computer forgery. The picture captions my full name, complete with armed and dangerous in a conspiracy against the government. Another picture is beside mine. I stare at it. Even without seeing the name, I'd know his face anywhere. Rudy stares out at me, making pissed off look hot. The picture was captured a while ago. The first remarkable thing is his hair, or lack thereof. It's cut short, sticking up in the back as if he didn't brush it. The rest of it falls right above his brow, curling a little. His ears stick out at me, but that's because I'm not used to seeing them without hair. He also has sideburns, but a week's worth of stubble scatters his chin. His face also lacks the character I've come to love. Both eyebrows are full, lacking the scar that now splits one in half. They have our pictures side by side as if we are post-apocalyptic Bonnie and Clyde. Julie's picture states kidnapped in a caption. I can't help laughing. The girl stares at me. This is just another scare tactic. I wave the leaflet at her. Upon scanning the other pages, grainy pictures from cameras show Reese and I fighting famished on the base. My white legs seem to be the only color. There are also after photos of the damage to the base. Another grainy photo of Rudy beating Gray in the face takes up a whole page. I'm on the ground in the garage. In the picture, my body sports clothing. It's computer edited, as if I was never naked at all. Anger surges through me. There's another photo of Gray's dented skull. My heart skips and I swallow, but my eyes burn with fierce satisfaction. I clear my throat, stuffing the leaflet into my pack. I tie her up first so she won't do anything stupid while I'm tying up Bryce. Your name? Ashley. I smile. That's pretty. I guess you know my name is Kansas, but I go by Can. She blinks. I told you I didn't want to hurt you. I just want every zombie wiped from the Earth's surface. This is a precaution. I'll be back for you. I pause. You know they are not the government, right? Her eyes are wide. I really don't know what to believe, but I do know you could kill me. That's right, but I want to help you, and I will. I have one more question, and I want you to answer truthfully. She nods as I tap my chin. Good. Where is Mia staying? I think in the women's singles dormitory. I'm pretty sure. I nod and wrap duct tape around her head so she can't scream. After that, I lay her chair sideways on the floor, putting a pillow under her head. Cold? Want a blanket? I ask, and she shakes her head no. I want to make her as comfortable as I can. Tying Bryce up in the same fashion, I lay him down facing her. It takes longer since he is dead weight. I go into the bedroom to apply some heavy makeup. I don't want to be recognized. Locking the sliding glass door, I go to the front door and lock it behind me as I leave. I take the time to write down their house number and slink away into the night. By the time I get to the women's dorm, I learn two things. One is the Black Canvas Men patrol. The other is this place is worse than a maze. The building I'm at is huge, like an apartment building, complete with balconies. I have no idea how I'm going to find Mia. I'm so screwed. But I push on, walking right through the front door into the lobby. First thing I do is search around for a directory. No such luck. Damn my mortal soul. Silk plants strategically decorate the corners. A full-length mirror that can be used by 20 people at one time hangs on the wall. The ladies need one last look at themselves before mingle time with the bachelors. I try not to gag. May I help you? A voice echoes through the lobby with extra loud vibrations. I turn and see a young woman watching me with a hand on her hip. I don't know what to say, but she helps me out. I know it's hard adjusting, but you'll get there. You must be new. I'm Cynthia. She holds out her hand. I don't take it because I don't want to get too close, but she doesn't seem all that bright. Or maybe she doesn't think the armed and dangerous Kansas City Sunshine Moore would waltz in here like she owns the place. Stacy, I say, so my voice won't carry. I'm meeting a friend down here, I explain. Have you seen her? She cocks her head to the side and glances at my pack. Before I came in here, I had stuffed everything inside in case I ran into anyone and wanted to appear harmless. Running away isn't the answer. I can get someone you can talk to. Her eyes move to my absurd pants. I should have borrowed some clothing from Ashley. Oh, I giggle. I'm not running away. I'm giving some clothes that don't fit anymore to my friend. She loves them. Skepticism crosses her features as she checks out my pants, but she brightens. Oh, well then. Maybe you missed her. Do you know what room she's in? Double bingo. No, she told me, but I forgot. I try to put some distress on my face. What's her name? I'll probably know. Mia. Her brow furrows as her face changes. Who the hell are you kidding? Mia isn't friends with anyone. That weirdo is some kind of recluse freak. Taking a deep breath, I stuff down the rising anger and keep calm. That's not nice. I like her is all. Maybe if everyone looked beneath the surface, they'd see what was really there. Her eyes narrow. I'll call her to see if she's expecting you. Her steps echo all the way to the lobby desk, drowning out my own soft stepping behind her. I take the gun from the back of my pants and pistol whip her before she dials the first number. I catch her as much as I can and slide her to the floor. Glancing around, I hang the phone up without making a sound. Shock courses through me at the feel of a phone. I stare at it a little too long before catching the sight of the lobby bathroom. I pull her in, wrapping her hands and legs up good and tight with the duct tape. I turn on the faucet and water trickles out. The pressure is really low, but I try to splash her face anyway. She doesn't stir. I drag her into a stall. Her cheeks are warm as I hold onto the sides of her face. The water ripples with the vibration of the stall right before I shove her face in it. It takes a second, but she starts thrashing and I pull her up. Gasping in air, she glances around with wet hair stuck to her forehead, taking in her situation, including the bursa I point at her. You scream and I'll shoot you. Floor 3, room 16, she says in a matter-of-fact way. I blink. Her mouth opens to say something else, but I hit her before it comes out. She drops to the toilet seat. Cursing myself for jumping the gun, I begin checking her pockets. She probably didn't have anything important to say anyway. Finding a key, I pocket it in case I need it somewhere along the way. I make it to the 3rd floor without another incident. The carpeted hall keeps my steps silent as perfumes reach my nose. Different sounds blast from everywhere. Music, laughter, and TVs, all in a big jumble. Picking up my pace, I find room 16 and take my toboggan off to release my locks. I knock on the door. A miniature version of Leela opens it. I stare at her, every bit like her mother with her father's pointy nose and dark skin, but whereas he is handsome, she makes it look cute. I don't put her past 20 years old. Her dark eyes widen as her gaze slides eerily beside me. The small hairs on my arms stand straight up. Great. I peek, but there is nothing there. Rubbing my arms, I say, I wish you guys would stop doing that. She swallows. Can I get my backpack? She asks, turning, and her long black hair swishes around. Her small apartment is nothing like her parents' house. I wonder if this compound has a special place for her to do her voodoo stuff. She seems wired, with wide eyes and dilated pupils, licking her lips. I'm so glad you're here. I can't wait to see my parents. She grabs her backpack out of a closet. Don't look so shocked, Kansas. You should know how much I already love you, and I will do everything I can to help you. I stuff down my shock of her obvious affection. Good. Then you'll cut out the zombie mojo so my team can come in, I say, borrowing Sanders' wording. She smiles at it. I know you need the computer systems, but they are kept under heavy guard. I can keep the living dead at bay, but I can't do anything to get you in there. Also, we have to act quickly, because once they notice I'm gone, all hell will break loose. Well, with the people I have tied up, it'll be sooner than that. Not to mention the team is 4 hours away. What? She asks me, placing folded clothes in her bag. Since she is in a hurry, I stuff my toboggan on my head. The famished, it's overwhelming. We couldn't do it without harming anyone. We barely made it out of the last attack unscathed. I guess we'd better gear up for a long night. I agree and point to her bathroom. Grab a towel. I quickly realize stealth is not Mia's specialty. Every move she makes behind me bounces around the space surrounding us as we rush through the shadows. Several times I've pushed her against a wall as we wait for guards to pass, or in one instance stagger as if drunk. After an eternity of this, we make it to the fence. The famished automatically part like the Red Sea. I smirk at her. Nice. Comes in handy, she whispers as I grab the fence for the climb. The 4-hour drive is hell on my nerves, and worst of all, I'm exhausted. The good news is, I think I can get some sleep later since the famished are subdued. After Mia checks over Ashley's map and adds to it, I speak to her about something. I have an idea. What would that be? This whole idea of going in and letting zombies run amok doesn't sit well with me. Is there any way you can direct them? Maybe. Depends on what you're thinking. I smile and we make plans. Eventually she falls asleep. My eyelids droop and I turn off the heater to keep me awake, but I don't want to make Mia uncomfortable. When I pull into the parking lot where the team waits for us, people jump out of vehicles and come from the small building. You made it! Leela yells, rushing to Mia. It makes me happy. Mago gives me one of his rare smiles. Best part, no casualties. They're quite comfortable with their fake sense of safety. Everyone congratulates us and I introduce them to Mia. I yawn and wave the map. I have a pretty good map of the compound and Mia knows the rest. Reese takes it, looking it over. Nastas and Sander peek over his shoulder. I flinch when someone grabs my sore arm. Rudy loosens his grip. Sorry, are you hurt? I shake my head. Just held someone in a headlock for a bit. His lips tip up as he rubs the soreness. We'll make some concrete plans in the morning, but it's good to get a peek now, Nastas says. They gather around the map. Everyone else jumps the gun and starts throwing up tents now that they know they are mostly safe from famished because of Mia. Climbing in the truck, I grab a pillow and pass out. Someone shakes me. When I open one eye, Rudy tries to hide his amusement. You're drooling on my pillow. He holds up a fingertip covered in my saliva before wiping it on his jeans. Sorry, I stammer, wiping my hand across my mouth. It's still dark out. How long was I asleep? You've only been sleeping an hour, but Gwen cooked while you were gone. He holds up a cup. Vegetable soup. Just for you. Canned, but it's good. Thanks, I say, taking a sip. It's hot. I watch Rudy as he plugs in a little heater, turning it on the lowest setting. Can't leave this on for too long. I agree with him and pull out the leaflet, holding it out to him. Your reputation is holding up swell. His eyes widen and then he smiles. Flipping page by page, I know when he gets to gray because his face hardens. Yours is, too. He studies the front, his eyes skimming back and forth, and he cocks a brow. Government? I guess that's what they're telling themselves. I relate my brief conversation with Ashley. You were way too young to have a mugshot, he smiles at the picture. I throw a pillow at him. It bounces off his head. I sigh. I was young and dumb once. You mean you're not now? I grin. Okay, really young and really dumb. I blow out a breath. I was arrested for trying to change a grade. Malachi's grade. They never found out what I changed, but they knew I was there. Traced it back to me. They thought I had changed my own grade, as if I'd go through the trouble. I scoff. My teachers confirmed that I hadn't, while I laid claim to do it just to see if I could. He thinks about this for a long moment. Lucky guy. He didn't know I did it for him until he got his grades and his GPA was still a 4.0. By then, I had already gotten off. Not gotten off, but my dad pulled as many strings as he could, and I had to do stints of community service. I was extremely lucky to have it written off. When Malachi found out, he was going to turn himself in, but I talked him out of it. He was furious at me for a long time. But somehow, the revolutionists know about it, hence the mugshot. I don't know why they used that one. There's another one floating around. Rudy's eyebrows shoot to his forehead. A year later, I took Malachi's truck as a prank while he was in class one day. He thought it was really stolen. Truthfully, I thought he would call me first, not the police. I laugh and shrug. Needless to say, my days of pranking were over, especially after paying to have all of his ignition wires put back. Malachi deserved it for constantly pranking me with small things. He frowns. Bet you didn't think stealing cars and hacking into computers would have gotten you into this mess. No, I did not, I say in a small voice. Look at your picture. You look like you're ready to kill someone. Of course I was pissed. They threw me in a cage for quarantine after fighting off some guys manhandling Michelle. Remember the little girl who took care of Dex? I nod. It was a mess. For days I put up with some fucked up shit. You really don't want to know the details of being up close when someone turns and seeing it over and over. Keeps me up at night sometimes. And the smell of burning bodies? This is true from what I've gathered about him. He doesn't go near a fire when it's burning zombie corpses. This was after a grueling trip there with Julie and the few others we picked up along the way. My face pinches. I can only imagine how Julie was when everything first went down. Understandable. You have no idea, darlin'. We laugh, but he calms his tone, searching my face. Grabbing the pillow again, I lie back down, fully clothed, just in case. It was too easy to get Mia, and guilt hounds me knowing Ashley and Bryce wait, bound and gagged, not to mention the girl in the bathroom. I voice all of this to Rudy, who agrees with my assessment. I have an icky feeling. The next morning I wake up and my eyes are stuck together, but after rubbing out crust I blink them open. My nose is icy from breathing the chilly air, but my body is warm from its entanglement with Rudy. I smile at him because he takes up the entire space, leaving me in a ball beside him. It's really hard for him not to. His stubble is days old with his hair tossed about. The serenity on his face is something I like seeing as his thick lashes shadow the top of his cheeks. He opens his eyes and catches me watching him. Smiling, his arm tightens around me. "Thank you," I whisper. "For what?" he asks, searching my eyes for any hints. "For being patient with me. It means a lot." The dream of him turning rushes through my mind. I can't even say it. Somehow he knows. "I'm not going anywhere." He grins. "You were right." "I'm always right, but for clarification purposes, what am I right about this time?" We both laugh. "These people are my family. You are too." The doors open and sun streams in. "Okay, you two, I have 2 words for you," Reese says when he climbs in with Glinda right behind him. "Wake and bake." He grins. His goatee is freshly braided and the sun bounces off his colorful head. "That's 3 words," I say, no longer whispering. His head moves back and forth as if he's counting. 2 important words, he emphasizes. Rudy laughs and it's rich with sleep. "Go right ahead." I grab a jug of water. "Any change of plans?" Reese shakes his head and glances at Rudy. "Nah, we don't want to get there until dawn. Mia says that'll be the best time." He takes a drag off his joint and passes it to Glinda. "We're going to be outnumbered," I say, throwing in some logic. "No matter how long and how much we plan, it's not enough." Glinda scoffs. Reese says, "Not when we have a voodoo king, 2 zombie queens, and 1 immune." "I'm not immune," I disagree, taking the joint away from Glinda. I think about the rogue at the fence, deciding not to mention it. Might as well be. Rudy sits up, tying his white bandana on top of his bed hair. I pass him the weed. "It doesn't help you guys any." I dig in Rudy's bag for a brush and pull off his bandana. He raises his eyebrows and moves so I can brush his hair. "I'm not worried, Sugar. We got this," Glinda says, watching our every move. Reese is too. He doesn't even notice Rudy hogging the joint. I think they have a lot to worry about since we've decided to only blow up any labs we find. After scouring them, of course. Rudy exhales. "I think we've taken the extra precautions, but you're right to worry about it. We'll get whoever we can, even if we have to drive to Arizona riding on top of one another." "You're planning to go to Arizona?" I brush through the tangles, and the sun makes his hair shine with golden, honey-brown colors. He takes a minute to answer. "To get the survivors there, yes." Rudy's deep voice vibrates through his scalp. Glinda tries to hide a smile. "What are you smiling for?" I ask Glinda, letting go of Rudy's hair. She grins wider. "Nothing, Sugar. I think it's funny. You brush Rudy doll's hair, but not your own." She takes a deep puff of smoke and hands it to me. Rudy ties his bandana and grins at me too. Exhaling smoke, I roll my eyes at them and toss the brush in his bag. "Is there any of that veggie soup left?" I smack my lips. Everyone laughs. My buzz makes the rest of the day a peaceful one instead of an anxious one. Rudy shows everyone the leaflet I acquired, and just like us, the team dismisses it as a scare tactic. Rudy and I are the butt of everyone's jokes because of our outdated pictures. I take a long nap after I eat and wake up to a bored Glinda wanting to paint my fingernails. "You brought nail polish?" I ask, watching her dig through what I deemed the bag of torture. She brings out the metal pointy thing used to push cuticles back, and her pink lips smile at me. "I got my priorities," she says, checking out my nails. "Your cuticles are nasty." I sigh. My nails are long, but I chew and pick at my cuticles. At least I don't bite my nails. She scoffs, buffing out some ridges. Your nails don't mean shit if your cuticles are all roughed up and bleedin'. I shrug, watching as she buffs, bases, and paints them a lavender color. I don't know why you're even going through the trouble. I'm going to chip it away. Better that than your skin. Anyways, you used to paint 'em. She's right. She knows this because you can clearly see my nails holding up my case number in the mugshot. She's smart and doesn't say anything about my picture-perfect hair. I was a vain person then. A lot has certainly changed. I didn't like Mac 'cause he killed my husband. My body tenses from the shock of her words. I'm sorry. She sniffs and continues with my nails. Don't be. Took me a long time to realize he did it out of mercy. My husband Justin was in a bad way, all messed up with some kind of infection. She looks at me now with seriousness. I didn't know what to do, so I hid him and tried to take care of him the best I could. Peering at what she is doing, she keeps going. I couldn't kill him, but he was suffering. Suffering so bad, Sugar. I don't know what to say. I know how she feels. Anyways, I never got to thank Mac for that. He shot him up with some drugs, and he went to sleep forever. No more pain. Sam and Ty walk by the truck, and when they see me at Glinda's mercy, they burst into laughter, unknowing of our conversation. I shoot them the bird. Glinda snatches my hand back. This brings another round of laughter. Ha ha, I mock. We leave sometime deep into the night. I ride in a car with a few members of the team. Sam, Thomas. Even though he can be a major prick, he will watch my back. Last but not least, Sander. He insisted, I think just to watch me doing my thing. Everyone else takes one vehicle each, leaving behind Rudy's truck for Leela, who has stayed with Ariella. Rudy is with Julie, Maddie, and Bunyan. They are getting out survivors and searching for Jonathan. Mia told us she doesn't know him, but if he is there, then he'll be in the single storm. Doesn't matter he's already married, but I hope he hasn't already impregnated someone else. Mago and Mia won't be going in, but they'll be close. Reese, Glinda, and Ty are working in the girls' dorm. Felix, Nastas, Nita, Gwen, and Kale are going to the independent housing. Nita is more concerned with children than anything else. I told them about the couple I had tied up, but more than likely they are already loose and the whole compound knows we are coming. I hope Bryce and Ashley listened and believed me. I honestly don't know if I would in their situation. The plan is everyone else is going in first. Diversion. Mia tells me exactly where to go. I try not to worry about anyone because Mac was very thorough in teaching them hand-to-hand combat. If all else fails, they have guns. A tear escapes and I wipe it away. Sander glances at me through the darkness. Everything will work out, Chingona. You'll see, we'll be in Arizona in no time. I've never been to Arizona. It's probably hot and dry. He laughs. It is. It varies. The temperatures seem hotter because it's dry. I grin. Good thing I like it hot. I hate the cold. Looking out the window now, I squeeze my jacket tighter. What about you, Sam? Willing to relocate even though Guido didn't say he'd kill you? He shrugs. Doesn't matter to me. Ty will go, if anything, to get Felicia. Felicia is Ty's girlfriend. I think they'll leave. Sanders' brow scrunches in confusion. You're basing your answer on whether your amigo goes or not? No, I've been talking to him about it. He doesn't know if Felicia would want to. She has family at the community, he explains. I'm gonna get those people out, Sameru, right after I put a bullet in Guido's skull, I say with absolute determination. Stuffing down the anger, I'll have plenty of time to think about it, but right now, I need to focus on this mission. Through the darkness, his septum ring flashes in the lights from the dashboard. My words hang in the air, in our silence, for the rest of the drive. Chapter 28. We wait an hour at the car before we set on the quickest path to our destination on foot. Going through the throng of zombies unnerves us all, but I have to hand it to the guys. They don't flinch or say anything. It's not so bad now I'm not alone in it. We have another hour before Mia lets the zombies loose. When we get close, my stomach sinks at the non-stop gunfire. The compound knows we're here. We easily scale a fence near the building. No one is around, but the smell of gunpowder is strong. We covertly make our way around to the back door Mia instructed us to go to. It's locked with a keypad for a code. Mia didn't say anything about a keypad. I don't have any tools, I whisper, studying the solid door with a vertical panel of glass. Sander stands up. Excuse me while I make this door más huevos. Sam gives me a confused glance and mouths, balls? I shrug and shoot Sander a dirty look. Are you being lewd? I hate not knowing what he's saying. His mouth drops open, pretending to be offended. Me? I'd never be vulgar in front of a lady. But since there's not one around, yes, I was. He gently hits the butt of his gun to the keypad box, pulling it out, wires and all. After counting the wires, he jerks 2 of them out. My jaw drops. I really don't think I have anything to teach you. His teeth flash through the darkness. I didn't unlock it, just disarmed the connected alarm so I can do this. His gun goes through the glass panel. We all freeze momentarily, listening for sounds of approach. He picks glass out and sticks his arm in to open the door from the inside. Like a glove. Sam grunts in approval. I grin and want to ask how he knew which wires to pull. I manage to hold my tongue and glide into the building. It's dark, and since it's nearing dawn, people haven't shown up for work yet. Mia informed us that no one sleeps in here, but guards are in and out all the time. Hopefully they are somewhere else. A flashlight flashes as Thomas clicks one on. I give a thumbs up and breathe through my mouth. The harsh sting of antiseptic is strong, stronger than a hospital. We move down the hall, looking in open doors and checking closed ones. A loud bang jars our attention at the opposite end of the building. Sander waves us all into the nearest room, and Thomas cuts the light. My ears ring through the silence, and my heartbeat booms through my ears. Sander kneels at the door, his ear stuck up as he listens for any sound. He throws his hand up in a classic "don't move" gesture. We freeze. I don't dare breathe, and the only sound is the erratic beating of my heart. Sander moves so fast I don't see him until he has someone by the throat. I can't see the person, but a double glare tells me they wear glasses. The person makes a gagging sound and holds up their hands. Rue! Rue! Whoever it is male. His form is a non-threatening stance. Te quiero, quiero. What do you want? Spit it out. I go over and slap Sander's arm. For fuck's sake, he can't speak. Sander lets go, and the guy gasps while rubbing his neck. Thomas flashes the light in his face. He automatically flinches from the bright light. Well, I prompt the classic comic book nerdy guy, the kind of guy that would dress up like Spock at a Star Trek convention. He clears his throat. Rudy told me to tell you, Can, that he sent me. This throws me for a loop. What? What the hell for? I ask, clearly confused. He takes off his backpack. A gun cocks as he unzips it. He peeks over his glasses and rolls his eyes at the guys. He watches me as he pulls a laptop from the backpack. My laptop that the base confiscated. I know everything there is to know about their systems. I believe this is yours. He hands it to me. This is too much of a coincidence. What's your name? Kyle. He turns. Follow me. He slings the bag over one shoulder. Sander holds up his gun. How can we trust you? I trust Rudy, but I'm interested in the answer myself. I raise my brows at him. Kyle only scoffs. You're serious? You know how many people want to help you, Can? You and Rudy have a whole goddamn fan club here. We've been waiting on you, and we're prepared to get out quickly and safely. I'd rather not waste time telling you about it when we'll see soon enough. Do you want the location to get to the other compounds or not? How did you get this? I wag the laptop. He flashes a crooked smile. I work doing odd jobs for IT. They had me search through it. Pretty impressive. It was my dad's. Another grin. I know. His statement gives me the willies, but he has to be telling the truth. Not everyone can be stupid enough to believe everything they hear, especially when the questions they want answers to aren't getting answered. Then up pops our photos in the leaflet claiming we are rebels against the cause, leaving behind destruction and dead guards. I can see how we'd gain a few followers. Damn. I know all about you, Can. He points to the laptop. I have some information from their systems. What you need is not on the laptop. We need to get it. I glance at Sander, Thomas, and Sam. They know we are only here to grab as much equipment as we can to find out more on the virus and whatever else we can get. Kyle doesn't seem to have a clue, so we keep our mouths shut. Actually, we were going to take as much equipment as we can carry. I whack him on the back walking by him, then blow this building to the sky. Turning to wait on Kyle, he is stunned but moves ahead of us. We go into another room when a mass explosion shakes the building. I look to them. I must appear worried because Sanders says, "Must be a diversion. They are getting out. We need to hurry." More gunshots sound from outside. "Sam, get those." I point to some electronic notebooks on a large charging station. "You know passwords?" I ask Kyle. "Some, but I can get the rest." He pats his bag. "Got my own." "They use a satellite, if you can believe it. They have contacts all over the world. We'll be able to reach their system from wherever we are." This is very lucky news, except for the all over the world part, but I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. "Good, I'll be right back." "Shit," Sander exclaims, but in a hushed tone, and shakes his head in disagreement. "No, not alone." I suddenly know why he insisted on coming with me. Rudy. I give Sander a look that says exactly what I think about that. He backs off. I rush down the hall. When I get to a lobby of sorts, I can see out the front windows. Civilians run following black canvas men into a shelter. The building is a colossal dining hall with a blowout basement. Ash rains down like snow, or maybe it is snow mixed with ash. A huge fire lights up the grounds. I hurry to the computer lab. "How much time?" Sander glances down at his watch and I see it light up green. 26 minutes to showdown." "Gonna be enough?" I ask them. They are all busy stuffing computer equipment in packs. "Yep, plenty. You set up the rest, then give me your empty bag." "All right, guys, let's show them how we do it." I jog to the lobby and begin placing the bombs. I'll set the timers right before we leave. I was only able to carry 3, and Sander has another one. "Psst," Sander warns, coming up behind me to see where I've placed one. He nods and goes down the hall and into a room. I do the same, so we have a bomb in almost every corner of the building. I stop at a steel door, knowing what's probably behind it. Everyone agreed to leave the actual, tangible virus alone for now, hoping to get some information from the computers. The best we can do is destroy it. When I make it down the hallway, I meet Sander in the middle. He hums AC/DC's TNT. I snort out a laugh. His teeth flash. "This is going to be spectacular, Chingona." I return his grin, but it falters. Screams erupt outside, blending in with moans and gunshots. Sander and I exchange glances. The famished have arrived, and famished they are. I hope everyone got out, and I hope with no casualties. We watch out the front window. The refugees will die, or so it seems at first glance. Famished gather around the dining hall in a frenzy. A man is crawling and wailing a blood-curdling shrill as a handful of famished eat on his body. One of them pulls his insides out. Looking closer, the man has on black canvas. I avert my eyes. My plan is working. Soon these zombies won't be here. "It's time to go. Everyone ready?" I ask. The guys appear fine with the exception of Kyle. He's pale and sweat drips from his hairline. His eyes are wide, focused on the scene outside. It's apparent he wasn't planning on this part. He's used to the zombies being subdued. I take him by his soft shoulders. Damn. His glasses perch at the end of his nose. "I'll cover you. Don't worry, just stay in front of me." I wave my hand toward the back. "Move out, it's fireworks time." When they get to the back door, I run around and set timers. My footsteps echo through the rooms. When I get to the group, I pick up my own pack and make sure I have all my weapons at the ready. I nod, and Sam kicks the door open and immediately starts shooting famished. Kyle stops. I push him forward. "I can't hold your fucking hand and shoot." That gets him moving. We make it to the fence, but it lies flat on the grass. A few famished grapple to untangle themselves from the thick barbed wire. I don't think, just run and shoot. Slipping my machete out with my left hand, I whack any famished that comes close, spraying fluid across me. My shoulders ache from the weight of my pack. Sam and Sander make up our front line, keeping the majority of zombies at bay by shooting them down. Minutes tick by, and we are in the woods when the explosion hits. The force vibrates to the ground, and I stumble forward. 3 more explosions follow it. Someone grabs me to help me steady myself. Thomas. Panic threatens to seize me, but I stuff it down. Debris and ash shower down on us. Chunks of stuff crack through the tree branches, and we have to dodge them. Our harsh breathing cuts through the air. The famished keep going in the direction of the compound and are thinning out. Putreds mill about, making their way toward us, reaching out with bloated hands. I slice limbs and necks, trying to breathe through my mouth as my feet pound into the ground. The smell is rancid, like infection, and I taste it in the back of my throat. Kyle gags and has to stop to throw up his dinner. Poor Kyle. He isn't used to dealing with zombies face to face. I guess knowing about them is one thing. Having to deal with them? Totally different story. Cover us, I tell the guys and rub Kyle's back. It makes him gag even more. I know you probably don't want to hear this, but you'll get used to it. He looks at me without his glasses. I don't think he can get any paler, and he has chunks on his chin. His eyes widen in realization as he wipes his arm across his face. Hint, breathe through your mouth. He nods, replacing his glasses, and we run. We make it to the car, breathing heavy. I open the trunk to switch bags. Did anyone get bit? Sander says, holding up his gun. I roll my eyes. Not on my watch. Shutting the trunk, I say, you guys go on ahead of me. I need to do something. Sander hesitates before saying, No, mamacita. Get in the car. I cock my Bersa and point it at him. Fuck you. You get in the car and drive away. I'll only be a few hours behind you. Puta madre. Rudy is not going to like this. That's what you get for promising you'd look after me. Yeah, this isn't good. I'll go with you. Sam tries to reason with me through the rolled-down window. I shake my head. Sander glares at me for a long moment before he swears in Spanish, getting in the car. I wait until the car pulls off before heading to my destination. Mia is waiting on me when I get to our meeting spot about an hour later. She sits in a run-down car. It's the only one I could find with keys in it. No problem, as long as it can make the 4-hour drive. Before hopping in next to her, I carefully place my huge duffel, that could carry a body, in the back seat while we wait. This is crazy, she says. No, it isn't. I don't want any more innocent people to die. Now that we have a fan club, the revolutionists won't have mercy on anyone. I think the first part of the plan worked. I saw a guard being ripped to shreds. We watch zombies walk through a large fenced-in farm. When the zombies start to thin as they come in from the compound, I get out. You need help? She asks, fidgeting a little. Nah, your parents are already going to be on edge when they notice you aren't there. No, they won't. I told my dad, Can. I didn't want them to worry. What? She laughs and then mocks him. Nothing Miss Moore resolves to do astonishes me. Her tone of voice is so uncannily similar to Mago's that I laugh as I get my bag out of the back. I hand her my gun. Just watch out for rogues. Her mouth drops open as she handles the gun as if she has no clue how to use it. I smile and give her a rundown. Just, try not to shoot me and you'll be fine. Taking off around the fence, I wire the tubes together without timers. I fuse them all together, a bundle at a time, going down the middle of the field. I bump into zombies, but I ignore it the best I can and focus on my task. One misstep and it won't have the domino effect I want it to. It takes longer than I anticipated, and by the time I'm done, the sun shines brightly in the sky. I slide in the car as if I didn't just wire up a whole farm to blow to smithereens. I smile, knowing Reese is going to be pissed. Ready? I ask with a grin. She shakes her head at me. You're way too excited about this. Well, this is one step to getting our world back. One zombie at a time. I pause, realizing how that came out. I'm aware of how impossible that sounds. She smiles at me. Nothing is impossible, Kansas. Taking the lighter from my pocket, I light the end of the fuse and drop it on the dirt road. You can drive off now. Her eyes widen as she takes off. I wait a few as the car bumps up and down the road. A few minutes in, I turn in my seat and worry after another few minutes pass until the first one goes off. The car shakes as a big cloud of dirt shows up over the trees. They go off every few seconds or so. The closer the explosives are together, the faster they go off. Eventually, the whole sky is one big dust cloud, but the farther away we get, the less the car shakes. Turning around in my seat, I take out a towel and dump water on it to clear my skin of the gore from earlier in the morning. I bet it's a huge fucking mess back there. Probably, but I bet there's an even bigger mess waiting on us. I cut my eyes sideways at her. I needed to do this on my own. Why? Mia, a lot of people are dead because I didn't stay where I should have, that's why. People die every day. It's nothing you did, trust me. You just set things in motion to change it. But it's only gotten worse. No, it hasn't. It seems that way because now you're in the middle of it. I slump in the seat because she has a point. Of course, we're the last ones to get to the rendezvous spot where Leela is keeping Ariella. People rush us. "Oh, Sugar, you made it!" Glinda's dainty arms go around me. Reese stands there too, both of them looking worse for wear. He scowls at me. "Where have you been?" "Killing zombies?" His gray eyes blaze. "You didn't think to tell anyone?" Mia told Mago. He opens his mouth to argue, closes it, then lets me have it. "That doesn't count! You know that cryptic bastard doesn't say anything to anyone?" "Is everyone okay?" I change the subject, glancing around for Rudy. Reese shakes his head, scoffing. My breath catches. Felix and Nita were killed. He lets that sink in. I swallow. And? Kale and Ty were shot, but they're alive. Gwen and Nostis are working on them now, Reese says, but as he sees my face, his glare softens. Sorry. He's helping with the refugees. Then he points toward some tents. I let out a puff of air even as my eyes burn for our losses. I'm relieved. Are Nostis and Gwen in one of them? We need to move out ASAP. He sends me to an oversized tent. I unzip it and poke my head in. Gwen looks relieved. Thank goodness, I've been worried, she says, rushing over and hugging me. I smile at her. Mission complete. Kale and Ty both sleep soundly, probably on the drugs Mac had with him. I thought about his bag in Rudy's truck. Did you find the couple, Ashley and Bryce? Nastus speaks up. Yes, hungry, thirsty, pissed, and soiled. But we found them. He changes Ty's bandage on his leg. Kale's injury is in his shoulder. Good, I clear my throat. We need to leave as soon as we can, I tell him. He agrees, but with the stipulation of tomorrow. Backing out of the tent, I run right into a body that wraps me in a tight embrace. I turn, my arms going around him. You made it, he whispers into my toboggan. Despite his warm words, his face is stoic. He has a black eye, but is otherwise unscathed. What happened? I reach up to touch his face, but he backs away. Jonathan hit me. His brow furrows. He was happy to see Julie, but not so happy I was with her. He grabs my toboggan, letting my locks fall around me. You're mad. Leaning down so he's face to face, he says, Beyond mad. You didn't think anyone would worry about you, or do you not give a shit? Apparently his questions are rhetorical because he turns and walks away. Trembling, I clean up, drink some water, and sit down with Mac's bag in the truck. I take a deep breath and open it. He has some t-shirts and pants shoved in. I pull them out and turpentine reaches my nose. My face grows hot at the smell of Mac. There's a brand new crossbow, not a pistol crossbow, a full-sized one. Tears prick my eyes. I pick it up, and it's lightweight for a crossbow. There's a scope, and you can load 5 arrows on top. It looks like he worked on this himself. The arrows are made by him with wicked points. I know for sure because the fletching is in funky colors. He had done this for me. I put it all in the bag and sit, staring into space. Chapter 29. Commotion outside wakes me, and Rudy isn't here. After putting my locks back with my head wrap, I dress in a sweatshirt and jacket. I'm ready to get to warmer weather. I grab the crossbow and hop out. A big campfire blazes with dozens of people and children around it. Some are in a daze, others happy and chatting merrily. I go to the tent Nostis and Gwen were in last night. Kale and Ty are awake and eating. I smile at them. Thanks for taking one for the team, I say, and squat. I've never seen Ty so still. He's usually bouncy and full of energy. Right, Ty slurs. My leg is all messed up. I'm gonna have to do therapy, they said. I pat his good leg. Now you have battle scars. I smile. Look at the bright side. Could have been a zombie bite. He gives me a look that says, clearly, I don't know what it feels like to have a bullet wound. He's right. How are you? I ask Kale, straightening his sleeping bag. He waves his makeshift sling, holding his arm bent at the elbow. Hair sticks to his head, and he can't shake it out of his eyes. Samantha's gonna want to kill you. Tell her to get in line. That gets a smile out of him. Thanks. You did great. There are happy children out there. Not good enough. Nita and Felix won't get to see them. Hey, don't talk yourself down. They wouldn't want you to. Gwen pokes her head in. There you are, Can. Come on out and get some food. I'm walking toward the food when someone yells, You! It's threatening, so I turn and hold up my new, mean-looking crossbow. Well, the rainbow arrows tone down the meanness, but still. A man with a buzz cut and demeaning eyes glares at me. Jonathan. I remember him now. Not so nice anymore, is he? He notices my weapon and his steps falter. A bandage covers his hand from punching Rudy. Did you have something to say, Jonathan? I try to sound bored because I really don't want to shoot him. He has every right to be mad, so I'll let him say whatever he needs to say, to blame me for whatever he is blaming me for. He remembers what he was mad about. Yeah, you kidnapped my wife. You have her back. I turn to go. I missed the birth of my baby girl. His voice chokes as his face screws up. I give it to him straight. Well, I miss my father, my mother, and all the loved ones from before all this shit went down. So do a lot of people here. I'm sure you even lost family and friends. Several other people are dead, too. People that were helping to save you from the people that took the world away from us. At least Julie and Ariella are alive. You should enjoy it while it lasts. His face falls even more, but I'm on a roll now as anger keeps flowing. I drop my weapon since he doesn't seem as much of a threat any longer. I should shoot you for hitting Rudy. He took care of Julie and did his best to get her to you. I'm not saying I'm not at fault, just saying I'm trying to right the wrong of it. I scream the last, hoping someone will get it, even if it is just Jonathan. Shooting him one last glare, I walk away before I lose any more control. Walking into the woods, there are some famished walking about, waiting for commands. I take my crossbow and pull back. I'm not used to it, but I will be eventually. The arrow shoots out like a bullet in a gun. My jaw drops. This is cool. I shoot 4 more zombies and go to them and examine the arrows. The arrows stick out from the skulls cleanly to the fletching. I have to really tug to get them out. I try shooting one farther away, about 60 yards. The zombie slumps to the ground. This crossbow is marvelous. The pistol crossbow can't hold a candle to it. I smile, knowing Mac fixed this up, and as a gift he knew I would love. I wish he was here to see it in action, though he more than likely tried it out already. It makes this crossbow so much more special to me. I don't know how long I stay out shooting famished, but it helps me stuff some stress down. Starving and covered in zombie goop, I jog back, picturing one of these rainbow-colored arrows stuck in Guido's eye. It's all encrypted, Can. Sam comes running up to me, glancing at my gore-coated clothing. What is? The notebooks. Kyle's working on cracking the encryptions. He makes finger quotes. That will take time, and I don't think he should be the one working on it, Sam. We need to wait until we get to some power, too. You don't trust him? Not quite. I sigh. Anyone tell Mago? He looks at me. That's another thing. Mago, Leela, Mia, and their people haven't been seen since you got back. Their vehicle is gone. What? They left with no sign of foul play. Not much we can do. I never asked Mago what his plans were, so this doesn't surprise me that much. Did he take any equipment? We walk toward our group that congregates to make plans. He nods. We think so, yes. Reese and Rudy eye us as Nostus nods, but I have one thing on my mind. Hey guys, I think we need to be extra alert for famished. If Mago or Mia dies, a lot of people will. There aren't enough of us to protect them. I wave my arm toward children that play with a jump rope. Then we should pack up and head back to Arizona, Nastas says. We can figure out what to do when we get them to safety. I really don't want to do this. I'm not ready to go to Arizona. Unfinished business lies elsewhere, and now the Mago problem, but the small group agrees with his plans. I just agree right along with them. Let's pack up. Turns out we nabbed 78 people from the compound. This number includes our own. The bus is a welcome blessing at this point instead of a hindrance on gas, because this particular bus was made for 66 people. With all the other vehicles and Rudy's truck, we can transport everyone easily. There isn't a car left for me to take. I'll wait until we get to a town and head out on my own. Ty's going to Arizona until he heals before going to Nashville for Felicia. He by no means likes it. Cale doesn't either, but neither one of them are in any shape to argue much. I tell them we'll go, that the important thing is to get these people somewhere safe. What they don't know is, I'll have their families in Arizona before they heal. I don't tell anyone of my great escape because I'll be talked out of it until a later date. That would only piss me off and chase me into the woods to kill more famished, possibly with my bare hands. Besides, they have information from the compound. I'll play in that ballpark when I'm ready. I also have to do something about Mago. I'm packing and straightening up inside the vault when I feel someone standing there. A young woman watches me. I recognize her as Cynthia. She has straw blonde hair and nondescript brown eyes. There's a massive bruise on the side of her face. The girl I duct-taped to a toilet put her head in the water and then pistol-whipped, twice. "You could have told me who you were," she says. "No, I couldn't have. Glad you made it out, though," I say, relieved she isn't going to cause me problems. She shakes her head. "I feel so stupid not recognizing you." "At least I have a story to tell." She gives a small wave and walks away. Unbelievable. I stare at her retreating form with my mouth open when Rudy comes into view. He watches Cynthia walk away and glances at me with crossed arms and a raised brow. "You beat her up and she's proud?" I can't really wrap my head around it either. I put her face in toilet water. The vault is clean for now. We have room for people now. I think about asking him to go with me, knowing he wants Guido dead too, but he'll only want me to wait. I think I'm going to ride with Sam and Kyle. Talk about the systems, make a plan. His eyes narrow and he leans against the truck. Focusing on the milling people, he shrugs. That sounds like a great idea. Chapter 30. Yeah, great idea. Until I find out Maddie finagles her way into riding with him. I let it roll off my back. I have other things to worry about besides Miss Bleach Blonde Barbie. Everyone loads up and drivers gather around their maps, tracing the route. Glancing at the route myself, I need to separate from them sometime today. By tonight, they plan to set camp in southeastern Idaho. I do not want to be in Idaho. I want to be southeast of Montana, preferably in South Dakota or Nebraska. Sander and Sam don't seem to mind me riding with them. Kyle visibly perks at the mention of riding with me for hours on end. Kyle is a one-of-a-kind character with shaggy hair. What captures my attention about him are his clothes. The black t-shirt faded to dull gray quite some time ago. It features Doc's face from Back to the Future. Under a thick flannel with holes, showing a thermal shirt underneath it all. How many shirts is he wearing? His Chuck Taylors are duct-taped together and thermal underwear peeks out through the frayed holes in the knees of his jeans. Everything he has on is from his old life. It makes me like him, that he holds on to it so dearly. I throw my pack and my tent into the trunk. "Shotgun," I say, plopping into the car, but not before Sam rolls his eyes. "You better watch out, I'll chain you to the back of the car by your bull ring," I joke. He laughs and flexes his oversized biceps, which are clearly visible through his tight hoodie. "Try me," he says, his face scrunching up as if he's lifting weights. I make a show of the loaded crossbow in my lap. "Challenging me?" "Dirty," he mumbles. Now I laugh. Never said I played fair. Kyle goes back and forth between us, soaking up our camaraderie with fascination. I glance out the window to see Sander speaking with Rudy. They both peer over at me at the same time. What a way to be inconspicuous, fellas. I sit back and get out my atlas. Our first stop will be here in Montana. I have to make it through this car ride until then. Sander hops in. "All set, amigos." He peers at me, then at the map. "You like it in Arizona." I ignore him as he pulls out with the line of vehicles. "So, Kyle, what do you know?" I ask. Might as well make this ride productive. Sam speaks up for him. "Let's say the revolutionists have several of these compounds. I have this idea about getting in touch with more people, you know, for our cause. It's apparent this discussion has already taken place without me." Kyle jumps in. "Trust me, your pictures are everywhere. You'll have people expecting you. No need to waste time on that." "Good. So where are they?" I say, none too friendly. Silence, but I don't budge from my stare. Sam sighs. 2 in the Northeast, 1 in Seattle, 3 in Canada. Alaska. That only covers North America.
They hold an annual convention. I perk at this news. Where? When? We'll find out, Sanders says. Everyone must already know all of this. My first priority is to find Mago. I'm always waiting for that bastard. My bad mood is getting to me. I'm starting to feel smothered and claustrophobic. I roll the window down a few inches and put my forehead to its icy coolness. Sander leans over from the driver's seat to pat my leg. Stop feeling so much pressure. You're not in this alone. Sam scoffs from the back seat. Is that what your bitchiness is about? I thought you were ragging. I flip him the bird. He waves it away. Kyle's eyes are wide behind his glasses. We are here for you, you know. Sam's face is earnest. I nod and put my head on the window. The car stops and my eyes pop open. Time to gas up, Sander announces, sliding out of the car. We are at a warehouse somewhere. Hidden resources. In a small town. I should be able to find a car. Sam and Kyle are stretching their legs. I slip out and go around to the trunk for my pack. I'm putting it on, biding my time. Gwen comes over and gives us homemade trail mix and a jug of water. I drink a lot of it, watching as everyone piles out of the bus. I walk toward the throng of people, getting lost in them. I don't dare look around and draw attention to myself. Going around the bus, I take a chance and glance behind me. Nobody pays me any attention as I smack into a body. A hard body. Rudy leans up against the back of the bus with his arms crossed. What the hell are you doing? I snap. I could ask you the same thing. I have to pee, I say, and I'm ragging, blurting it out, thinking it's the perfect excuse. With the exception of Mac, men usually get uncomfortable when periods are mentioned. Zombie blood and guts, sure. Woman blood, they go running for the hills. What a coincidence. I gotta go myself. If you need sanitary napkins, there are some in the truck. He proves me wrong and pushes off the bus. Unless you were doing something else, he advances on me, all imposing and dominating. I back into the bus. Are you suggesting you're going to watch me pee? He doesn't answer, just presses his body close to mine. My own responds, reminding me of pure human instinctual needs. The traitor. Something flicks through his expression, but he waves toward the woods. Go ahead, darling. I'll cover you. I don't need anyone to cover me, and I don't need any sanitary napkins, I gripe, stomping into the woods. He'll come after me if I'm not out in the amount of time it takes me to do my business. He knows, too. He's waited on me plenty of times before. How can anyone know me so well? Better than I know myself. I step out of the tree line, hearing his jeans zip, and he emerges about the same time I do. I scoff. How do you do that? He looks around with wide eyes. Basic human instinct, I suppose. His hand mimics unzipping his zipper. Just unzip and... Not that, I laugh. Time it perfect. You're always done right when I am. A slow grin spreads across his face and his eyes twinkle mischievously. My cheeks flame as I realize how that sounds. Not that either. Oh, never mind. I scoot away from him, bumping into a tree. Perv, I mutter. He's still smiling. When you realize I'm not going to let you go to Nashville alone, you can ride with me. You're done being mad at me? The smile drops in an instant, and he steps closer, pushing me into the tree. He brings my arms up over my head, lacing his fingers with mine before skimming my jaw with his nose. I meet his gaze when he peers at me. No, and I won't be until you realize that I'm really not going anywhere, and until I'm sure you aren't either. Brushing his lips against mine, he shoves off and leaves me against the tree. I make it to his truck and help him fill it with gas. If possible, my grouchy mood evaporates more with every mile we travel out of the way. Soon we're in Idaho and the sun is setting. I watch, sulkily, sitting on the back of the truck as everyone pitches tents and starts a fire, in the middle of nowhere. Hi, Can, Julie says. I give her a small smile. Hey, you okay? She beams. Never better. I wanted to let you know something. Oh, yeah? Yeah. I heard Nostis and Sander talking a few days ago, and tomorrow is April 1st. She searches my face. Planning a joke on someone? She shakes her head. No, but Rudy turns 29, she smiles. I don't know if you knew or not. I'm sure he doesn't really care, but I know you do. I smile at her. I do. Thanks.
She walks away. I jump down from the truck in search of Gwen. When I find her, I ask, "You have any sugar?" "Not much." "What can I trade you for it?" "What do you want it for?" I shrug. "A cake?" "Show me how you'll make it over a fire and you can have whatever you need for it." I smile. "Deal." Turns out she has cocoa, too. It would have been better with a cast-iron skillet, but with the pan I used, it turns out okay. After conversing with Reese and Glinda, I carry the small, lumpy chocolate cake drizzled with a sugar glaze toward the truck. There are several young women from the compound standing around gawking. When what they are looking at comes into view, I roll my eyes. "You trying to give those girls heart palpitations?" I joke. "Your birthday is tomorrow, you know." I show him the cake. His feet thump to the ground from his pull-up bar. "Is tomorrow the 1st?" he asks, grabbing the bar from the top of the open doors and throwing it in the truck. "So says Julie," I grin before observing his audience. He slips off his sweatshirt and wipes his forehead with it, watching the disappearing crowd. His face scrunches. "They don't see anything else, Can. You calling them superficial?" "Just calling it like it is." "I don't blame them. I like watching you too. Although I'm not as open about it." He grins wide, showing dimples through his beard. "That's good to know, but it's different." I place the cake on the truck. "Different how?" He shrugs. "You see more than skin deep, or we'd have already bumped hips, don't you think?" His face is open and ready to hear my reply. I don't have anything to say because he's right. There have been plenty of opportunities. It takes me a minute, but I come to my senses. "What makes you think that?" "The first morning we woke up together, you didn't respond to my advances." Shaking my head and giving him a grin, I say, "You didn't try very hard." "Glad I didn't." He climbs in the truck, grabbing his guitar. I follow behind him. "Ouch," I say, and laugh in an awkward way. "That's not what I mean." "Rudy doll, happy birthday," Glinda says, climbing into the truck with Reese in tow. Rudy studies me with a smile. "Yeah, what she said. Time to celebrate," Reese pipes in. We all laugh and eat cake. The rest of the trip south is uneventful. It consists of Rudy watching me like a hawk, ready to swoop down on his prey. I even tell him I won't go anywhere given it's his birthday and all. He doesn't seem to believe me, so I'm taking extra measures to make it up to him. The weather gets warmer, and everyone is glad to ditch the coats and sweatshirts for t-shirts and tanks. The farther southwest we travel, however, the looting is terrible. I can only guess it's because survivors flock to warmer weather. With more people to feed, we ration food more than we already do. No one minds anyway, since we are all used to small portions. We arrive in Arizona, only to be put on hold. The delay is for taking count of everyone we have and finding places to put them. They are organized and efficient, placing us in a secure campground. Luckily, another counselor is available to help the transition of survivors. At first, the survivors were unsure, but the closer we came to this town, the more open they were to the change. A man named Martin, who is part of the council here, shows up to tell us about the new town of Sierra Vista, which is completely different than Sierra Vista itself. Martin is a laid-back guy with buzzed hair, long cargo shorts, and a tank. The town is actually just that, a town. They utilize everything within it. Neighborhoods, offices, grocery stores, gas stations, everything. Right now they rely on solar power, but it's dodgy, so they've been working to strengthen it for some time. Even more so since the population grows in this town more every month. A problem arises when we have to give up our firearms. Martin remains patient. "This is for the safety of everyone, but especially the children. You're allowed to keep your weapons, but firearms need to be checked into the armory at the gate of our town and only used off grounds." Reese is especially unnerved about it, and after much debate with the help of Nastas and the fact that none of us has kids, we're able to keep one firearm each after a rundown of Firearm 101. Silly, but if it makes the council feel better, then why not? I'm not sure how I feel about the whole setup yet. Only time will tell. Many people come in and out of the campground, and it's hard to keep everyone straight, but the town obviously knows how to handle the situation. Meeting a bunch of new people within the span of a few days is kind of like having vertigo and makes my head spin. It's been a long time since I've seen so many people in one place. One could easily forget the world went to shit, but I know better.
We camp for 2 days while people trickle out, being analyzed and placed in housing. Their own house, unless they are a single person. But it's different than the compounds, because people aren't pushed to procreate here. The team volunteers to be last, to get families and survivors situated. The equipment we pilfered from the compound is in the hands of the council here. Something else I'm not sure about, but it lifts some weight off my shoulders to let them handle it. If Mago wants it, he should be here to get it. Thinking of Mago only makes me worry more. I split a granola bar in half and hand the other half to Rudy. We sit around a small fire. Rudy asks, "How does it feel to be right?" "Right about what?" "The souls." This comes out of nowhere, but I remember talking with him about it a long time ago. I don't feel great about my theory being true. Mago doesn't like it either. He goes against his beliefs, but he doesn't do it just because he can. He does it for a very selfless reason. Surely the Loas will know and give him credit for that at least. I wonder how that works. I don't know. It's not a good feeling. I'm sure Mago feels even worse. Now that I think about it, he only spoke it out loud in so many words, but Mia practices black magic too. I suppose that's why he's so daunted. He wants it to end, and so do I. I feel that heavy weight again. The fire reflects across Rudy's features, making him glow. We'll find him and set things straight. "Can! Rudy!" Sam runs toward us. Kyle is with him, and they both look horrified. I jump up. "What?" "We got through the encryption." Sam looks at Kyle. "Then why are you guys so freaked?" "The encryption isn't studies on the virus," Sam says, drawing out his words. Rudy scoffs. "That doesn't do us any damn good." Kyle swallows. "From the way the rest of the council talked to Nastis, we gather it's studies on a vaccine that lead nowhere." I exchange a glance with Rudy. "So there is a vaccine?" I ask. Sam shakes his head and gets a little pale. "I don't know. We don't know, but they're giving something to those pregnant women." Mago told me the vaccine was crap. Did he know and refuse to tell me the truth? Or did he not know and assumed it is crap? No, I don't think he'd lie. The U.S. coalition also said it was crap and sent Dalton to his post, along with the rest of my team. Or does Dalton know something? He said the coalition was doing something, but things take time and patience. And anyway, they are giving something to people. Julie's gotten something herself. I shake my finger at them. This is fucked up. When Mac was talking about his superiors, he said they knew about the people in Arizona. What the hell are they doing? What was it Mac wanted to tell me before he was killed? And was he killed because of what he knew? It's like I'm collecting puzzle pieces, but I can't put them together. I stare at Rudy. He waits patiently as I sink to the ground. "I can't figure it out," I whisper. When I look at them, I say, "I think it's time to pay a visit to Birmingham." Chapter 31. My plan is not coming together smoothly. The next few days are hectic. They place Rudy and I in a small stucco house of our own. We'd have a few days to settle, and the house has a lot of work that needs completed. Then we'll be given assignments based on our skills and/or experience. I have a feeling I'd be given one of those jobs cleaning the city hall toilets. Reese and Glinda are across the street with Bryce and Ashley next door to them. Bryce doesn't like me much, but I don't blame him. If I was a man that got overpowered by a woman while getting a blowjob from another woman and didn't get to finish, well, I wouldn't like it either. Not to mention being hogtied, pistol-whipped, and forced to piss on myself. They are alive and free. That's what matters. Ashley thinks so too, and assures me Bryce will come around. Rudy and I spend the first morning cleaning and rearranging furniture, trying not to think about the people that occupied this house before, or whatever fate had given them. We also wash our blankets, towels, and clothes, and hang them on a line in the back so we'll have clean stuff after showers later. Eventually, Rudy goes off to help with some other minor repairs with Reese. When the house is livable, I start making a list of repairs. I swat at a hanging cabinet door in the small kitchen while making the list. It squeaks back and forth on one hinge. The hinges need to be screwed back, no problem. Stucco needs patching outside, possible. Rotting door frames are throughout the whole house and need replacing. Possible for me to do myself, but is it worth it? Tiles are loose in the kitchen, and the bathroom floors I can do myself. I want to take up the cactus plants that were once someone's idea of a fancy landscaping project. The last thing I need is to get drunk and fall off the front porch into the wicked spines, no matter how pretty the flowers on them are. Screw it. I'm not really going to live here. When we're gone, they can assign the house to someone else. I put my list on the counter as the front door opens and closes. I can tell who it is by the footsteps. Hey, darlin'. Rudy's hand works up and down the doorframe. Need help? I shake my head. We probably shouldn't worry about it right now. That's what I was thinking, too. He crosses his arms and leans against the doorframe, which cracks under the pressure. He stands up quickly and scowls at it. I want to see what these people will decide to do about going to other compounds for survivors and information, but either way, we have our plans. I'm anxious to see what's going on in Nashville. He nods. I agree, but until then we have plenty to keep us busy. He grabs the frame again, his forearms and biceps tense as he rips the frame off the wall. This is his area of expertise. He beams at me, all white teeth and dimples. Now there's no door frame. I'll fix it. There's a wood shop here. By the mid-afternoon, the sun is bright and hot, and we are outside patching stucco. Not really big on my long list of to-dos, but it's better than sitting around with our thumbs up our asses. The color is different from the original, but I don't care, and the cracks in the house are bad. It's so freaking hot and dry, my body won't even sweat to cool me off, I comment and peer at Rudy. His hair is pulled back with his blue bandana, and he's shirtless. He's been doing most of the work, but doesn't seem to mind. I don't think he notices me sneaking in peeks. I swallow and continue smoothing stucco. I think we have an audience, he whispers. For a moment, I think he catches me ogling him until his eyes cut behind us. We have about 10 children, all different ages, watching us, curiosity etched on their faces. I smile at Rudy. If I have learned anything about the kids at the community, it's they are nosy and all have something to say. They love it when adults pay them any attention and treat them like they are more than just kids. Phew! I'm dying of thirst, I say, more loudly than necessary. There's some powdered Gatorade in the truck, Rudy says, just as loud. I smile at our young onlookers. The tallest girl speaks up. I can help. Help, she does. We get a big tub of Gatorade together, and I find out her name is Hannah. She is 12, and all the kids just got out of school for the day. She's tall for her age and has not yet gotten her lady curves. Nostos is her father. Her little brother Xavier is still a toddler of 2 years old. We bring out the tub with plenty of cups. Rudy is laughing with the rest of them and handing out stale, hard candy. Nostos walks up. You kids should be getting home. I'm sure Rudy and Can have plenty to do, he chides. Hannah rolls her eyes at him and struts off with the rest of them. He smiles at us. You feed them and they won't ever leave. I shrug. I don't mind. I glance at Rudy and Nostos. We're going to get the families in Nashville. He nods. I'm here to speak for our council. We all have agreed we should continue making our way to the compounds. He turns serious. But we shouldn't consult with the coalition. Rudy's eyes narrow in skepticism. Why not? There are soldiers here. They are biding their time for something unknown. They wouldn't tell you anything, and it would put us on their radar. He sighs. We do not want that. Mac told us as much, although they are supposed to be undercover, or so he thought. Nostos catches on that I might not be up for this and puts out a hand. Can. There really is nothing to think about. For the time, we should focus on the people that need us. He changes the subject. We are getting up a volunteer list for the upcoming missions. If you can wait, you'll have people to go with you to Nashville. Okay. I'll give up the idea about Birmingham for now, only because I need to find Mago and go to the community. I'll let you know when I plan to leave. He stares at me for a long time, then finally he nods and turns to walk away. I need to know I can trust your word, he throws over his shoulder. After he's out of earshot, I stare into Rudy's hazel eyes. We should leave within the next few days. He takes my hand in his big one. You think we should go alone? I don't know. What do you think? I think we need to be careful with who we trust. I completely agree. I stand under the hot water as it beats and runs down my body in rivulets. The water heater was recently fixed before we moved in. Rudy was right. He showered earlier and came out boasting about how awesome it feels. Now he's talking to Reese about going to Nashville. We figure it's best to keep it with the team. Stepping out, I feel relaxed for the first time in a while. I dry off with a fresh towel and nearly collapse in the giddiness of being squeaky clean. I pick up my stack of clothes, placing my gun on the sink, but when the door opens, I grab and point it. Wide eyes stare at me. You going to shoot me, darlin'? I put the gun down on the sink. I might if you startle me like that again. His gaze roaming my body makes me uncomfortable, and I try to cover up with the folded clothing. This really isn't as awkward as I feel, I hope. You've seen me naked before. I tow at some loose tiles, remembering how I felt that night. I wasn't seeing your nakedness then. All I was seeing was your pain and humiliation. I watched as you placed yourself inside your shell. It broke my fucking heart, and what I want to do is pull you out and make it go away. My chest warms and tightens, and I could say it's because of the hot water, but it's from his words. Then prove it. His neck blazes, and my heart thumps before he reaches me. He grabs the clothing from my hands, tossing them aside and lifting me onto the sink. A loud splash follows, but I ignore it for Rudy's mouth against my neck. I feel his grin before he speaks. Your gun is in the toilet. I don't care. I lift his shirt. He obliges, grabbing the back and sweeping it over his head. His lips return to their assault on my neck, putting my senses into overdrive as his hands explore my body. Running my fingers through the soft hair on his chest, his heart pounds. It picks up as he kisses below my collarbone. Heat shoots through my body, and my stomach clenches sharply with overdue anticipation. I trace downward, jerking him closer when I reach the waist of his jeans. He pumps his hips into me, letting me feel the seam of his jeans in an intimate place. A soft moan escapes my throat as I rock into him to keep the connection. Coming up to tease my lips with his own, his hair falls against my face as I fumble with his belt. Jerking and pulling, I huff out a frustrated breath. His hands cover mine to help out. Big bad belt is going to get you, he says against my lips. Shut up and take it off. He grins and takes a step back. The grin falls when he peers into my face. No doubt my arousal is written all over it, and then his gaze travels down to my spread legs. His fingers follow his eyes up to my face, and he latches onto the back of my neck, tracing my lips with his thumb. I bite the pad of it before sucking it into my mouth. He audibly gulps and sucks in a breath. I have to warn you, I'm probably not going to last. Me either. Grabbing under my thighs, he picks me up. I wrap my arms around his neck and I weave my fingers through his hair. His hands move to cut my rear and I roll myself into his abdomen. His eyes darken when he glances down at my blatancy. I bite and nibble at his jaw, bringing my lips to his again, and the next thing I know, my back is flat on a mattress. His mouth travels down my stomach, running his hand up and between my breasts, the other strokes down the outside of my thigh. It stops at my knee, opening my legs. I lift my hips, or maybe they do it on their own, as he nibbles and places open-mouthed kisses on my tattoo there. My skin flushes hot as my thighs tremble. You're a tease. You like it. I agree breathlessly as he continues to explore my body, finding my tender spots. Catching my nipples in his mouth, his body shivers in his attempt to go slow and revel in it. Leaning up, he puts his face into my pelvis, breathing hard. His mouth trails downward below my pelvis. I spread my legs wider and squirm as his hair tickles my skin. A smile forms against my inner thigh. Gripping his hair and scalp, I shudder at the warmth of his mouth. He watches me with an expression I've never seen on his face before, and one I want to see time and time again. True to my word, it doesn't take me long as the orgasm bursts from my lower regions. The sounds from my throat sink as he entices me through it. It's all the more passionate, because it's Rudy. He grips and kisses the inside of my thighs as I come. Feeling like jelly, I sit up as he stands, and I grab his belt and grin as I unbuckle it, efficiently this time, kissing around his navel. He smiles down at me with a hooded gaze, his bottom lip between his teeth. That's right, I made it my bitch, I taunt, licking him before jerking his jeans down. He laughs as he pulls away. My chest will burst open any minute watching him as he unabashedly strips. I trace the tattoo on his outer upper thigh and could trace it all day, but he pushes me down. He follows me to the bed and grabs my hips, rolling us over. I lift up, but he guides me, gliding me down onto him. I suck in a breath as he groans. He sits up and puts his forehead to mine, neither of us really believing this is happening. I squeeze around him and his eyes pop open. Easy, he huffs against my cheek. Gripping around me with one hand and wrapping my locks around his other, he lifts me, obviously in wanting control, so I let him have it. My head falls back as I move with him. Yes, yes, I whisper, rolling my hips and squeezing. I'm gratified as I hear him gasp, and he picks up our pace. Pulling my head back farther by his grip around my hair, he nibbles and bites my exposed neck. He grinds me into him before gripping my back and flipping us. He throws one of my legs over his shoulder and braces himself on his arms. The angle allows him to thrust deeper, and my back arches off the bed. The burning in my belly soon turns into warmth, building within, and eventually explodes out not only in pleasure but love. Our movements are erratic as he buries his face into my neck, groaning and shuddering with his loss of control. I let out a breath, realizing we're both sweaty and on a bare mattress in a bare bedroom. The bedroom we did not set up earlier. This one is closer to the bathroom, however. I should probably feel dirty, but I don't. Meeting his gaze, we both burst into giddy laughter. "That's what you call easy?" I ask, trying to keep my legs from shaking. Heat of the moment. "Nothing with you is ever easy, darling." He pulls me up from the bed. "Come on, let's get in the hot water while we can." I grin, and fish my gun out of the toilet. A loud knock on the front door wakes us, and I roll over, groaning. It feels like we just went to sleep. Rudy sits up, runs his hand through his hair, and grins. We did. His face lights up even more when I return his grin and sit up with an ache in my lower belly. A good ache, but at least we made it to the right bedroom, eventually. I groan and lie down, pulling a pillow over my head. "Tell them to go away." "How do you know who it is?" I remove the pillow with raised brows, and he laughs. "You have a point." A long minute passes, and another knock sounds. Neither one of us moves to go get it, and we laugh. He holds his fist over his hand in the classic rock-paper-scissors move. Still grinning, I do the same. "Ready?" We both count, pumping our fists and throwing out our hands simultaneously. "Ha!" I chop my scissors through his paper, but he smiles and grabs me to kiss him before standing and hopping into jeans like a pro. He stops in the doorway and sighs. "Should have known you'd pick scissors again." I laugh as his footsteps pad down the hallway and the front door opens. Gwen's voice and Glinda's accent cut through the house. The word breakfast echoes between my ears, and I shoot out of bed like a rocket, ignoring the pain of movement, and dashing down the hall to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, my face is bright and my lips are swollen. I clean up and feel good about doing so. It's crazy the little things people took for granted in the old life. As I'm dressing, my panties sting some sensitive skin. In the mirror, I see a red mark in the shape of a handprint adorns an ass cheek. I laugh, trying to remember when that happened. Couldn't have been that long ago. When I get to the kitchen, Gwen is setting out food from a little wagon she must have used to carry everything over. Sam, Reese, and Glinda sit at the table chatting about Nashville. Rudy leans against the counter, drinking out of a mug. I point to it. "Is that coffee?" "Yes." He slides a thermos over next to an empty mug. I let out an excited moan. He takes an interest to the inside of his mug, hiding his amusement. Everyone falls silent at the table, looking to me. "You know how long it's been since I've had coffee?" They blink, and the guys go back to their conversation. Glinda watches me, but I ignore her scrutiny by pouring coffee and letting the steam hit my nose. "Can, I brought some things you might need for in here, including the mugs and a coffee pot," Gwen says and winks. "You'll have to get food and things from the market. They tell you how they do it?" "You mean that orientation thing? Only to families, I think. Martin just gave us the rundown of the town and told us we'd have a few days to settle." I pile my plate with fruit, hopping on the counter. "That's strange. They usually do a full orientation with blood work and physicals." "Oh, that! Reese and I got the letters in the mailbox. You probably got some too, sugar." Gwen laughs at my expression.
They send out important newsletters and things. Better check it. Rudy bumps himself from the counter and disappears through the door. This is too weird. I hold up a finger at Glinda. Wait a minute. How'd you know how to check it? I didn't. Saw the guy put something in there. I was kind of shocked. I better check mine, too, Sam chimes in. Not that it matters if we're going to Nashville. Rudy strolls in a minute later with 2 envelopes in his hand and gives me one with my name on it. Opening it, it's indeed an appointment for a blood work screening and a physical checkup. It tells me the time and date and where to go, along with a map of the town. Rudy tosses his on the counter after scanning it. I think we should make our own community. His statement silences everyone. It's not a bad idea, really, but... Well, it wouldn't be as fancy as this place. I mean, blood work? I wave the letter like a fan. You lived by yourself for 4 years and survived. If we keep it small, we wouldn't draw too many famished. Gwen has a serious expression. I really think you should reconsider that. You'd all be a great asset here. No one says anything else, because truthfully, neither Rudy nor I trust this place very much. It's all too good to be true. Chapter 32. A few days later, I'm riding with Rudy in his truck to Nashville. We've taken 2 vehicles. The other holds Reese, Sam, Bunyan, and Thomas. We decided not to take anyone else per the council's suggestion, much to the council's dismay, but we assure them we'll be back and help get other survivors from another compound. Sketching a canyon landscape, I'm clean, rested, and oversexed, but it won't last long. Can I ask you something? He cuts his eyes to glance at me. There isn't anything I wouldn't tell you. Did you ever think about trying to find your mother? Julie tell you about her? Yes. I thought about finding her all the time, but it would only bring me down, so I never did. He pauses. I spoke to her, once, after she left. It was a few years later. Shaking his head, he continues, I've never told anyone that. So she found you? No, Can. She knew where I was if she ever really wanted to see me. And to tell you the truth, now that I'm grown and I'm not bitter about it, the last time I saw her, she told me where I could find her too. I never wanted to go back to where I grew up. He grows somber, staring out the window, but continues to tell me about where he grew up, about a half-hour from New Orleans in a close-knit swamp community. He gets quiet again, lost in his own thoughts. I start sketching again, thinking this over. Eventually, I take his hand in mine. He smiles. A swamp is a far cry from suburbia and clockwork mechanisms. My body tenses, more in surprise than anything. There's only one reason he'd mention clockwork mechanisms. You've been to the house. He nods. Reese and I went to search for you after you were taken. The cab gets silent and he glances at me. Does that make you uncomfortable? No, just surprised is all. There's barely anything left of it. I torched it. There was one room untouched by accelerant. He's right. I skipped over my dad's office. It wasn't important at the time, and I didn't want to waste tequila. I needed it to be enough to make it unlivable. Were Nadine and Bridget there? The 2 women? No. No one was there. In fact, there was a dead body in the backyard. The guy Max shot in the head. He squeezes my hand. I should think about what fate might have brought Nadine and Bridget, but I can't bring myself to give a shit. Anyway, it was worth going just to see pictures of you as a child. He shoots me a cocky grin. The day we spoke to each other about being cute kids comes back to me. He knew all along. I shake my head. I'm sure he saw way more pictures than that, but I don't ask, and he doesn't bring it up again. Later that night, we make camp in Texas and come up with a plan for when we get to the community. We still have about a day until we get there. We are on the road in the early hours and drive into the night, only stopping in search of gas and for personal needs. It's late at night before we stop about 2 hours from Nashville, while Reese, Sam, Bunyan, and Thomas move on to the community, like they are back from the mission. In the morning, Rudy and I will drive and wait a few blocks from the community for one of them to come get us and report how things are carrying on. We eat the last of our food stash from Arizona, and I climb into the truck as Rudy strums his guitar on the mattress. His stubble has grown out in the past day, and dark circles ring his eyes from all the driving. I'm jet-lagged myself. I can drive tomorrow if you want. He shrugs. If you want, but once we get back to Arizona, I don't want to go anywhere for a while. I think we'll have some downtime. We also can't make a pattern. We don't want the revolutionists to figure out where we'll go next. We have to be random. The timing has to be staggered, too. He grins at the prospect of downtime, and it's contagious. What's a life worth living and all that? I lie down and put my head on his leg, remembering the first time I ever had my head in his lap. He had been cleaning the nasty, infected gash on my scalp. My lips spread into a grin. I wake up to darkness in the truck, and something feels off. Thinking a zombie might have set off our noise trap made of unperishable cans, I sit up and search for any movement outside the open vault doors, which we left open for a breeze. I strain to listen. Nothing. Just silence. Sweat trickles down my back. I lie down and we are wrapped around each other again, even though it's way too hot, and his soft breath blows on my forehead. I barely press my lips against his. Rudy, something feels... I know, darlin'. He flips over on top of me. I need you. Everything turns desperate after that, and I'm not sure why. We park near the old warehouse I kept the zombies in. I wish they were still in there. They could be a little useful right now. There are none in sight. If I find some zombies, we're bringing them, I tell Rudy. Good idea. We gear up. Rudy straps his massive bow to his back. He has a shoulder holster with his guns, and he has another one in clips hidden. His hunting blade is sheathed in his boot. I have my pack on, complete with machete, guns, and extra clips. I add my crossbow arrows to my makeshift holster on the side of my pack, and carry the crossbow with 5 loaded, brightly colored arrows. These 5 happen to have purple and blue fletching. We both need to keep a lookout for any movement. The impending dread from last night hasn't left either one of us. You like it? Rudy asks, glancing at the crossbow. I raise my brow. You knew? He smirks. He'd been working on it for a while, even before you were kidnapped. You should see it fly. Pretty powerful. We start walking to a closer spot, moving quietly and taking in our surroundings. If Mac made it, I'm sure it does, darlin'. You'll see it in action soon enough, I beam. He grabs my hand and squeezes as he returns the grin. Rudy's smile falters and he blinks as his hand goes slack. He trips over his feet and falls face first into the pavement. My vision wavers as my heart skips. Rudy? My voice shakes. I immediately bend next to him as I start to tremble. Taking a deep breath, I reach for him when I see it. A tiny dart is barely visible on his neck because of his hair. A sting on my own neck soon follows. I pull out the dart and peer at it with blurry vision. Blinking my eyes, the world swims and I fall right on top of him. Footsteps come closer. Then, nothing. Chapter 33. I wake up groggy with a splitting pain in the front of my skull. My mouth is dry and stretches out in the corners as if I was gagged at some point. I'm on a cot, not tied up. This is good news. Bad news. I'm no longer armed and Rudy is nowhere in sight. I scan the room to see brick walls, a shut door, and a 2-way mirror. The cot is the only furniture, and beneath me, the cot's blanket is in a tight military fashion. Standing up, I immediately sit back down from dizziness. You'll be fine when the drug wears off. I jump up and spin to see an older man in a uniform. My head feels light, but I push through it. Where's Rudy? I almost curse myself when he smiles, as if my question is the best question I can ask. Still sleeping. We gave him a bit more than you, since he's reasonably larger, he informs me. I step back. He holds out his hands. Aspirin and water. You probably have a headache. He blinks at me as I take the cup and pills. What are we doing here? I'll explain when you're feeling better. With that, he walks out and shuts the door. The drug did take a few more seconds for me. I remember pulling out the dart. Rudy had fallen right away. So much for keeping my word to Nastas about avoiding this place. What the hell do they want with us? Maybe it's a good thing they didn't put us in the same room. I would have shown concern, and I don't want them using us against each other. Too late. Too late for everything. I lie down and stare at the ceiling, waiting for them to come and get me. Hours pass before the door opens again. A woman stares at me as she strolls in. The feeling she's sizing me up doesn't sit well.
She wears a white t-shirt tucked into green pants, tucked into boots. Her bright red hair is in a bun at the nape of her neck. My heart skips a beat at the all-too-familiar dress. "Kansas, my name is Carrie Morgan." She watches me for some kind of reaction. I don't give her one, nor do I say anything. She sighs. "Come with me." We step into a long hallway and pass a big room with double doors and a cacophony of voices. The noise dies as we walk by, and when I glance in, there are several men dressed in the same attire sitting at tables. They give me curious stares, but they all look worn down. Carrie takes me to a shut door at the end of the corridor. The inside is an office, and a man sits behind a metal desk. Standing, he holds out his hand, and I oblige and shake it. It is a firm handshake, one to respect. "Please sit. I'm General Stevenson." He waves at the woman, dismissing her. "Private Morgan, thank you." After the door closes, he gets right to business. "Please, do tell me what has happened to Staff Sergeant Collins." "Sergeant?" I blurt. I don't know anything about military ranks, but that sounds pretty high on the rack. "Yes, Special Ops Staff Sergeant. I would like to know what happened to him. I have received an ID tag implying he is deceased." I swallow and watch my fingers work and knot together in my lap. "He is. We buried him in Nebraska." "I know all of that. What happened?" "Dalton didn't explain? He was the one with the dog tag," I say, meeting his eyes. They narrow around a gray color set into a pale, wrinkled face. The tag showed up in an unmarked envelope. He slumps in his chair as if I really surprised him about something and he doesn't like it. "I don't know how much you know about the community. Just assume I know everything and you're telling your side." I nod. "Guido shot him in the gut. He bled out." My voice cracks. He stares at me. "Terrence wants to keep his ways, huh?" the general says, my eyes widening at his understanding. He rubs his chin as he contemplates something. "Was Collins helping you with anything?" I don't know what to say or how to explain. "The Montana compound," he finishes for me. Not sure where this is heading or what he wants to know. I don't deny or confirm it. "Now that Collins is gone, and I will speak with Sergeant Jackson, believe me, something is up with that. But now I need your help." "Sergeant Jackson? That must be Dalton." "With what?" "You are what I need. Your crossings with the revolutionists will help with that." He studies my reaction. "Just helping the people who need it." Stevenson scoffs and throws a pamphlet on top of his desk. "I'd say more than that. This pamphlet showed up with the ID tag. It's the leaflet with my mugshot on the front." I try not to gasp. "Dalton. I will have you know, they only see you as a fly needing to be swatted. Makes you a perfect candidate, I'd say." He takes out another couple of folders. He opens one. "Kansas City, Sunshine Moore, brought in for car theft. No charges were made. Internet forgery, federal felony. You weren't convicted. The charges were thrown with service to the county system. Some community college classes, nothing special. Extensive art classes, waste of time and money, I'd say. That is not what interests me." He turns the pages and reads out loud. "Dr. Patrick Hampton Moore, SCD," he goes on, but I'm frozen. I force a lump down my throat. This is what Mac and Rudy have been afraid of. "Postdoctoral from MIT. A doctor of science and technology, only became a lowly professor at a state university. Wasteful," the general says in excitement, clucking his tongue. What he doesn't know is, my father's time was more important to him than anything a scientific research job would have given him, like recognition and a handsome salary. Then the general goes on to name a list of people my father had been in contact with in the last 2 years of his life, and their degrees in physics, biology, and chemical engineering. I swallow another lump in my throat, remembering colleagues of my dad's flying in for weekend visits, friends of my father's who shared his world views. The general is interested in all of them. Too bad they are dead now. I got to thinking, looking at your file. I almost shrink at the expression on his face, but I keep my head high. With no reaction from me, he goes on. Internet forgery? Stealing cars? Quite resourceful you are, Kansas. Fortunately for you, organized humanity ended before you could get into more trouble. Thing is, how do you know these things? You didn't learn them on your own, Miss Art 101. A rhetorical question.
He clearly knows that's the point of this spiel. He leafs through the pamphlet, checking out the damage photos. What else? He puts a finger on a picture. Was this damage done by explosives? Apparently, another rhetorical question. I hope you're getting to a point? Why, yes. Yes, I am. I need you to keep doing what you're doing, but report in. We have our satellite up and working. Gadgets and things for you. I would have liked you to go in under the radar, but that's impossible now. He pauses, letting it all sink in. My only condition is, no one must know you are working with me. Not even your friends. I'll let you know after I talk to Rudy. Stevenson bites his lip before it pops out fiercely. Ah, yes. He reads more from another folder. Rudolph Garrett Hawthorne, convicted of 2 counts of DWI. He tisks. Getting ready for that 3rd strike, was he? Quite the intelligent fellow, I see, having a 4.0 GPA at LSU in his graduate studies. Having attended FFA, the American Archery Society, all the while, such a suffering soul. I take in all this information. I know he was a college student, but graduate school? Usually people will say I'm a graduate student. Even my dad had corrected people when they called him Mr. Moore. I can't believe how much I don't know about him. I can't believe how much more I want to know, which brings me to the question, why is Stevenson telling me all of this? His mother was arrested and convicted for several counts of DUI, public intoxication, and convicted of prostitution numerous times. What are you doing? I know what he's doing. He wants me to know he knows everything. My eyes sting, but I'm able to keep my cool. Where is he? Mr. Hawthorne is on a transport. I need him elsewhere. I've been needing him elsewhere. Blood rushes to my head, or maybe it drains, I'm not sure, but I feel faint. I grip the desk in front of me. What? He volunteered. Is that a problem? Rudy wouldn't do that. Would he? Volunteered for what? Classified. I'm keeping that undisclosed for now. I hope we can come to an understanding, Miss Moore. Standing with abruptness, I say, I need a minute. Overwhelmed, I rush straight to the room I was in before and end up staring into space for a few hours, my brain shutting down even though I came in here to think. When I finally go back, it's with a heavy, empty heart. I sit in his office right beside someone. I have no idea who he is. It does, however, give me time to size him up. He's got light brown skin, quite young, I'll say 23 roundabout, with a buzzed head, and his demeanor is familiar. Miss Moore, I'm glad to know your minute equals 2 hours, the general says, coming into his office. Meet Private Raymond, he tells me by way of introduction. He's Haitian, practices voodoo, light like his mother. I gasp, gripping my chair. His demeanor is familiar because he glides like his father, smiles like his sister, and has skin like his mother. They're here, aren't they? I ask, to no one in particular. This new development must be why he knew Mac is buried in Nebraska. Yes, in protection. This is from Private Raymond. After your infiltration, the plan was for them to come here. My face heats. What do you mean, the plan? It clicks for me why Mac wasn't worried about leaving the community for the mission in Montana. It was also the reason he was pissed about Mago. Mac didn't want Mago telling the general about me. This explains Mac's change of attitude. He must have had a long conversation with Mago, with them coming to an agreement of some kind. General Stevenson holds up a hand. We are in a war. The country, for fuck's sake, the world is in shambles. We do not have a president. We must rebuild, and it's crucial that necessary actions are put in place. First and foremost, learning about the virus. Second, getting rid of the drug they are giving to people without consent before knowing what it is. The Raymond family is our most valuable asset, and as of now, he peers at me. So are you. Why? I ask simply. They know of you, but do not see you as a threat. If you are caught, they won't execute you on the spot. He takes a deep breath. When they released the virus onto society, it was strategically placed all over the world. More than half the troops and government officials were gone before we even realized what was going on. We were taken completely by surprise. The few years that followed were worse. Couldn't be quarantined, tried that, it failed. Now we work with what we have. I remember Mago telling me it was trial and error, trying to get the zombies under some sort of control. He's working both sides, only being loyal to one and throwing me right in the middle of it. I desperately want to go back to my hole, my house, away from all this, and when I come out in another 4 years, everything will be back to normal. I strongly believe that you and your merry band of rebels can accomplish this. Look at how much you've accomplished so far, on your own, no less. No, not on my own. Mago helped. I swallow. And so did Rudy. He's an intricate part of our team. They will still help, just not directly. Mago is intelligent and has excellent judgment. The Arizona Council will help you as well. I have a flash of the general wearing a Mago for President button with Mago wearing Uncle Sam's top hat pointing to the audience. I snort, covering up with a cough so I won't laugh. The general narrows his eyes at me. You are not in this alone anymore. I have hope for a future. Do you? His gray eyes burn into me. Tell me, why did you meddle in it to begin with? The question takes me aback. It's a worthy question. When I found out there were zombie camps, I immediately wanted to know answers. So what? I wanted to know the answers, but the question is, what will I do with them when I have them? I clear my throat. I was tired of hiding. I had nothing more to lose, and I wasn't going down without a fight. The general beams. Excellent answer, Miss Moore. What am I going to tell my team about Rudy? I don't think you understand how close we are. We've become family. I release a breath and hope it doesn't sound too shaky. He straightens his jacket, uncomfortable. Was Collins a part of this family? He snaps. I don't hesitate. Yes, he was. We were all devastated. Crippled in a way. The only people who know you and Mr. Hawthorne are working with me are myself, my special ops, and the Raymond family. To others, you're just a nuisance, rebellious zealots who have gotten extremely lucky. I'm working on my own special squad. Mr. Hawthorne will be a part of it. As I've said before, he's agreed to it. Your best bet would be to tell them Hawthorne is dead. What would he need a special squad for? Nothing comes to mind, but I'm not thinking clearly right now. That's probably how he wants it. Looking up toward the ceiling, I will any threatening tears to stay put. My body thrums with nervous energy, and I doubt I'm keeping it together as much as I'd like. He doesn't need to know how much his words affect me. Is he? I whisper to keep my voice from cracking. No, alive and well. How do I know you're telling the truth? Questioning my authority already? Since I believe trust will be invaluable between you and me, I'm prepared to prove it. The fact he is prepared says how much he really does know. He gets up and calls out the door for someone. I watch as he opens a laptop and plugs in a bulky phone. I advise you not to say a word. If you try, you'll be held down. He points to the man who just walked in. When we connect, you'll only be able to see them. They won't see us. He dials. Someone picks up, speaking military jargon through static. Stevenson speaks back in code, but I have a feeling they are letting each other know who they are. Stevenson finally asks about Rudy, and the man answers. Fucker's like a bear coming out of hibernation. He's not happy about being drugged again, not happy about not knowing where he's going, and definitely pissed off about leaving without speaking to Moore. I have to hand it to him, though. He kept it together until Cross and Bartley taunted him about their late-night frisk with the doors wide open. The man laughs, but clears his throat as Stevenson watches me. My face flames. That was the off feeling. We were being watched. Let me speak with him, Stevenson says, and turns the laptop for me to see the screen. The other guy steps up behind me, his body heat soaking through my clothes. I see Rudy's thighs before he sits down. Gasping softly, I take in his face. It's scratched and scabbed over from his fall to the concrete. He has a black eye, and his face and neck are completely red. He is pissed off, but doing a good job of keeping himself in check. Rudy waits a moment before picking up the bulky phone. It seems he's thinking on how to go about the conversation. I don't think he knows we can see him. When he finally picks it up, he doesn't waste time. You lied to me. He clutches the phone tighter in his palm. It could be a normal-sized phone in his huge hand. Now, Mr. Hawthorne, I didn't lie. Time is of the essence, and the drug was still wearing off. Don't feed me any bullshit, he spits through his clenched jaw. I've never seen him so pissed. It takes him a moment to gather himself. Is she awake now? Stevenson smiles. Yes, she'll be headed to Arizona shortly. Rudy visibly relaxes, letting me know exactly why he agreed to whatever they are having him do. Let me talk to her. Stevenson's jaw twitches, but I think he expected this. He gestures for me to say something, and I'm struck silent with being put on the spot. I finally decide what to say, and what I say doesn't matter where it is said or whom it is in front of. Rudy waits, still clutching the phone, for an answer from Stevenson, but he gets something completely different. "Rudy?" The air goes out of him in a rush when he hears my voice. "I love you too," I say, watching him closely. His eyes shut, and a brilliant smile crosses his face. He knows I remember our Jeep conversation. "I know. We've never needed words, but you know how much I love you too, right?" "Yes, but I thought I should still tell—" The laptop slams shut. "Finally, down to business," Stevenson says, as if he didn't just hear something extraordinary. I swallow any smart-mouthed retorts I have for this man. He sticks the laptop in his desk. "I need any computer information, samples of anything from the virus and vaccine from labs, and then destroy the labs. We have the majority of this already, but it doesn't hurt to see if they've developed anything new. You take any survivors to Arizona. They have a nice safe system. I would take them here, but it's crucial you stay under wraps." His words trigger something I should be thinking about. I nod, even though I don't believe a word he says. If I ask the wrong questions, he'll get suspicious. Stevenson rubs his hands together. "Excellent. Oh, if at all possible, deter the council in Arizona from looking into the vaccine, and I need a list of names of who has had it." "What does it do, the vaccine?" He smiles tightly. "When we find out, I will let you know. What we do know is it doesn't do what they claim." Sir?" I say sir as if it's in a foreign language. "I have information on the vaccine." I look at my feet. "I suppose it's housed in a system somewhere." "Yeah, the council has it," I tell him, but it even comes out reluctant to my own ears. I'm not sure if I should mention that Mago might have something, but we never confirmed if he took any of the stolen computer equipment or not. Again, I keep my mouth shut about it. He clucks his tongue, glancing at Raymond and then to me. "They don't have any physical samples?" I'm catching a condescending tone. "No, they don't. We blew up the lab in Montana. We did send you vials months back, though. If you are referring to the virus, yes, I have it. The revolutionists are making it better, more sustainable." My eyes widen as I figure out he's saying we had a bag full of stuff that turns the living into dead, hungry things. I had that bag on my shoulders. I touched those vials. "What do you mean, more sustainable?" I ask the general. "It appears to me and my biologists the revolutionists are trying to produce it to tolerant heat for longer periods of time." He watches me as this sinks in. If this is true, zombies won't be sticking to the night and cool temperatures for much longer. He goes on. "You did bring me a whole bag of it. I suspect they know someone has it and has moved on from that project, but we must keep our eyes open for anything. Which is why it is very important to get any samples. After all, that lab in Clarksville is only one of many. You brought the fact that they are changing it to our attention. Not just the fact that the virus is adapting. It completely makes my point." He lays his hands flat on the desk. "You will send any information you have via satellite. Private Raymond has everything you will need to stay in contact with me. You report to me, and only me." His tone says there is no arguing the point. "Let me know your next step, and I will advise accordingly. You'll be taken to where we picked you up. You are to go straight to Arizona. No stops. Please do not attend Staff Sergeant Collins' memorial." With that, he dismisses me. I do not attend the memorial, but it's something Rudy would have attended. A few hours after my talk with the general, Carrie comes in carrying a folded flag and gives it to me. Staring at it, I know I'll give it to Gwen. "Is it true?" Carrie inquires. "What? Collins found his mother?" My head snaps up as I peer at her sharply. I fiddle with a loose string on my jeans and nod. "Where did they take Rudy?" Pity softens her eyes but smiles tightly. "I don't know. I didn't even know he was gone." The outer body thing I'm experiencing keeps on going. I can't believe any of this is happening, but Mac warned me. Rudy warned me. Over and over again. When I first woke up, I was glad they kept Rudy and I separate so they couldn't use us against each other. It's happening anyway. A group of soldiers drop me off at Rudy's truck 5 hours later. They leave me a barrel of gas and give me my weapons. They are gone before I can really think of anything to ask them. I doubt they would know anyway. I have a satellite phone to connect to my laptop.
so I can always get in touch with the general, especially if I need anything. This is going to be hard to keep from the team. Looking inside Rudy's ransacked truck, all of his personal belongings are missing. I search for anything he might have left me, but there's nothing so far. All weapons are gone. All the bombs are gone. I pick up a sleeping bag from the walkway and fall to my knees when I see Rudy's guitar. Broken strings bounce up and down against the smashed face as if someone stomped on it. I climb out and glance at the late afternoon sun. If I'm such a rebellious zealot, then I better keep up appearances. Gripping my crossbow in one hand, I head toward the community. Chapter 34. On my way, I pick up a few zombies. There aren't many because it's getting warm out. They will make for a good distraction. Walking by Stanley's livestock yard, I freeze. There's chicken feathers and blood everywhere. A chicken runs and squawks around the yard. A wing waves awkwardly as if broken. A famished chases it, snarling in frustration. Little chicks flock around the yard too, but the zombie is after the bigger meal. Lifting my crossbow, I shoot it and leave. A sense of deeper dread slithers through me. What can possibly go wrong now? I'm sure the team is freaking out about Rudy and me, especially after finding the truck in the condition it's in. I wipe sweat from my forehead. What am I going to tell them? Upon entering the community, it's dead silent. Glass glitters among the fallen greenhouse. I pick through the debris and go into the trap. It's completely dark, and everything sits in disarray, devoid of the people that make this place come alive. One lone zombie wiggles beneath its binds, snarling. A light shines down, beaming and casting a weird light upon everything it touches. In the window overlooking the room, the source of light, he stands in the window watching and waiting on me. I flash him a menacing smile. Dropping the crossbow and my pack, I run down the hall and take my gun from the small of my back. The stairwell creaks and I slow down, making my way to the top of the first landing where the stairs turn at an angle. There isn't any commotion, but a gunshot echoes in my ears. I barely duck under the second set of stairs before another bullet ricochets behind me. Peeking around the corner, an unfamiliar man stands at the top of the stairs next to Guido's loft door. I fire my bursa, sending bullets up to him. The man drops, but soon I see his head pop up to look down at me. More bullets fire and ping over my head and next to my face. I squeeze the trigger of my gun and stop when I can't get a good sighting. Sweat runs down my face, but I ignore it when his gun clicks empty. Silence deafens as my heartbeat pounds inside my ears, and I wait for what he'll do next. I have to save the rest of my bullets since my spare cartridges are sitting useless in my pack. How many bullets have I used? 8? 9? Guido's door opens, and a second later the man stomps down a few steps with a rifle. It sprays bullets down at me the whole way. Something hits my arm, and I lose my footing, tumbling down the stairs. Wood, dust, and other debris float around from the bullets. Gunpowder is thick in the air. My left arm and left leg scream at me not to move. Silhouettes form through the dust. The rifle clicks empty, and it almost makes me smile. I'm beyond the staircase, and they can't see me yet because I'm still on the floor. Empty. Give me yours, I'll find her. Hurry up! My place has done gone to shit. It's her and them fucks. They're back to off me like I told you. His words make me think the team is responsible for this mess, and apparently they left Guido to his own devices. Maybe he hid from them since everyone else seems to be dead or gone. The man becomes clearer through the dust as he steps forward. Squeezing the trigger, I shoot Guido's bodyguard. He hits the floor with a loud thump, stirring up dust. Don't move, I say, surprised to hear how I sound calm despite my injuries. I hobble to stand, watching Guido as he comes into view. He stares at me with cold, piercing eyes. He tisks at me. Chica, I thought I told you to stay away. Old Mac boy no more? Shut up. Get on your knees. My gun follows his head as he slowly lowers himself. What the fuck happened here? No, Can. I glance over to see Dalton standing in the doorway of the claptrap with his hands where I can see them. I pull my trigger. Warm wetness splatters my body and face before Guido's body slumps to the floor. Dalton's eyes widen as I point the gun to him. I hope killing Mac was worth it to be posted to this shithole. He shakes his head. You have no idea what you're talking about. The general, he steps forward. I roll my eyes before I let him lie to me. Let me guess, you're about to tell me the general is behind it all. If possible, his eyes widen more. Do you know where he sent Rudy? No, but I can find out. This is the answer I expected. An answer so I won't shoot him. Stevenson was genuinely surprised Dalton had anything to do with it. And thinking back, Dalton was very curious about me when we were both stuck at the base. I told him, although cryptically, how the team was coming in, and then Finnegan asks me all about it. Of course, I thought Julie was the one who let it all spill about the team coming to base, and Finnegan let me believe it. Then Guido kills Mac with Dalton standing there, which only makes me assume Dalton figured out Mac was hiding things from the coalition. And then the leaflet magically shows up with Mac's ID tag. What a sham. Dalton probably doesn't know anything about anything, or else he wouldn't be here. The revolutionists might as well be dropping candy in my lap. I'm not going to risk you talking to anyone. With that, I shoot him in the gut. I don't know how long I passed out, but I wake up in Mac's old bed, staring at the mural. Linny peers into my face close up, her big eyes blink behind her glasses. Her head turns as she waves her flabby arms. Bruno, she's awake. When she turns to me, she says, He needs to set your wrist. Gonna hurt like a son of a bitch. They proceed to tell me my leg isn't broken, but a bullet is lodged in my left arm and I have a flesh wound on my side. My wrist is broken from trying to break my fall down the stairs. I feel Bruno's hands before I see him. He flashes a grisly smile and pain jolts in my wrist. I grunt, biting my lips and squeezing my eyes shut as tears leak out, but the pain is too much, so I turn in the pillow and choke out a scream. I'm pretty sure I passed out again, because when I open my eyes again, Linny gets close to my face again, searching it. Where you been? People out looking for you and Rudy. I don't know, I stammer, cradling my throbbing arm to me, letting my misery pour out. My body starts shaking. I've killed 2 people. My team is out searching for me, Rudy is gone, and my wrist hurts like nothing else. What happened here? She grunts. They take everyone to Arizona. Who all is still here? Me and Bruno. We stayed to see if you'd come here, got it? What about Dex? Is he in Arizona? What? The furball? She grunts, nodding her head. We take you there. Rest up, we leave soon. I have no one to blame but myself for this. If I had listened to Mac and just left it alone, things would be different. If I hadn't stuck my nose where it didn't belong, Guido would have never shot Mac, and he would still be alive. If he was still alive, Rudy wouldn't be off doing who knows what. If I stayed in my hole, I wouldn't be going through this again. Chapter 35. 3 months later. My elbow flies, hitting Sam right in the nose. Pins and needles trickle up and down my arm, so I bounce in place, shaking it off. Luckily, my broken wrist was a clean break and healed easily enough, although I still baby it. Fuck! That was a cheap shot, Can. He spits blood onto the mat a few seconds later. I shrug. That's what you get for leaving it open. Isn't that what you told me? I point to my busted cheek. Learn from it and all that? He stares at me, dropping into a stance, but the lights go out. All right, you two. There's a fitness class coming in here soon, so time's up. Craig, the keeper of the building, says. You should rest anyway since you leave tomorrow. Another mission, another day, another opportunity. Grabbing my small duffel, I stride out of the center with purpose, and a voice cuts through the air. You'll have no one to practice with if you keep taking dirty shots, mamacita. I spare Sander a fleeting glance, but keep walking. You going to the going away jig? Do I ever? No? Then leave me alone about it. Hopping on the dirt bike I use to get around, I crank it up and hit the back roads to my house. A house I thought about moving out of, but could never bring myself to do. He knows where to find me. Dex sits on the back porch waiting for me. We have a routine of sorts. I think he likes the stability. The screen door screeches as we go in, and I like it that way. It's one of the things Rudy wanted to take care of, but I keep it this way as an alarm of sorts. I glance out my darkened window. I've come to love nights here. A group of coyotes sing a song, and the chorus floats through my open window.
I walk into the living room and Kyle waits for me lounging on the couch. It gives me pause. You found something? Yes. There's a bunch of us at the compound in Seattle. I clap my hands. Awesome. That's our next mission after this one. I'll get on making contact. You think the council will agree to a Seattle mission so soon? I wave him away, grabbing my liquid cacti in a bottle. That's only a small seed that needs to be planted. As long as I go along with them, they won't get suspicious. He nods. There's something else. Shoot. The spyware I implanted in the council's system is paying off. Since they lack the knowledge, they aren't getting anywhere with the information on the vaccine. This is good news. I can report it to the general and make him happy for the time being, but I keep this to myself, since Kyle obviously doesn't know about the general. He continues. There's also a platoon in Birmingham trying to gather information on you. There's back-and-forth communication with the council. This surprises me since the general already has everything he needs on me. I sit in silence a long moment trying to figure out what to say. Do you know who's involved with the platoon? He shrugs. I don't, but they've mentioned Mac. Get me the info. I want to see the communications for myself. On it. He jumps up from the couch. We'll talk tomorrow. After he leaves, I sit at my setup of computers, decoding, mapping, and planning. This is what I spend the majority of my time doing. Kyle sends me info through our own rigged system. Going through it, I don't learn much, and Kyle was right, neither has the council. They are still trying to decode most of the shorthand. What they don't know, or anyone for that matter, including the general, is I'm trying to decode it all myself. The communications from the platoon leave a lot to be desired, so I'll have to think about how I can go about coming in contact with them. And soon. There's no mention of Rudy, and I assume this group has no idea of the real situation or what the general is up to, but it seems as though they are desperate to talk with me. The general has yet to give me any kind of incentive to keep this going, only a chat here and there to let me know Rudy's alive and vice versa. What's so fucking ironic is Rudy and I would have done this without needing to be bribed. There's only one person I can think of to blame, and that's Mac. He tried his damnedest to protect Rudy and I both, and it killed him. But I'm done. I'm done doing this everyone else's way. Neat and clean. It's about to get dirty and messy. Dex jumps up on the desk and I scratch his ears. Real fucking messy. After a shower, I go to bed so I can count the seconds that tick by. It's August with roasting temperatures, so my little fan oscillates back and forth, sending a slight breeze my way. Dex purrs loudly. The vibrations tickle my side as a hand travels up my stomach and stops between my breasts. The familiar sensation sends a burst of anguish through my chest. Squeezing my eyes, I suck in a breath and turn over to face the wall. His hand travels down my arm and side in a feather-light way. When he grips my hip, I gasp. The bed moves as he climbs out of it. Fingers pluck a string on the guitar and my eyes fly open. It's a guitar I had a woodworker make to replace the broken one, and it sits on a stand next to my bedroom door. Footsteps move through my room and into the hall. I freeze as blood rushes to my head when I think I recognize the heavy steps. The back door slams, but the screen door doesn't squeak. Adrenaline spikes in my body as my heart starts to pound. Jumping up, I wrap a sheet around myself and run down the hall. I burst out onto my back porch, looking both ways and seeing nothing. I run my fingers along the screen door hinges. My eyes burn as I stare at the sheen of oil emphasized by the moonlight on my trembling fingertips. Climbing down the steps, I walk around the house. All the air rushes out of me as my hope dies. Pain slices through my chest, and I clutch the sheet tight. I lean against my house and let my tears escape within the confines of the shadows. It's late, so it's not like anyone will see me anyway. Of course, I don't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, my resolve has strengthened. I can't take it anymore. It was him last night. I know it, and he wants me to know it. My body starts to tremble at knowing he was so close, which only pisses me off. Why didn't he say anything? What was he doing here? I'm tired of keeping this from the team and getting nothing out of it. I need them on my side like I know they will be if I only spill the truth. I wait patiently for Reese to make an appearance outside his house. I need to talk to you, I tell him, standing next to his garage door. He startles at seeing me awake so early in the morning. Shit, Can. He's still angry at me for not knowing what happened to Rudy or myself, probably because everything I've spewed out to them is complete bullshit and he knows it. His grudge thickens our air. I've tried to hold it together, but I'm scared of the consequences this conversation will wreak, and tell him so. He glances at me sharply and peers around. Finally, he grabs my arm and leads me around to his backyard. Can, you look like you've eaten some bad peyote. What the hell is going on? As everything I've been holding in rises to the surface, I start trembling. You're the only person I can trust right now. This has to stay between us until we can figure out how to go about things. He nods his affirmation. Taking a deep breath, I start with, Rudy's alive. This has been The Famished Trilogy, Book 2, Controlling the Dead. Written by Annie Walls. Narrated by Amy Baron Smolinski. Distributed by Beacon Audiobooks, 2014.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
खोलो यो बाबा बोला बोला टिप घर वाले बाबा की हेलो मोनी के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलो यो बाबा खोलो यो बाबा खोलो यो बाबा हेलो मोनी के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलो यो बाबा हेलो मोनी के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा हेलो मोही के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा हेलो मोही के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा हेलो मोही के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा बोला बोला टिप घर वाले बाबा की हेलो मोही के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा सुल्तानगंज से यो जल भरियन लो यो जल भरियन लो कंघावा पे काबर लगे दौड़ल हम एलो यो भागल हम एलो सुल्तानगंज से यो जल भरियन लो कंघावा पे काबर लगे दौड़ल हम एलो ओही पे लागल यास करू ने हमरा निराश ओही पे लागल यास यो बाबा करू ने हमरा निराश अरजी कने विपत्ति कने सुन पैयो बाबा विपत्ति कने बुझ पैयो बाबा बन के हेलो हम भिखरिया के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा हेलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा हेलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा बोला बोला बाबा बैजनाथ की हेलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बढ़िया खोलू यो बाबा सावन के सोमवारी बाबा सब हम केलो ये सब हम केलो के चरण के ये सब दिन पूजलो ये सब दिन यो बाबा सावन के सोमवारी बाबा सब हम केलो वही के चरण के ये सब दिन पूजलो तो यो ने बुझै छी बात के कार्तिक गणेश अछि साथ में तो यो ने बुझै छी बात के यो भोला कार्तिक गणेश अछि साथ में आसन कने डोलबू यो बाबा आसन कने डोलबू यो बाबा एलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बरिया खोलू यो बाबा एलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बरिया खोलू यो बाबा एलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बरिया खोलू यो बाबा गायक देवेंद्र के बुझू कने बात के यो बुझू कने बात के भरत मीनाक्षी पप्पू के जजा बात के पप्पू के जजा गायक देवेंद्र के बुझू कने बात के रोहित नवल के बुझू जजा बात के भांगक लगे लगोला चिलम वाला सब चेला हे यो भांगक लगे लगोला यो भोला चिलम वाला सब चेला डमरू तांडव कोने देखबू यो बाबा डमरू कोने बजबू यो बाबा बनी के हेलो हम भिखरिया के बड़िया खोलू यो बाबा हेलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बड़िया खोलू यो बाबा आयो खोलू ना
Book 2, Controlling the Dead. Written by Annie Walls. Narrated by Amy Barron-Smolinski. Distributed by Beacon Audiobooks. Copyright 2014. Chapter 1. I never thought my partner in crime would be a little lady like you, Reese tells me. I'm breaking and entering in a back alley on the outskirts of New Orleans, the Big Easy. The stench isn't as bad as the French Quarter's odor of urine and putrids. With the sizzling sun, it smells like a horrid shake-and-bake bag concoction. "Oh, peanut butter, you'll make me blush," I retort, calling him that because he might appear tough, but he's all mushy on the inside. In moments of sobriety, my scratchy voice brings everything to the surface. Needless to say, I hope it goes back to normal, and soon. Reese says it only sounds like a bad case of laryngitis. "You might be able to get it open if you take off those glasses. You don't need them in this alley." I grind my teeth. No. "You don't have to hide from me, Can. Take off the hood at least." I ignore him and finally get the lock open. The door screeches on squeaky hinges. A week ago, Reese and I decided to embark on our own journey to New Orleans to see if we can gather some answers. The rest of our team and Dalton went to Birmingham. I don't know if anyone considers New Orleans a dead zone or not. We've come across very few famished, but thousands of putrids lurk about. They make good target practice. That's how we spend our downtime, drinking ungodly amounts of pure grain alcohol and shooting putrids from balconies. If I don't, I'll get to thinking, and I try to avoid thinking. The stock of alcohol and food tell us not many looters have been through here. I figure the first wave of famished hit New Orleans hard. The lack of crashed cars or signs of human panic surprises both of us. Reese and I often talk about getting a van to stock ourselves up before we leave, but I don't want to leave here without what I came for. Right now, we're in a classic voodoo shop, complete with dolls, chicken feet, and gree-gree. Long since figuring out these shops were tourist moneymakers, loads of crap. Even the books are on making spells for hexes. None have anything to do with controlling a zombie. Some go as far as communicating with spirits, sending chills down my back. My theory on the person's spirit being inside the zombie plagues me, and these books only raise my suspicions. After searching around and seeing the best sellers before the outbreak, I figure out this is a small bookstore. The voodoo advertising probably drew in tourists to this part of town. A book catches my eye. Pulling it from the shelf, I check out the cover. Your Invisible Pain. My thumb fans through the soft pages to check out common symptoms for emotional and psychological trauma. My pulse speeds up at words like self-blame, irritability, bad dreams, guilt, and withdrawing from others. I place the book on the shelf. Still staring at it, I ask, "Reese, find anything?" A crash of stuff falling alerts me to his whereabouts. "Nada," he says in a loud voice from the back of the store. "Mostly things we've seen before. Want me to recite some from memory?" Taking a deep breath, I pick up the book and shove it in the front of my jeans. Waving dust away from my face, I trudge to Reese. "I believe I've got it down. You think it's time to call it quits?" We've only just started in the outskirts. He has a point, which is why we came to this hole in the wall. Julie said Mago spends a lot of time here. We have to find something. I wipe my hand across my face. Sweat and dust cling to me. Well, it's getting dark. We should find somewhere to chill. A grunt. I take it as a yes when a bang sounds from the second floor. We glance at each other. The stream of late sun bounces off sweat droplets on Reese's tattooed head as he glances toward the ceiling. Neither of us moves or makes a sound as we wait and listen. This time, creaking wood gives way, sprinkling dust from the ceiling. I move toward the hidden stairs, but Reese's hand lands on my shoulder. He shakes his head. "Where are you going?" "To kill the zombie." I point towards the ceiling. Honestly, I'll do anything to keep from having any downtime. Could also be a person, one that knows we're down here. We have a stare down before he sighs, relenting. "Fine, but I'm going first." He pushes in front of me, taking the stairs one at a time. Halfway up, a sweet aroma hits me. "You smell that?" My mouth waters as I sniff. Reese breathes deep through his nose and freezes. "Yeah, bananas." "Bananas?" Bright light fills the stairway as I hear the unmistakable sound of a shotgun cocking. "Make one move and I'll blow a hole in you." The voice at the top of the stairs is shaky, but Reese lifts his hands in the air. "I need to see your hands, too." I raise my hands above Reese's shoulders so the man can see them. "Walk up the steps." We do as he commands, reaching the top landing into the setting sunlight. Getting a good look at the man, I'd say he's around 70 years old. Sunspots decorate his aged face and balding head. We're in a loft full of old furniture, hunting gear, non-perishables, and the baked goodie cools on a counter in the corner. My stomach rumbles. "Marge, search 'em for weapons." A little old woman pokes her head up from behind a couch and scurries over to us, wringing her hands. She surveys both of us, but her eyes are on me. I start to get uncomfortable when she won't stop staring at my face. Marge finally starts with Reese in her search. "We're not going to hurt you," Reese explains. The old man's face turns red. "Only rob us blind." "No, I start, but he levels his gun as if to shoot, and my stomach skyrockets to my throat. "I didn't tell you to speak, wench." Marge pops up from Reese's boots with her fists on her hips. "Bill, that's no way to speak to a lady." She stares him down with a look that can possibly shrivel the rest of the hair on his head. Bill's eyes never leave me as his mouth scrunches up like my status as a lady is questionable. "Fine," Bill grumbles. "What's your business then?" "My little lady friend thought there was a zombie up here. She has a thing about that," Reese informs Bill. "What were you doing down there in the first place?" he questions Reese. I stay silent, watching the two men in their exchange. Marge has a small pile of weapons at her side. "We are looking for someone and any information we can get on what he does." The old man's eye twitches in what I will call some sort of recognition. Marge finds Reese's sawed-off, holding it up for all to see. Bill's eyes widen momentarily before peering at Reese. "I've always wanted to saw off my shotgun." Contemplation laces Bill's voice. "I'll show you whatever you want as long as I can put my arms down. They're killing me." A snort bubbles through my nose as I try not to laugh. Marge smiles as she takes my guns from the shoulder straps of my new pack. Small hands feel around my waistband and her brow furrows. Any humor I have dies and my face heats. She lifts my hoodie, removing the book. "Oh dear," she whispers. A long moment passes and Reese sighs beside me. "There's such a thing as talking, Can." I shoot him a glare and hope he shuts up. "For God's sake!" Bill lowers his shotgun and motions to the couch. "Sit down." Marge grins at me. Reese drops his arms like they're putty. Picture frames sit on every available surface. Bill and Marge have been together a very long time. This realization makes my chest tighten. Reese and I sit on the couch simultaneously. Bill plops down in front of us, laying his double barrel across his lap. He might have eased up, but he's still tense with vigilant suspicion. Marge rummages through the kitchen before bringing slices of whatever had been cooling. "No," Bill protests. Marge ignores him, handing me a piece of bread. "It's not real bananas, just flavoring, but tastes the same." I glance down at the treasure in my hand. Banana bread is gold, in my opinion. I should get a private room for this experience. "Thanks," I manage with my rough voice. "Don't get used to it," Bill glares at us. This whole situation is familiar, and it makes me sad to see them closing themselves off. "We won't overstay our welcome," I assure him. "But you seem like you might know something about Mago." I try to be nonchalant, but I can't let his flash of recognition from earlier go. "I don't care to know anything about him." He keeps to himself with those things walking around with him. He shifts, but claps his hands to cover up any nervousness. "Hurry up, you need to leave." I glance sideways at Reese as he chews. He shrugs as if content with only getting a piece of faux banana bread. Reese might get angry, but I go out on a limb because I'm sure to be right. One minute he tells us to sit, and the next wants us to leave. "I know to an extent you're happy to see us. You don't have to live here in hiding. There's a community, with people. Some are close to your age. Livestock and fresh produce. Reese starts as Marge gasps in excitement. Bill stands up, gripping his shotgun. "Get your stuff and get out." Tension thickens in the room as Reese and I comply, and I drop my banana bread in our haste. "But Bill—" "Shut up, Marge." Tears well in her eyes as the hope she just experienced drains. "I'm sorry," I tell her. Bill swings the door open. Reese hands me my bursa pistols and machete. I follow him, but turn to look at them one more time. "West side of Nashville—" "He's in the swamps!" Bill roars, slamming the door in my face. Great. That doesn't really tell me much. When I turn around, Reese peers up at me from a few steps down. His bushy eyebrows are visible even in the dark stairway. "What?" "You had to ruin our banana bread gig, didn't you?" We laugh, and if he's joking around, then being mad at my big mouth is far from his mind. Reese and I decide to check out the map and head to the swamps tomorrow. I'm not sure what to make of Bill and Marge just yet. I'm sad for them, but seeing them together at such an advanced age, especially in times like now, makes me feel something I can't quite place. We head to this old apartment in a bed and breakfast. We stay here because we can see out the windows and have a good view of the street in front and the back alley. It's spacious with fleur-de-lis patterned wallpaper. Dust covers every surface, including the light blue lace curtains. I open an old bag of white cheddar popcorn, going into the bathroom to change my shirt. Looking at myself in the mirror, my hair's a tangled mess. My eyes are no longer swollen, but still purple, with cheeks to match. Sometimes it still hurts to bend over from the damage done to my abdomen, which is turning a purplish-yellow color. My neck is the worst. It is uncomfortable to swallow, and of course, my voice pipes are suffering. Being strangled, beaten, and raped will do this to a person. Considering myself lucky I'm still alive, I put the sunglasses and a zippered hoodie on, raising the hood. Reese scoffs, but it hints at laughter. A beer gut pokes out of the vest he sports without a shirt because of the warm weather. Not that the cold would stop him. His blue jeans are full of holes, falling over his black biker boots. I smirk as he hands me some water. Gulping it, I stride out to the balcony beyond the kitschy, French-decorated sitting room. We've picked up more weapons and ammunition along the way. I liked the bursa pistols I had before, so I opted to stick with them. A brand-new pack replaces my old battered one that the base confiscated. A lot of other supplies and goodies rest in a pile in the corner of the apartment. For the balcony, I use my crossbow. I don't want to draw more putreds to the alley, just shoot the ones walking around. The only reason I have the crossbow is because someone was thoughtful enough to bring it to me during the whole army base fiasco. We killed and almost died ourselves to save someone who didn't want to leave the base. It inadvertently killed people, Innocent people, I'm sure. My mind drifts to the playground at the base. The belly laugh of a toddler on a merry-go-round sounds in my ears as if I stand right in front of it. I stuff it down. Reese sits and crosses his ankles on the cast-iron patio table, munching on the stale popcorn. A map of New Orleans, held down by guns, stretches across the table. He watches me shoot a couple of putads with arrows. Dead weight hits the ground in deep thumps. The sounds join in with their moans, resonating through the alley. "You shouldn't be so angry all the time," he comments, rubbing his tattooed arm before continuing his munchathon. "I'm not angry," I snap, but I don't mean it. I'm more than angry. The newly acquired nightmares raise my anxiety level so high I get easily fatigued. I keep waiting for something to trigger a panic attack. "You can't fool me, Can," he states, and I turn to stare at him. His bearded goatee sways in the breeze. "I used to be a counselor for a boys' home in Detroit. I recognize the signs. I've been watching you rip doors off hinges and take down zombies like the PGA we've been drinking." Sighing, he continues, "All the while hiding under that hood and those sunglasses. You came here to hide. Not only to hide, but mostly. I humor you. I won't ask you what really happened to you. I get the gist of it, but I don't know. I'm not going to push you." He lets his thoughts trail off into nothing. I close my mouth from gaping. He completely catches me off guard. Reese never talks about his past life. Maybe if I don't acknowledge it, he'll extend the same courtesy and back off. "Oh yeah, you want me to talk it out. Better than reading it from a book." Glaring at him, I see something out of the corner of my eye. "Did you see that?" I ask in a short breath. Reese peers over the balcony and shakes his head. "Someone's looking at us from around that corner," I point. His head whips in that direction. Sure enough, something bobs into view. Chapter 2. Shit! A certain anticipation slithers through me like an old friend. It can easily be Bill or Marge, but I dismiss the idea. I doubt they'd go out after dark. I look around, knowing I don't have time to take the stairs and swap the crossbow for a gun on the table. Finding a gutter going down the side of the apartment, I climb over the railing while sticking the gun in the back of my pants. Reese sees what I'm going to do. "Wait," he says, reaching out at me. It's too late. Already on the gutter, I make my way down when the frail metal groans. I look up to see my weight making it pop away from the top gutter. The gutter pitches me backward, and I jerk instantly as it catches on a sturdier bracket. I let out a breath as my weight pulls at my hands, but I hold tight. The sidewalk is still a good ways down. I look up at Reese, grinning. Shit, the bracket snaps and the ground hurtles toward me. I brace myself, feeling the sharp sting in my feet as my legs jolt from the impact, sending a shockwave through my body. I stand up and grab my stomach from the discomfort, shaking out my legs. "Idiot!" Reese calls down, but I turn and dash off. "Hurry up, Reese!" I shout over my shoulder. I round the corner into an alley and don't see anything. I slow to listen, looking the dark alley over. A putrid wearing a tattered dress with half a scalp of stringy hair starts crossing the street toward me, but I ignore it. A ding draws my attention to our intruder. The sharp sound echoes through the alley. I step softly toward an overflowing dumpster. The trash is almost 5 years overdue for pickup. "Hello? I want to talk," I call, trying to sound non-threatening. The person apparently doesn't want to talk. They take off, and so do I, getting close enough to see a boy around 13 or 14. I grab the back of his shirt and swing him around. "Who are you?" I ask. He stares at me wide-eyed and fearful. Sweat beads down his dark-skinned temples as his chest rises and falls. All of my endurance training pays off. I breathe as if I'm on a Sunday stroll in Central Park. Reese catches up to me, huffing. The boy jerks back when he sees Reese. I grab his arm before he runs away. "We aren't going to hurt you," I reassure him. "Are you the only one?" He shakes his head, keeping his eye on Reese as if he's the biggest threat. I hold back a scoff and might sound irritated as I go on. "I'm looking for a man named Mago. I need to talk to him. It's important." Big hands come into my line of sight as they latch onto me in a death grip. I crack out a scream when I realize it's a famished. Drool drips from the zombie's mouth. His skin and lips are blue with the milky white and bloodshot eyes of the living dead. My hands come up to keep it at a distance. Reese's gun cocks as he prepares to shoot it. The boy comes alive and screams, "Wait! No need to shoot him!" What? He's not the one Zombie Smurf wants to eat. The boy grabs it as the zombie releases its hold on me. I gasp as I rub my upper arms. No, no! The boy chides the zombie as he pulls something squirming out of his pocket, feeding it to the eager zombie. I notice then, the zombie's clothes are clean, and so is the boy. The zombie wears a sleeveless shirt and cut-off shorts. The boy has on a striped polo with khaki shorts. Neither of them wear shoes. The boy's little afro surrounds his head, neat and tidy. I glance at Reese and exchange a befuddled look. We know we are in the right place, but I'm freaking out a little. I will my heart and breath to slow. The boy eyes the gun Reese still has on his zombie. No. I take it to Mego. Don't shoot him. Reese lowers the gun, never taking his eyes off the zombie. He nods to the boy. Right now. Reese uses his scary tone with a side of heavy demand. The boy turns to lead the way. The zombie stands in the same place for several blocks. You're forgetting your zombie, I mention. He looks at it. Nah, not mine. He make his way before the swamp dogs eat him. Reese and I exchange more confused glances. Lifting a shoulder to Reese, I figure everywhere has different zombie etiquette, even though this goes against my grain. What's your name? I ask by way of conversation. T. Paul. I don't know how long we hike, but Bill was right. We head straight out of town and through some woods. Now we're in a swamp. It smells swampy, like moss, stagnant water, and reptile. The earth squishes beneath our feet, and it's so dark the stars peek through the treetops. I never take my glasses off, though. My legs ache to stop, and my abdomen hates me. The dryness in my throat needs something because it burns. Reese huffs a little, and I begin to dread the walk back. Where are we going? The extra hoarseness in my voice makes Reese glance at me.